안녕하십니까? 서울 포럼 2023을
Good morning. I would like to welcome you to Seoul Forum 2023 Day 2. It is a great pleasure to meet you. My name is Do Ji-yeon and I am the announcer at Seoul Economic TV and your MC for today. So we will now start the second day of Seoul Forum 2023. World-renowned scholars, entrepreneurs, politicians, and academic experts from home and abroad are gathered here at Seoul Forum 2023 in pursuit of new growth strategies for a better world and for the further development of Korea. The second day of the forum will offer a special lecture on 4 main sessions perfectly curated under the theme of the era of advanced biotechnology, the core of healthcare economy, and security. Then, without further ado, we would like to start with the opening remarks by President Son Dong-young, CEO of Seoul Economic Daily. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Son Dong-young, CEO of Seoul Economic Daily. So you've come here very early in the morning and you must be tired. Today is the second day of Seoul Forum 2023, and yesterday more than 700 guests from home and abroad joined us in this event hall to listen to the keynote speeches and dialogue among scholars. And I anticipate that in today's main session, again, we will be able to listen to many strategies and ideas that will shine a light on the future of K-Bio. And thank you, Mr. Kim Woo-won, President of Posttech, Mr. Wang Gyu-chang, President of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, and Mr. Seo Pang-gil, President of Korea Brain Research Institute, for coming so early in the morning to give their congratulatory remarks. And thank you, everyone, also for attending today's program. In a few moments, we will hear a special speech to kick off the second day of the forum by Mr. Sean Patel, CEO of React Neuro. We look forward to it. Distinguished guests, Korea's pharmaceutical industry has over 100 years of history. To date, Korea's pharmaceutical, biotechnology, and healthcare industries have developed remarkably. During the pandemic, Korea proved its competitiveness by developing and mass-producing its own vaccine. And in the field of biosimilars, Korean companies are leading the global market with world-leading development and production capabilities. However, this is not enough. As Korea has identified biotechnology as a key driver for growth for the country, we need bigger developments. However, the so-called big pharmas in the US, Europe, and Japan have built high entry barriers, and they are just too high to overcome with conventional methods. On top of that, in the US and Europe, bio-related companies, universities, research centers, and hospitals are gathering to form bioclusters, are even becoming more competitive. So that's why Seoul Economic Daily is focusing on advanced biotechnology, which converges existing biotechnologies with IT. In this field, leading countries in Korea are on the same starting line. Since Korea is an IT powerhouse, if we concentrate our capabilities in advanced biotechnology, I'm sure that Korea will become a global leader in this field in the near future. Advanced biotechnology is not limited to pharmaceuticals and healthcare. It is also connected to future agricultural, material, and energy revolutions that will change human life. That's why Seoul Forum 2023 has organized 4 main sessions on the topic of how to overcome cancer, Alzheimer's, and aging, digital healthcare revolutions, green bio and white bio, and the strategies to build innovative bio-industry ecosystem. We wish to explore the future with world-renowned experts on these topics. As you know, the Yoon administration has declared biohealthcare as a key national strategic industry, and advanced biotechnology is at the core of it. Seoul Economic Daily will continue to work together until the day K-Bio becomes a global leader. The future of K-Bio depends on everyone here. I hope you'll get a lot of inspirations and ideas from this event. Once again, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for attending the main program of Seoul Forum 2023. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Son Dong-young, CEO of the Seoul Economic Daily. Please give him another big hand. We kicked off the second day of the forum with the opening remarks. Now we have 3 congratulatory messages waiting for us. First, Mr. Kim Woo-won, President of Posttech, will come up to the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning.
김무환입니다.
I am Kim Moo-hwan, president of Postech.
서울포럼 2023 첨단 바이오 시대.
So Seoul Forum 2023 is held under the theme of the Era of Advanced Biotechnology. So this theme itself is making my heart beat. And I would like to thank once again President Song Dong-young of Seoul Economic Daily for preparing this meaningful event, and also many guests from abroad and home. I would like to thank you for your participation and passion. So before I deliver my congratulatory remark, the US FDA has approved an automatic insulin dispenser,
시장이 승인이 됐고 시장에 본격적으로.
and it will be commercialized and hit the market.
40년간 당뇨.
So over the last 40 years, I have also been suffering from diabetes, and 5 years ago,
이식을 했어야 됐고요.
I have received an organ transplant,
알아온 사람에게는
a kidney
굉장히
transplant.
충격적인 이야기였어요.
So this news was very astonishing.
이 당뇨병을 만든 분이
But the more interesting thing is that who is the developer behind diabetes is
11개월 만에
someone
당뇨병 진단을 받게 됐다.
who someone with a children who was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
10살 되던 해까지는
And up to 2018, the automatic insulin dispenser was the ambition of this person.
하지 못했고 2020
He or she put in a lot of great efforts. However, it all paid off, and it has been approved by US FDA recently. This person has a background in mechanical engineering to be particular. So I was very surprised to know this and thought that I should have had done better. And it is a beautiful story showcasing the love of a father.
여러 명의 의사
However, this could be more prevalent in the world, and this was possible not only by himself, but with the help of others. So we live in a time and era with many demands and requirements, and thanks to AI, life is very convenient. And in the case of Korea, in 1960,
불과했던 평균 수명이
the lifespan was 52.4. However, in the case of 2023, this has risen to 85. However, the age of 85 is still not long enough. Everyone longs for longevity and also good health.
제4차 산업혁명, AI 혁명
So with the AI revolution and the industrial revolution, I believe that biohealth and biotechnology would become the next upcoming, most critical area. And this will require talented resources. And this will not be done with one invention alone. So unlike the past, and like we have learned from the artificial organ printing, we need to join our hands together. When we talk about survival of mankind, it is because humans are able to, we know how to use tools. And we also know the strength of unity and cooperation. So as you know, Postech is trying to create a research-centered culture. And we are joining hands with the medical industry to bring in our engineering expertise. And by doing so, the mankind as a whole would be able to be prosperous and healthier. And I'm confident that this would be the future that is ahead of us. So success is not guaranteed yet. However, we can learn from the case of the development of the automatic insulin injection that moving forward, if we are able to cooperate with each other, we would be able to make great things happen. Distinguished guests from home and abroad, I received my last doctorate from Wisconsin University.
미국을 들썩이게 하는 슈퍼볼 우승 트로피가
And
론발이 돼.
Vince Lombard won the Super Bowl, or this is named after the Super Bowl star.
우승 감독이기도 하죠.
And he coached the winning teams. He is a football coach. So he once mentioned that people works together will win, whether it be against complex football defense or the problem of modern society, is what he mentioned. So when we join hands and when we do it together, we will be able to do great things. Thank you very much, President Kim Moo-hwan from Postec. Next, we would like to listen to the congratulatory message from Mr. Wang Gyu-chang, President of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning.
고야 관련 원장 왕기창입니다.
I'm Wang Gyu-chang, President of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea. So both yesterday and today, Seoul Economic Daily has been hosting Seoul Forum 2023 under the title of the Era of Advanced Biotechnology, the Core of Healthcare, Economy, and Security with all the renowned experts. And I really appreciate the Seoul Economic Daily for hosting such a forum, especially as the president of NAMK. And biotechnology and its related prowess is critical to securing people's health as well as security. And advanced countries have achieved great things by investing a lot of money in a short amount of time. And we have seen a lot of accomplishments, but we are now fighting for hegemony in terms of technology and medicine. And so we need to enter into this arena and strengthen our capability. And biotechnology is no exception. So for the past 20 years, so many talents have come into the field of medicine. And therefore, we thought that the field of medicine would definitely have to contribute to our economy and society. But just because we have a lot of talent doesn't mean that a certain field will grow automatically and have competitiveness. So during a luncheon at the presidential office, I mentioned this issue, and the former president who graduated occupational high school said that the most excellent students that graduated from such occupational high schools went on to work at banks, but Korea nearly went bankrupt. So if we do not have a national vision and a social environment for these talents to thrive, their talents will go to waste. And in semiconductor and shipbuilding and automobile, we have so many excellent science and technological talent, but we need chairmen and CEOs and businessmen who will create a amazing ecosystem for these talents to thrive. And advanced countries in terms of vaccine development, whether it be MRC or NIH, they actually take a look at the medical field overall and make necessary systematic adjustments. They have always acted as the control tower for their national medicine development and always set out a national vision and made investments accordingly. So ethics is involved in the field of medicine, and therefore exclusivity is indispensable to some extent. However, but they are protected by patents. We have so many excellent clinical technologies, unfortunately, because of IP, are not able to thrive, which is very unfortunate. But under these circumstances, we have doctors and physicians who wish to go to the research arena. However, but the reality is that many of them actually go into just the medical field and not the research field, which is very unfortunate. So public and private companies have to all join hands so as to create an ecosystem that will foster advanced biotechnology. We need to look back to our future and also look forward to the future to see what direction we must go to. Please listen well to other people and make a self-introspection and learn. And that's what I will do as well. So even those groups who are lagging behind, as long as they embark on the right direction once again, it will never be too late for them to embark on the right path. I'd like to thank CEO Song Dong-yeong of the Seoul Economic Daily and Mr. Gwangjang-dong of the paper, as well as other members of the paper for organizing this excellent event. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang Gyu-cha, for your message.
The last congratulatory message would be delivered by Mr. Seo Pan-gil, President of KBRI, Korea Brain Research Institute. Let's welcome him with a big round. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to meet you all in person. I am Seo Pan-gil, President of Korea Brain Research Institute. First, I would like to extend my congratulations and thanks to Mr. Son Dong-yeong, CEO of the Seoul Economic Daily, Korea's first economic newspaper, in celebrating its 63rd anniversary, and to all of those who have worked so hard to organize this Seoul Forum. I would also like to thank the distinguished speakers and panelists from home and abroad who will enlighten us with the vision of the advanced bio era and explore the way forward for mankind, as well as all of you who have taken time out of your busy schedules to attend this forum. In less than 2 years, in 2025, Korea will become an ultra-aging society with more than 20% of its population aged over 65 and over. At the same time, protectionism from the outside and the trend of low birth rate and low growth from the inside will intensify. In order for Korea to overcome these crises and open a bright future, it must become a country that can lead the world in the field of advanced biohealth, which is the core of healthcare. This year's Seoul Forum, held in response to these requirements of the time and age, will be a truly meaningful event for the future of Korea. As have been said at the opening ceremony yesterday, I believe that it's difficult to solve various challenges facing humanity without upgrading technology in biohealth. For example, dementia is the most feared disease by many modern people, and there is an urgent need to develop a cure or early diagnosis technology to overcome it. On the other hand, hasn't it been said time and again that it is people that hold the very key to opening a new era? It has been said that one outstanding star can feed a nation, which I believe is an excellent case in point for the biohealth industry. If we are to nurture the next generation with creativity and communication skills, who are able to tenaciously pioneer their own path and create a flexible ground for such people to pursue their dreams to their heart's content, they will become the makers of Korea's advanced bio era. I'm also looking forward to this Seoul Forum to present wisdom and strategies to nurture the makers of the advanced bio era. Last but not least, I hope that together with everyone here, we can give and send out a message of hope for a better future at the Seoul Forum. Please enjoy the forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Seo Pan-gil from KBRI, for your warm remarks. Then now we will move on to the special lecture of today, which will be delivered by Mr. Sean Patel, CEO of React Neuro, under the topic of lessons learned from Boston's life science ecosystem. So let's welcome Mr. Sean Patel onto the stage.
Good morning. So for this talk this morning, I thought I would share a distillation of my humble learnings along my innovation journey. The goal for this is to hope to spur some discussion and some ideation on the ingredients that is required to foster innovation. So who am I? I'm Sean. I grew up in Indiana in the United States. This is a flyover state. So what people who are flying from the East Coast over to the West Coast and they're in the plane are looking down and wondering what's going on. Well, we grow corn. So I am probably, by background, very unlikely to be here to talk about innovation. And I also think that's probably the reason why I'm the best person to talk about it. I've had a very humble path, starting as an academic, and later as an investor, and now as a founder. The very first job I had out of school was to join the faculty at Harvard Medical School, where I learned a great deal about neurotechnology and implantable neuroscience technology. But really, it all started when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was really into cars and airplanes, a lot like most other young kids. And my dad, with his infinite wisdom, wouldn't let me go and take a flying lesson. He knew that the whims of a young child were fickle and easily malleable. What he did was something that I think was one of the most important things that ever happened to me in my life. He one day brought home a book on the principles of flight. And he said, "Sean, if you want to go and take a flying lesson, read this book. Try to understand it. Ask questions. I'll help you. And after some time, I'm going to start to ask you questions to see if you understand it." And about a year later, I had my first flying lesson. What this really taught me was the first kind of distillation, which is independent thought. This is one of the most critical ingredients to innovation that I have just seen over and over again throughout my life. The ability to develop deep mental models, your own personal models based on your experiences, based on your understanding, your learnings, your interactions with the world, that you hold with steadfast, but you easily adapt them in the face of new data. This is one of the foundational components, I believe, to innovation, because it allows you to have a contrarian mindset in the face of tailwinds. And this is really where innovation flourishes. After this, I moved to Boston, and I was genuinely, passionately curious about the brain. I really wanted to understand how the brain worked at a mechanistic level. So if we think about a transistor and computer code and how code can control and open and close these transistors and do some amazing computations, how does that work in the brain? So I moved to Boston. I met this young neurosurgeon who had just joined the faculty, and we started to do some bold experiments. There was an opportunity in the operating room in patients that were having a form of brain surgery called deep brain stimulation, where a patient would be awake and a surgeon would implant an electrode into a very specific part. When we started this, there were only maybe 10 people in the world that would even try these experiments. And we had to engineer everything from scratch. The odds of success were abysmal, but yet we were so passionate and curious, we pursued. Eventually, this became a wildly successful endeavor. And fast forward a decade and multi-tens of millions of dollars from DARPA, we were able to build fully implantable systems that could be surgically implanted, that could read the activity of hundreds of neurons in real time, predict what the individual was going to do, and deliver pattern stimulation to attenuate unwanted symptoms. This was dubbed as an electroceutical, a plausible replacement to conventional pharmacological therapies, but that would give us enough degrees of freedom to more precisely interact with the brain. And a lot of that technology has now gone on to become commercialized by people like Elon Musk at Neuralink and Brian Johnson at Kernel. And that really led me to the next distillation, which was to never give up. I knew nothing when I started. I couldn't program, I couldn't tell you anything about electronics or electrical engineer. I barely knew what a neuron was. And yet we were surmised with this impossible task out of a broom closet. And somehow, in relatively short period of time, just a decade or two, we were able to start something that I think will have eventually profound effects in the world. Because of this unique experience, I genuinely had a condensed academic career. I had got to experience all of these things that I was very fortunate to just by virtue of being at the right place at the right time and pursuing this line of thought. And at some point, I started to think about what my purpose was. You know, I was very lucky to have gained such a wonderful world-class education in medicine and neuroscience and machine learning. And writing papers was a kind of personal curiosity. It satisfied that internal drive, but I could see at the end of the day there was no translation of this great work. And it wasn't just mine or the people around me, but it was across institutions. Boston is a rich ecosystem like many others around the world where people dedicate their lives to the pursuit of knowledge. And unfortunately, the way the system works today is much of this knowledge ends up dying in the laboratory. And so I started learning about how to translate ideas into the world over a glass of whiskey. On Fridays, when I was a grad student, I would meet my advisor and his office neighbor. He had the office next door to him. And the three of us would share a glass of whiskey on Fridays for a few years, and we would just catch up. It was just fun. The individual that we would chat with was a professor who had spent his whole life discovering and elucidating the mechanism of a companion diagnostic. It took him nearly 30 years, and he had compiled some of the most amazing data in a range of cancers. It was cheap, and it was highly effective, and it could tell you, before you got that cancer therapeutic, whether it would work for you or not. And me, knowing nothing, listening to him and understanding his trials and tribulations and trying to commercialize it, naively wondered, why in the world is this not something in the clinic? It just didn't make sense. And I would watch him try over the course of a year, Friday after Friday, glass of whiskey after glass of whiskey, about his efforts. And unfortunately, a year or two down the line, he had reached his end. He wasn't able to convince anybody to raise capital or to help him start this business. And so I made, with my wife, the decision to invest the little money that we had saved up our whole lives into him. Because I thought that, how would it be possible if I, who just happened to learn over the course of a year and a half all of this amazingness that other individuals wouldn't really spend even an hour to try to understand, if I can't invest, how could I expect anyone else to? And that really led to the next distillation, which is to be opportunity seeking. Opportunities present themselves all the time around us. And if you have the wherewithal and the mental clarity and the conviction, when you see them, it is paramount to be able to execute. I knew nothing. I had saved up with my wife some amount of money. We didn't know how to start a business, let alone how to invest in a company. But we felt compelled that the opportunity was there. She is now an oncologist, and the company is wildly successful, and these things are in the clinic now. We learned a very valuable lesson on being prepared and being able to find and take advantage of the opportunities. Along the way, we started a venture capital fund. We've invested in about 14 companies. Each of these companies are massively disruptive, from portable MRIs to regenerative organ and tissue generation to clean energy, replacing lithium in batteries, to food tech, and about $100 million in capital. We've listed 2 companies on the NASDAQ. We've brought 1 drug through the FDA for ALS. And we've learned an enormous amount of what it takes to build deep tech healthcare companies, aligned with the creators, the scientists, the physicians, the students that are generating these ideas. One of the most critical elements that we learned was vision. It really takes a certain type of person to pursue the paramount challenge and struggle of starting a company, especially in healthcare. You add all sorts of extra challenges there. So the person and leader has to be a visionary. There has to be clarity of thought. And of all the companies we've ever seen, met with, or invested in, there's been one that has been wildly correlated with this concept, and it's Chairman Yu of Rocket Healthcare. So we met him as one of our first investments. We were in Boston, and we were investing in a Korean company. And we met him and had a conversation about tissue regeneration. This is a very commonly pursued area. Hundreds of millions of dollars in capital have been spent trying to do this. But there was something unique about the vision that Chairman Yu had that we had not seen anywhere else, which is also the reason why this company is leading the world in this platform. And that was his background. He comes not from healthcare, he comes from the automotive industry, logistics, and he was able to take that knowledge and application and bring it to decentralizing the logistics of healthcare through the development of this 4D bioprinter. And that foundationally changes the way that access to regenerative medicine is enabled. The next distillation is the abundance mindset. This is a really challenging one for me personally. It's the mindset that there's enough for everyone. We don't really live in a world that supports this, but it is wildly true. One of the companies we invested in was founded by two young college students in their dorm room. It is a drug company. They had an idea in class after listening to a lecture of taking already approved drugs for different use cases and combining them for the applications of ALS, preventing neurotoxicity. They were able to do this because they had this abundance mindset. Who in the world would start a pharmaceutical company as a college student in your dorm room? They were able to not only conceive of the idea, but convince others that this was a great idea. They brought it to my partner, Rudy Tanzi, who is the world's leading expert in Alzheimer's. He discovered the Alzheimer's gene. And Rudy is a great guy and took the meeting with these two young kids that said they had something interesting. And the rest was history. In just 6 years, they were able to bring this drug to market. And lastly, I'll share in the last evolution as a founder. Running an organization to innovate in healthcare is very challenging. My experiences in the operating room led to a realization and opportunity that virtual reality was the next emerging platform to democratizing access to brain health at home. Most of the world sees this as a gaming interface, and we see this as the world's best brain-machine interface. It just happens to be portable and scalable and sensor-rich. And through this experience, the hardest lesson I've learned, and still haven't really figured out, is team. A team for healthcare innovation is the singular most important. You need multiple groups of people who are aligned on a singular mission with shared collaborative experiences. And the last one I'll share is environment. I was very fortunate to come from the Boston environment. It is a magical place if you've never been. There are a huge amount of resources and services. It is a 600,000 population with nearly 200,000, a third of them who are students, and 72 universities in this tiny school. There are a diversity of thoughts, experiences, and resources that enable somebody like me from Indiana to take this journey. So in summary, the distillations here are independent thinker, never give up attitude, opportunity seeking, visionary, abundance mindset, team, and environment. And of course, there's one of these that outweighs all of the other, and that's the never give up attitude. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 특별 강연 들어봤습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sean
CEO 님께
Patel,
다시
for the
한번
special
감사하다는
lecture.
말씀 전해드려 보도록 하겠습니다. 첨단 바이오 선진국가의 산업 생태계를 가까이에서
Thank you for talking about the lessons from Boston Life Science Ecosystem inspiring South Korea's digital health innovation. So momentarily we will start the main session. So let me give you an overview of today's session. Session 1 would be held under the theme of how to overcome cancer, Alzheimer's, and aging. It will be moderated by Jeffrey Glenn, professor at Stanford School of Medicine, and the speaker will include Mark Cohen, Dean of Carl Illinois College of Medicine, Gary Storm, professor of Utte University, and the panelists will include Orland Scher, associate director of Institute for Basic Science, and Ju Young-seok, associate professor of KAIST, who will be participating in the panel discussion. So after the first session, we will take a 10-minute coffee break and resume with session 2 under the theme of digital healthcare and advanced biotechnology. Session 2 will be enjoyed by 6 panelists. So after the second session, we will take a 1 hour and a half lunch break. After lunch, we will resume with session 3 under the topic of green bio and white bio, the solution of food and climate crisis. And the third session would be moderated by Mr. Ming Dao, Director of Nanomechanics Lab at MIT and Nanyang Technological University. And 8 people, including the moderator, will be participating in the panel discussion. We will then have another coffee break for 10 minutes and resume with session 4 under the topic of the strategies to build innovative bioindustry ecosystem. The session 4 will be moderated by Subra Suresh, Director of HP Board, and speakers will include Paul Liu, Deputy Scientific Director of NIH, and also Mordecai Chavez, Professor at Weizmann Institute of Science. So we will be talking about the bioindustry, remote healthcare, and digital healthcare strategies to build innovative bioindustry ecosystem. Green bio and white bio, the solution for food climate crisis. So I believe we would be able to have many productive sessions for today. So without further ado, we will start with session 1 under the topic of how to overcome cancer, Alzheimer's, and aging. So the first speaker will be Mark Cohen, Dean of Carl Illinois College of Medicine, who will talk about aging complications with tissue re-engineering and drug delivery. So let's welcome Dean Mark Cohen with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today. So as mentioned, my name is Mark Cohen, and I serve as the Dean of the Carl Illinois College of Medicine at the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign. But I also wear a couple of other hats, which include I'm a surgical oncologist, so I take care of patients with cancer, and I'm a researcher that does work in tissue engineering and drug development. And I want to talk a little bit about how those all came together to think about how some opportunities to better take care of patients using the science that we do in the lab. So when it comes to how drugs work, it was really fascinating to me as a student and going through different courses to understand that drugs may be very effective, but if they don't get to the targets they need to get to or the areas they need to get to in the concentrations that matter, they're not effective. And the other problem that drugs have is that they have side effects. And those side effects are often from areas that are not meant to be treated by that drug. So drug delivery has a lot of applications when you think about how to get drugs to areas where it needs to go, and cancer is a very specific opportunity where we can do better. So I'm going to focus, there's several different ways that we deliver drugs, and I list them on the screen here. I'm going to focus on an area that kind of developed over the course of me meeting someone at a conference and having a beer. So I was a brand new faculty member. By the way, Sean, I came from Indiana as well. and a brand new faculty member at the University of Kansas right out of training at WashU. And I was trying to build my research lab, and I take care of patients with cancer. We do all kinds of big surgeries and then give them chemotherapy, and then they get a recurrence. And I said to myself, why in the world, when we have patients with locally advanced disease or a local recurrence of a tumor, why are we blasting their bodies with systemic chemotherapy? You get a lot of this off-target toxicity, you get a lack of efficacy, and you develop drug resistance. So as a surgeon, I do what's called melanoma surgery, which is a type of skin cancer. And melanoma, like a lot of other solid tumors, when it develops in the skin, it will metastasize and travel to the lymph nodes that drain that part of the skin and then go throughout the body. And when we do surgery to identify if the melanoma has spread to a lymph node, we'll inject a dye right at the spot where the tumor originated, and that dye will track to the lymph node that exactly drains that piece of skin. It's a very simple concept, and we use these lymphatic delivery of dyes to map out drainage of tumors all the time. So I thought to myself, could we develop a way to give chemotherapy through this same mechanism, where it travels through the lymphatics and actually treats the primary tumor and the draining lymph nodes? So the principle of lymphatic flow is very interesting because unlike when some things get in the bloodstream, there's capillary beds where things can have arteries and veins and they go both ways. But once it gets into a lymphatic, it goes one way, always downstream to the lymph nodes. And the principle is really simple. It's actually based on the size of the particles that get into the lymph system. So if the particles are a specific size, anything will go unidirectionally down to the draining lymph nodes. So imagine a cancer that starts as a primary tumor and then will spread to lymph nodes and then eventually become a systemic disease. And in the past, we used to treat this with blast to the whole body with systemic therapy. But what if you could convert that systemic therapy to a simple local injection that treats the tumor, drains to the lymph nodes, and then as it slowly elutes, treats the disease? So that was the premise, and I was sitting in a lecture to how to write an R01 grant for new faculty, and the guy next to me said, "This is boring, let's go get a drink." So we did that, and over the course of about an hour, we came up with a solution. It turns out he's a pharmaceutical chemist who did his PhD on lymphatic delivery, and I had this problem I was trying to solve, and over the course of an hour, we figured out, well, there's probably a way we could do this. So we took a drug like cisplatin, and we took a compound called hyaluronic acid, which is in your body, and it's a polymer you can size to any size. And we figured out that if you take a certain molecular weight of hyaluronic acid and combine it with cisplatin, you can make small nanoparticles that are exactly between 25 and 50 nanometers in size. Surreptitiously, that's exactly the size you need to get into a lymphatic. So what we were able to show is that when you put a dye on these molecules, so these are breast cancers that spread to lymphatic metastases, and when you put a dye on this carrier system, you can get it from the skin injection to co-localize to the lymphatic disease in a few hours. The other interesting thing is called how it works. So when you give a drug systemically, you get this peaks in your bloodstream and then this decay. It's called first-pass kinetics. And that peak drug concentration is what gives you toxicity. So if you think about it, if you can lower the peak but maintain the area of effect, you can really expand how that drug works. On the left side of the graph, you can see a black line, and that's the amount of a drug that you give systemically that actually gets to a lymphatic or a lymph node. It's only 3%. But using our delivery system, we can boost that to well over 20 to 25%. So now we said, well, that's interesting. So we ran this through a bunch of different tests, and we ended up going into the animal health industry because it was an easier path than going through clinical trials right away, and we wanted to make sure that this was safe and was going to be effective. So we ran companion animal trials at several different centers, and we found that if we give this delivery system to animals with cancer, we can completely cure them over 95% of the time with just 3 injections and no toxicity. So this was a way that we thought about how to take an idea from the clinic, bring it back to the lab, and come up with something unique that could be then brought back to the clinic. So I took that I was in a lecture and a plastic surgeon of mine was talking about how bone healing is a real problem, especially when you have fractures in patients who have osteoporosis or radiation. And so when you have fractures from osteoporosis or radiation, they don't heal well. Osteoporotic fractures affect about 9 million people globally. And in Korea, osteoporosis is getting higher and higher with the aging population. So 7% of men and 38% of women over the age of 50 will have osteoporosis. It's a very high number. And if you think about your bones being brittle and fracturing early, that can have a lot of problems. So when you have a radiated fracture or an osteoporotic fracture, less than half of those will heal normally, which means that could lead to long-term complications, patients being stuck in nursing homes, and even mortality. And we have no good solutions in the clinic. So a lot of people have been thinking about scaffolds and acellularized compounds and biomaterials to replace bone and bone regeneration. But we thought about it from a very different approach. What if it has to do with the blood vessels near the fracture site that really bring in the bone cells to help them heal? So it turns out when you get a fracture, you also get a clot. And the clot has a lot of iron in it. And when you have iron at a fracture site, it causes HIF-1 alpha to become oxidized and inactive. But if you can remove the iron from a fracture site, you can actually keep HIF-1 alpha active, and that allows natural angiogenesis to occur and leads to blood vessels and new bone formation. So what we're able to show here, and if you look on the picture on the left, it's a normal bone jaw that you get fractured. That'll heal 100% of the time. If it's a radiated bone, it's 20% of the time it'll heal normally, and you can see the poor vascularity on the angiography and micro-CT. Or an osteoporotic fracture, only 40% will heal. But if you give this iron chelating agent with a sustained delivery effect, you can get that all the way up to 91% healing, almost like normal. That can be transformative for patients who have osteoporotic fractures when surgeons have no real good solutions despite all their technology. So we collaborated with a group at Stanford, and this was a patient, a young man who had a radiated fracture of his face, radiation to his face for a tumor. And to fix that, you have to actually fracture both the upper jaw and the lower jaw and advance his face to get it to look normal. Well, that's creating 4 fractures in a radiated field, and the chance of them healing is each only 20%. So we were able to show that if you give this iron chelator delivery system, and the arrow on the right in red is where the treatment was given, it shows that the bone formed normally, whereas the area on the left, it didn't. So we also can do this with normal bone, and what happens in normal bone when it fractures is it takes about 4 weeks for the biomechanical density of the bone to get to normal. Well, if you give the iron chelator delivery system, you can get it completely back to normal density in only 14 days. So imagine getting back to work half the time, or getting back to a sporting event, or back to a horse race, or whatever you want to use it for. So tissue engineering is a very important field, and Rocket Healthcare and Allosource are working on skin and a variety of things. There's people working on blood vessels, a lot on bone and cartilage. But I want to spend the last minute or so talking about work we've done to actually truly create a 3D organ from scratch. And this is the first in the world 3D printed thyroid that's derived from your own fat. So the thought is, I'm a thyroid surgeon. I take care of patients with thyroid cancer. And when you look at hypothyroidism, about 14 million people in the US are on medication for it every day of their life for the rest of their life. That can have a huge cost effect, but also when you think about it, thyroid hormone is generated because of a stimulation from the brain called thyroid stimulating hormone coming from the pituitary. And it's a dynamic response. So your brain tells you how much thyroid hormone you need. It's not something that only a certain amount you get in a pill is going to give you. So patients get symptoms all the time because it's not a dynamic response to the drug. So we were able to take adipose-derived fat cells and stem cells from the fat and put in a couple of very simple lentiviral vectors that are FDA approved. And actually, those cells differentiate and convert into fully functional thyroid cells that make thyroglobulin, thyroid hormone, and respond to TSH. And then we took a simple implantable system that's been used with polycaprolactone that's already being used in cartilage and other things. And we were able to then 3D print onto the scaffold these cells. And what's interesting about thyroid cells and parathyroid cells is that they don't need a vascular supply to survive in the first few weeks. They actually survive by imbibing oxygen and nutrients from the surrounding blood flow. So if you put them in a muscle, they'll start working again. So we basically 3D print your own fat cells and convert it into thyroid cells onto a little wafer that has a good surface area for imbibition. And with a specific density, we can completely normalize thyroid hormone in animal models, and that lasts long term, and we've taken this out to over a year, and they have fully dynamic normal thyroid function a year later. So we're spinning this out into a company. Sean, I might talk to you about investing, but no, I'm just kidding. But we're really excited about where this is going to go with the future. And then we're trying to build that pipeline. And so we have on the campus now a GMP facility to be able to 3D print these and go into the clinic. We have our pathway for the BLA pathway, and we're hoping to start clinical trials in the next year. And serendipitously, we just received this large funding from the Chan Zuckerberg Foundation in Chicago, which is a partnership between our institution, Northwestern, and University of Chicago, to really think about this whole approach to cellular engineering, inflammation, transplantation, but looking at it at the cellular level. So I appreciate everyone's attention, and I just wanted to use these as examples of how you can take ideas you have in the clinic as a physician scientist and a physician innovator and use that to help patients that you treat every day. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 마크 코언 학장님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. Please give another big round of applause to Mr. Mark Cohen. We were able to hear a very good lecture about the enhancement of our response with regards to cancer and aging. Now we'd like to hear from Professor Gary Stoom at Ulrich University and Twente University in the Netherlands. His topic is nanotechnology, a paradigm shift in drug development. Let's invite him up to the stage. Please give him a big hand.
Good morning. First of all, I'm very pleased to be here. And in Korea, I had several visits recently in half a year, and always highly enjoy, and in particular also this amazing event. I've been asked to speak about nanotechnology and how nanotechnology can be of benefit for getting better medicine, so to say. And nanotechnology can be described as a field, research and technology development at the nanoscale. And usually we focus on an area of 1 nanometer to 100 nanometer, but it's not very fixed. 200 nanometer also belongs to the nanoscale. And actually the founder of nanotechnology field is considered to be Richard Feynman. It was already seen, he was already shown on one of the slides of Mark. But he said these famous words, there's plenty of room at the bottom. And there is. And actually for you, what is exactly a nanometer? 1 nanometer. Now, to give you a feeling, if you compare 1 nanometer to a tennis ball, then 1 nanometer is what a tennis ball is to the Earth. So that is really very, very small. And over the years, actually, it's already 20 years or so, nanotechnology applications in medicine, but also for many other applications and many other fields have been very useful. And there are many products out there on the market. I will focus this morning on the field of medicine and health. And in particularly, nanotechnology has been particularly useful for achieving drug targeting nanomedicines. So regularly, normally when you take a tablet or an IV infusion of anti-cancer agents, the drug would distribute over the whole body. So the drug is coming everywhere in the body, also where it has to be, where it can act and should act, but also at many places where actually it's not needed and can exert side effects. And this is, of course, particularly a problem with, for instance, cancer chemotherapy, which can be very toxic. And drug targeting is that you aim to focus the direction of your administered drug to only to the site of disease, to, it's the right side of the slide, to the target site, to the site of pathology, the site of disease. And then, of course, you have maximum efficacy, and you have ideally no side effects. So that is what this distribution shift is aiming to realize. So you have this drug, which spreads all over the body, but then, in this field, you couple the drug to a nanocarrier. And now it's the nanocarrier which is determining the fate of the drug in the body. So it's not the properties of the drug itself anymore, the properties of the nanocarrier are determining what's happening with the drug. And the nanocarrier can be designed in the lab, can be designed by us, and we can design nanocarrier to our wishes. At least that's what we want. And the most important nanocarrier in this nanotechnology field in medicine are the nanoparticles. Probably you've heard about them. There are so many nanoparticles around in academia, organic ones, inorganic ones. And if you fill these nanoparticles with drug molecules, then we refer to them as nanomedicines. And you see there are many out there. I had always a particular affinity for liposomes, lipid nanoparticles, because they are composed of natural compounds, the phospholipids, which is a benefit if you would like to go to patients. And of course, we are not making nanomedicines to get a better aspirin. No, we are dealing with life-threatening and society-burdening diseases. And then, you can most often not take them orally, but the needle is needed. Most often, intravenous administration is the route of choice, administration route of choice. So if you look at the success of the field so far, there are so around 14, I think it's 14 now, products on the market, drug-targeting nanomedicine products. And they are all liposomes. Other structures, like polymers or metal-based nanoparticles, inorganic, did not make it for drug-targeting purposes yet on the market. And the first one is Doxil. That has been already approved in 1995. And here you see Doxil. Doxil are liposomes containing doxorubicin, which is a very potent anti-cancer agent, is still in use in the clinic a lot. And if you have these liposomes with doxorubicin, then the intention is to decrease the toxicity of doxorubicin, because doxorubicin can be very cardiotoxic, but can also induce a lot of other ugly side effects like hair loss and nausea. And of course, the idea is also that we target doxorubicin to the tumors. And here is actually the clinical experiment on which the approval in mid-90s has been based. It is, this is a patient with lots of skin tumors, so-called Kaposi sarcoma patient. And you see, if you label the liposomes, that you can see then that they accumulate. Is there a pointer? I think this is a pointer. No, maybe this. Anyway, hopefully you see it where the circle is. The liposomes accumulate. You see the liposomes were radio-labeled, and you can study them in a nuclear medicine department, and you really see that the liposomes accumulate in these areas of tumors, skin tumors. And if you look in the plot at the right side, if you look at PLD, that is doxil, you create much higher concentrations in the tumor if you use a liposomal form as compared to the free soluble form. So real drug targeting is happening. And this was enough evidence for the FDA at that time to approve it, particularly also because doxil appeared to be much less toxic than doxorubicin itself. And much less nausea and all these ugly side effects, but also much less hair loss. Patients like it much better. For instance, they also don't have to so often to buy a wig anymore after treatment, after chemotherapy with doxil. But the efficacy level was still not much better. At the level of efficacy, doxil is still not much better than the free drug, than free doxorubicin. So in Utrecht, we are running a clinical trial to improve upon doxil, to increase its efficacy. And what we are doing is heating up the tumor. For instance, a breast cancer tumor, we heat the tumor a little bit from 37 degrees to 42 degrees, and we do that with ultrasound technology. So this is an MRI machine, the patient is lying down, and actually I have a movie, I hope it works. Yeah, it works. You can see there's a transducer in this MRI bed, and focused ultrasound waves are heating up the tumor, in our case breast cancer, and then we inject the liposome particles containing doxorubicin, but these liposomes are very special. They are thermosensitive, so they feel temperature. So if they arrive in the tumor area, in the blood vessels of the tumor, they feel that the tumor area is warmer, and then, so to say, there is triggered drug release. They collapse, and we have a high concentration of doxorubicin in the tumor, which is actually very beneficial because the stability of the doxil particles is a concern in this field. It's limiting the efficacy, and now we have a much higher available doxorubicin concentration. But if you look at it, there are many other products on the market. I have no time. Time is flying. The COVID-19, the last one, the most recent one, COVID-19 vaccines are also dependent on nanotechnology. In there, you have the LNP particles, the lipid nanoparticles. It's not an ideal name, but they are known as LNPs. They are very critical in order to obtain immunization, effective immunization against COVID. And that is the most recent application. And it's a clear example how nanotechnology can really be of benefit to creating more effective vaccination in this case and medicine in general. But if you look at all these, at this list, the products which are out there, you could also say it's a little bit disappointing. Only 13, 14, many years of research. Why are there not more products on the market? And that is, I think, the reason is that there is a lot of activity in concept land, in academia, many, but the connection with product land is not always smooth, often is not smooth at all. And we had also this feeling in the Netherlands, and we tried to close the gap. But concept land, academia and academic institutes have been working on nanoparticles for improving drug delivery a lot. I give you some examples from my own research, from current projects, just to give you an indication. Here there is rheumatoid arthritis patients, and you can see where the arrows are. This blackening means liposome nanoparticle accumulation. If you look in this left elbow, there is liposome accumulation, but if you look in the right elbow, there is not. And this left elbow was very inflamed, was very painful to the patient. The healthy joint, the liposomes did not accumulate there. So that's very interesting. The liposomes utilize the inflammatory process for the localization in the disease site. And you can also see that it works. This is eye inflammation. Look at much less inflammation after intravenous treatment with these liposomes containing anti-inflammatory drugs like corticosteroids. Here you have blood clots and plaques, cardiovascular disease. You know, these plugs can rupture, and that's very dangerous, and they can also fill up arteries. You can have a heart attack, or with rupture, a stroke. And here you see that with DHA liposomes, DHA, very simple molecule, omega-3 acid, and this is in mice, is an ongoing project in Singapore. You see at the left the arteries in these arteriosclerotic mice, fed with a high-fat diet. And you see the fatty vessels and the plaques after treating with liposomes and containing DHA, omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acid. You see the plaques disappear. For a large part, they reduce and actually are not prone to rupture anymore. There is also collagen synthesis within these plaques, for more stabilization. I see my time is up. We've worked in Singapore also a lot on fatty liver disease. And fatty liver disease, if you have that, that is because of overeating of bad food. In Singapore, I think 40% of the people have some degree of fatty liver disease, but it can lead to ugly consequences. It can lead to, if you continue a bad lifestyle, to inflamed liver, to liver fibrosis, cirrhosis, liver failure. You need another liver transplantation, or you get hepatocellular carcinoma. But we are working on new nanomedicines, LNPs, in fact, like in the COVID vaccines. And see, this is a liver slide full of fat. The red color is fat. The right slice of a liver of a treated animal, you see much less fat. And this is with LNPs containing a specific form of RNA. And I have to stop, but this is biotech delivery. And biotech delivery with RNA, DNA, proteins is more complicated than small molecular weight compound delivery. It's doable, for instance, like in the COVID vaccines, but these molecules are very fragile in the body, easily degraded, and also they cannot access their target cells very efficiently. So that's why you need a nanoparticle to bring them in the cells, like LNP. The previous slide was about Iovant. It's a new company. We have developed several types of nanoparticles which are very efficient in delivering RNA into cells, Iovant company. And actually, this is the last slide. It shows that you can apply nanotechnology to pharma, but this is actually a company I'm associated with, Liposoma in Amsterdam. They apply nanotechnology in the food nutrition industry. And this is Nutra cups. It's like a coffee drink. You see these cups, you make them in the coffee, and there are nanoparticles in there. And you drink it in the morning or with lunch, and you have a very healthy drink, like coffee drink, for brain support, for immune support, for a variety of good reasons. Very interesting, actually, we're looking for partners for marketing. So, spin-off companies, and in Holland in particular, also public-private partnerships helped a lot to bridge the gap between concept land and product land. And this is really my last slide. In Holland, we like to bike a lot. And if you take this bike and you have academia, which is working with industry and regulators and clinicians, I think the deals go much faster for drug innovation. Thank you so much.
네, 감사합니다. 게리스톤 교수님께 다시 한번 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the presentation.
Wait a minute. Yeah. 자, 이어서 바로
So now we will jump into the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Jeffrey Glenn, professor at Stanford School of Medicine. We would like to ask the two speakers, Professor Garrett Storm and Professor Mark Cohen, to come on to the stage, and also Olan Sher, distinguished professor at UNIS, Ju Young-seok, associate professor of KAIST, Lee Chang-jun, director of the Center of the Cognition and Sociality, and also Mr. Jung Sang-yong, professor at Cha Medical University. So we will have 7 panelists in total. I would like to ask all the panelists to come onto the stage, and once they're all seated, we will start with the panel discussion of session 1. So I will pass on the microphone to Professor Jeffrey Glenn.
Great. Thank you very much. And I think it's been really wonderful. We've had a very nice and inspiring talk from Sean wonderful translation approaches from Mark, and now these nanotechnology applications from Garrett. I'll start off maybe this discussion by, so Mark, you were telling us about these nanoparticles bringing tumor treatments through the lymphatic. What about other types of drugs could be delivered in this fashion?
Yeah, so we've looked at other regional therapies besides chemotherapy drugs. Basically, the HA is very nice from a delivery mechanism because you can change the molecular weight, and that'll change the size of the particles, and you can manipulate what drug you want to put on it with a linker, or sometimes it's very simple chemistry. And so we've done with the deferoxamine, even for the bone regeneration, we use the HA, and we can do a regional delivery system for that too. So yeah, we look at platform technologies for a lot of these delivery pathways, so chemotherapy drugs and a whole variety of drugs can be used.
Great. And Garrett, you were talking at the end about delivering nucleic acids with lipid nanoparticles. And of course, when you give a nucleic acid, you inject it anywhere in the body, it all goes to the liver and the next to kidney. But the lipid nanoparticles, can you tell us how maybe playing around with different compositions you can fine-tune where we could actually deliver nucleic acid therapies to specific tissues or organs?
A good question, but the standard technology right now are lipid nanoparticles, yes, and they come from an invention of Peter Cullis in Vancouver, and they contain these ionizable cationic lipids, and they can complex the RNA. But they do generally also follow the rule of nanoparticles. If they are in the circulation, they end up primarily in the liver and the spleen. And what they do now in this field, so they use a lot of applications which are in diseases of the liver. And actually in my Ayurvant company, we have another type of systems. Without the cationic lipids, we go to the spleen. But if you would like to end up in other areas, I think it's not that easy as people say. And they try to hook up targeting ligands, they try to play with pegylation, with other composition to extend the blood circulation time. But I'm not very convinced that therapeutically significant amounts can reach other areas than the liver and the spleen. This is a hot field right now. It's under intensive investigation. I have to see, but feeling my knowledge over the past with nanoparticles distribution after intravenous injection, for instance, I'm not very optimistic. So we have to see what's coming out.
Great. And turning again to Mark, I'm wondering about angiogenesis in other areas besides bone fractures. It seems there could be lots of applications there.
Yeah, so again, we started with one focus, and then we realized, as with many innovations, that you can apply it to a lot of different things. And so we've now looked at wound healing, diabetic wounds, a whole variety of tissue regeneration programs. And interestingly, we were asked actually by FDA to prove that in a radiated field, if we induce growth of cancer by using this angiogenic property, and it turns out that the deferoxamine actually inhibits cancer cells, not promotes it. So it is actually even safe in cancer patients in a recurrence area. So yeah, I try to focus on platform technologies that really have a variety of applications, and then try to understand where they can go and what are the real use cases and opportunities to expand. Thank you.
Garrett, you were teasing us at the end with therapies for NASH. Since fatty liver is something on many people's minds, including those who enjoy the great food in Korea, like myself, can you tell us more about those approaches?
Yeah, this NASH project is highly interesting. Actually, I got quite easily support in Singapore to run projects. And yeah, this fatty liver disease is not so known to many people, but many of you probably have some degree of fatty liver disease. It's because of, yeah, this bad food, and we are going too much to the McDonald's or something. But if you don't have a healthy lifestyle, in the years you build up a fatty liver, and then the fat is in the liver, in the hepatocytes. And at a certain point, if there is too much fat in the hepatocytes of the liver, the hepatocytes start to balloon. And that is recognized by the immune system. And that's the trigger for the immune system to recognize that is something ongoing, ballooning, swelling of hepatocytes. Immune cells are infiltrating, and then you get an inflamed liver. And if you have an inflamed liver, that stage is called NASH, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. And in time, if you continue your bad lifestyle and you don't do anything like exercise or whatever, you are not undertaking action, not only the hepatocytes, but also other cells in the liver become involved, like hepatic stellate cells, and they start to produce collagen, and you get collagen deposits, you get fibrosis, fibrotic areas in the liver. That is still maybe not life-threatening, but over time, if you get a lot of fibrosis, you can have cirrhotic livers, and then, yeah, the liver can start to fail working, and then you need a liver transplantation, so at the end of the road. So I'm working in the department of surgery where they do all these liver transplantations, and there are not enough livers anyway. So they try to find now some medication to stop this whole process and to reverse to more benign stages of fatty liver disease.
Great. And let me start to engage the rest of the panelists. Let's go down the line and engage you also in asking some questions of these great speakers. So, Ju-Young-suk, what would you like to ask our speakers?
I'm Young-suk Ju. I'm an assistant professor at KAIST. And I have a question. So the session is about how we can overcome cancer, Alzheimer, and aging. But eventually, all of us have to die. We cannot live forever. So what would be our eventual solution? So for developing therapeutics is important, but it could not make us live forever, right? And then if we live longer and longer, the incidence of cancer or Alzheimer will get higher and higher. So I'm wondering what is the final solution.
You look at me, yes. So probably. So in fact, why are we bothering so much about new and better medicines? Because we have to die, and that is something which is also a little bit difficult to accept for human beings. Of course, if you are diseased, and also if you're not diseased, that is in nature, you would like to live as long as possible. But to have an anecdote in this, in the past I have been working with a person in the United States and had a formulation, and he said, this is really anti-aging. And it was intravenous injection of certain lipids, and he tested this in 20 volunteers, and actually he could see that the vitality of these people, the old people, increased, and he had some markers. But he always told me, and I was so surprised that he told me, oh, but nobody should know about this, because if the government of America knows about this, they may eliminate me, because they don't want the people to live longer, because they cannot pay for it. This whole payment thing and health thing, of course, if you can create a system in which the medicines are affordable, or whatever you do is affordable, and people remain disease-free as long as possible, I think this is a major goal and something that we all would long for, and that would be my answer.
Mark, you want to tackle that easy question?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. So it's a very philosophical question, but I think the way I would think about it is not that we want to live forever, but that we want to have better quality of life in our aging years that allows us to be more productive and engaged in society. And if we can regenerate some tissues or keep our brains working better, there's contributions that can be made from populations that before were, not able to do so. So I think that's really a goal that I think can help society, and if we can think about ways to make that quality of life better, that's where these technologies are really going to be of use.
Great. So, Orlando Schwer, would you like to ask?
Yeah. Yes, maybe I can spend 2 minutes to introduce myself and what we do that will contribute to the discussion a little better, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So I'm a Swiss. I worked as a faculty member in Switzerland, the United States, before I came to Korea 6 years ago. And one of the things that I hope to help to bring to Korea is this sort of international perspective. And before I get started on our research, I wanted to comment on one thing that your comment on the fatty liver reminded me of. And one of the things that I've been extremely impressed with in Korea is that here everybody has a comprehensive health checkup every 2 years. And so one of the things they check for is with an ultrasound for your fatty liver, for example. And this is one of the things that the efficiency and thoroughness which this is done here, I think is absolutely unique in the world. And I think this is a really fantastic opportunity for deploying all the medical interventions that we're talking about here. And this is a real treasure in Korean society that the first time I went through this, I was blown away by how well it was done. Okay, so my research is also in the area of cancer, and we work in the area of genomic integrity, so how the DNA is damaged and fixed in the cells. And this is, of course, a natural process by endogenous agents such as oxygen or sunlight. It is also very important for cancer chemotherapy because most cancer chemotherapeutics, or many, including ones that we've heard about today, act by damaging the DNA. We're concerned with how different cells work on those cancer chemotherapeutics. And just as you've discussed how targeted delivery can make these therapies more specific, we're interested in understanding the cancer genetics, how that can be made more specific in terms of cancer chemotherapeutics. So in the whole space of, we call this the DNA damage response, of how different tumors, or not just tumors, any cell, react to damage to DNA. This is a really fantastic opportunity in cancer therapy. So many of you will know about BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes. These are these breast cancer predisposition genes. So these are the most famous examples of DNA repair deficiency. And so our interest is how we can deploy drugs more efficiently in response to cancer chemotherapeutics, and how we can make new agents that exploit these weaknesses of tumors in cancer chemotherapy. So with respect to the deliveries we just heard about, I wonder what you think in how these deliveries can be combined with cancer genetics in terms of targeting. Is this something you take into consideration when you think of where you deliver a drug? Or do you think the two are separate, and how can we make them, those aspects, work together better?
So maybe I'll start. It's a really great question because, as you know, most cancers are very heterogeneous, and that the phenotypes of cells within the tumor vary greatly. So when we deliver targeted agents or other types of cytotoxic therapies, there's populations in those tumors that are not affected by the drug. So when you think about drug delivery strategies, you want to be able to maximize the different phenotypes that you see. And oftentimes what's nice about delivery systems is you can use multiple drugs or multiple approaches with the same delivery, and then be able to attack tumors from multiple angles or different pathways or different mechanisms. So I see this as an opportunity to get the therapy you want to get to the cell, and once it's there, you want to define what's the right therapy to give. And so there's real opportunity to really think about strategies around combination therapies with delivery and how to maximize different aspects of cancer biology in the way that we deliver the therapies we give. So I think there's real opportunity there.
I think you gave the whole answer already. Cancer genetics indeed is, of course, expressed in the cancer phenotype and also in the repertoire of receptors which you can target for. And actually you don't have to only of the tumor cells, you should consider the whole tumor. the whole tumor microenvironment. And that's much more than only tumor cells. There are immune cells, there are fibroblasts, and there's stroma elements and all this. And this is very important information for the nanomedicine designer to see how efficiently the tumor can be reached or not and be killed or not.
Yeah. So you actually started to answer the second question I was going to bring up, is how can we use nanoparticle delivery better to, when we know that certain cells have cell surface receptor that are overexpressed, HER2 in breast cancer, for example. So where are we at in delivery, in exploiting these types of receptors, and how successful is that? To be
honest, real receptor targeting, and that can be done by, for instance, targeting ligands on the surface of a nanoparticle, targeting ligands like peptides or antibody fragments, but never has been successful enough to become on the market. And it appears that the major routes of entry for a nanoparticle into the tumor is at the endothelium level. So the blood vessels in tumors can be more permeable as compared to blood vessels elsewhere in the body. For instance, Doxil will never enter the heart because the heart has blood vessels which is characterized by continuous endothelium. So the endothelium cells are very tightly joined to each other. That is in most parts of the body, that is the case, which is very good because doxorubicin is very cardiotoxic. So it cannot enter the heart. But in tumors, because of the angiogenesis process, or in rheumatoid arthritis joints, there is an increased permeability of these blood vessels. So these tight junctions open up, and if the nanoparticles circulate long enough in the circulation, they all the time extravasate into the tumor. That's one thing which is actually a route of entry into tumors. Secondly, after entering the tumor tissue, it depends on the type of tumor tissue, how efficient the nanoparticle can penetrate into the tissue. If you have a pancreas cancer with highly dense stroma, you see that the nanoparticle can hardly penetrate because the stroma elements block further diffusion, the mobility of the nanoparticle. In other tumors, it's easier. So these are the primary things the field is concerned about. But my colleague at Twente University has, for instance, designed a peptide which can make the stroma less dense, and has already shown, if you pre-treat with this peptide, that nanoparticles can penetrate more efficiently into the pancreatic tumor. This is, of course, all tumor models, animal tumor models.
Great. Orlando, thank you for introducing yourself and then asking some questions. Can I ask your...
Okay.
To continue this great tradition down the line.
I have some comments. Before I make some comments, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is C. Justin Lee. I'm the director of Center for Cognition and Sociality at Institute for Basic Science. I'm actually in Daejeon right now. And I actually study brain and brain function and various diseases. And we've been particularly interested in astrocytes in the brain. And these astrocytes transform to become highly toxic. And we call them reactive astrocyte. And these astrocytes can kill the neighboring neurons and strongly inhibit the neuronal activity. So while we've been studying this, we have developed several drugs. And I have some comments about fatty liver disease because inadvertently we actually looked at this drug effect on the brain as well as the liver. And this drug that we developed actually prevents the atherosclerosis or neuroinflammation. And we found that this drug also has a very strong effect on the liver. So fatty liver disease, as we understand, I don't think many people understand it as an inflammatory disease. So we saw a lot of inflammation, and this drug had a very strong effect on the prevention of inflammation. So the fatty liver was gone after this drug administration. So I think perhaps maybe the fatty liver disease should be looked at as an inflammatory disease rather than some other unknown factors. So that was my comment on the fatty liver disease and also the aging. So I think the question is very philosophical and very appropriate question. I mean, we have to die at some point, but do we really have to extend our life so that we live as long as possible? I think, so that's when we call this approach anti-aging. When we call it anti-aging, it sounds like we are trying to prevent aging and you want to live as long as possible. I don't think that's what I would like to do. I mean, I would like to have a healthy aging instead of long age, anti-aging. So living healthy as long as possible before you die should be the purpose of like a biologist like me to do research. So I think healthy aging should be the purpose of our research. Okay, lastly, because I study the brain, I also study brain cancer, and most deleterious disease, brain disease is called glioblastoma, GBM. And we also study GBM, and GBM is very challenging because we have this skull, and the drugs has to go through the brain, BBB, and then reach the cancer cells in the brain. And I understand that there are many approaches to use nanoparticles and various delivery systems to deliver these precious drugs to the target cells in the brain, and it's very difficult, I understand. So instead, we've been trying to approach this in a different way. So recently, using the radioactive materials called alpha particle containing radiochemicals, it has become a very good candidate for killing these cancer cells. So the idea is to, if you have a ligand that binds to cancer cells, you attach an alpha particle, like actinium or actinium kind of radiochemical, to this ligand, and then this will go through the brain BBB and then reach the cancer cells. And this alpha particle can affect only within like 20 micron or 30 micron distance. So if it binds to a specific cell, it'll only affect the bound cell, and it'll kill the bound cell. So this sounds like a very good approach. I understand that there are many approaches, but this approach should be also considered for future investigations. So these are my comments.
Thank you. And Professor Jun Sang-Yang, could you please introduce yourself and maybe ask some questions of our speakers?
So allow me introduce myself. I'm Sang-Yong-jong, so from Chai University and Singapore National University of Singapore. So I have studied on brain function and hearing loss. So my main topic is to restore the hearing loss. As we all age, our body age change. So one of the organ is the hearing. So hearing loss or aging. So I try to gene therapy with the hearing loss with lipid nanoparticles. I have some question on the Garrett. Is there any way to use the nanoparticle to deliver the DNA into a specific organ?
Packaging nucleic acid like DNA also, which is generally even bigger, although it depends on the plasmid and so on, into nanoparticles is possible. And the point is the in vivo fate after injection such that you reach your target cells. And for this application, I think it has never been tested yet.
Okay, I got it. And I guess the nanoparticle has some adverse effect in the other organ, I guess. So if we specifically inject a nanoparticle in the liver or some other lung.
So you mean local injection, regional injection? Yeah, that I think, because if you go for systemic injection of these nanoparticles, mostly they go primarily to the liver and the spleen, and they go to the immune cells in the liver, the Kupfer cells, the macrophages, and they go to the macrophages in the spleen. A little bit goes to the bone marrow also, but I think that is overall, and then maybe at other sites you can see, for instance, some accumulation in the skin, because you have some capillary permeability increase, also because of your red hands or your feet, you know, it's pressure areas of the skin, then the capillaries also open up. But that is it. Primarily liver and spleen are the major sites of uptake after intravenous. So I think in your case, more local administration would make more sense.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Justin, you teased us there with your new drug. Could you tell us some more about it?
Oh, yes. I actually gave a talk yesterday in a small session. And this drug is targeting MAO-B, monoamine oxidase B. And while independently studying the reactive astrocytes, we found that Alzheimer's disease patients and also animal models have highly elevated MAO-B activity in these reactive astrocytes. And MAO-B is an oxidizing enzyme, and it produces hydrogen peroxide, which is ROS, and also GABA, which is an inhibitory transmitter. And these two toxic compounds will strongly inhibit neighboring neurons, and the accumulation of hydrogen peroxide will eventually kill the neighboring neurons. And we developed this reversible MAO-B inhibitor called KDS 2010, which is a reversible MAO-B inhibitor, and this penetrates the brain very well, and the PK is really good. And we sold it to a company, small company in Korea, and they are actually developing and testing in the phase 1 clinical trial. And end of this year, they will finish, and next year, hopefully, they will go into phase 2. So this drug not only blocks the MAO-B, it also reduces the astrogliosis, which is an important component of the neuroinflammation. And we also found that this MAO-B is highly expressed in fibroblasts in the periphery, and including liver and also in the peripheral joints. So this drug is highly effective in rheumatoid arthritis itself. And we also found that it's very effective in the liver as well, because liver has a lot of this putrescine-related degradation pathway, which involves MAO-B. So by accident, we found that this is not only effective in the brain, but it's also effective in the periphery.
Great, thank you. So let me bring the audience into this discussion now. Does anyone have a question for our speakers or our panelists? Raise your hand, please. There. Maybe get a microphone to...
For Mark, but actually for any of you, what happens when you achieve better results than an existing large pharma application? So you mentioned, I think, 13 or 14 million Americans are getting these tablets, which is earning someone a lot of money. Do you get pressure? I'm a physical chemist who works on carbon materials, so I'm way out of my realm here. But I'm curious about what happens when you displace significant economic activity.
Yeah, so it's a great question. I haven't gotten any death threats from pharma yet, but I think the other thing is we focus on areas where there's generics, and cost is not super high. And when you're thinking about a disruptive technology that can be given one time for a patient's lifetime as opposed to having to take something every day for the rest of your life. That can be a very disruptive opportunity. And so I think, as you develop technologies that replace current therapies, I think it's really important to understand, what's the new paradigm going to look like, and what's the disruption really going to be in terms of the industry, and where's the opportunity. And again, biologics and tissue versus drugs are very different mechanisms. And so when we think about regenerative medicine replacing drug therapies, it is going to be a very disruptive opportunity. And I think that's really an opportunity here in Korea if we're looking at opportunities for tissue engineering and moving that into the clinic.
Can I add maybe an example of my own experience? In the past, I've been working with a company, also a spin-off company of my group, and I showed you this rheumatoid arthritis patient. So we were very much interested in treating chronic inflammation, IBD, rheumatoid arthritis, arteriosclerosis, also chronic inflammation. And we were treating rheumatoid arthritis patients in the clinic already, so we had enough investment money, with liposomal corticosteroids. So corticosteroids, anti-inflammatory drugs, packaged in liposomes. And actually we had very good results in the clinic. Long duration of action and good targeting to the inflamed areas. And so we wanted the industry, the bigger industry, to pick it up. But they didn't. Even as a professor, I was very satisfied. It was a very good example of a drug targeting application in a serious disease. They said, yeah, but we have already our antibodies against TNF. And we have this and we have that. And we earn a lot of money with it. So they didn't want, because I said, yeah, but my formulation is easier, is probably for production, is less costly, and you can produce it in a very convenient way. They were not interested because the market was already quite full with patented agents they made a lot of money with. So it never came to the market. So pharmacoeconomic reasoning.
I have a comment on that too. So
Please.
I fully agree with you. So industry is against any economical solution to various diseases because of this profit. They are profit-oriented industries. So I really don't know how to deal with this because if we find a very simple solution, very cheap solution, I mean, as a scientist, immediately you think, oh, this is great. But somehow industries don't think that way. So there's this disconnect between scientists and the industry. So I'd like to hear what industry people think about this. I mean, do they want to save people or do they just want to make money? So I think that's a big issue here. So I don't think solution to this is here, but I'd like to ask a question to you, Garrett. So you mentioned nanoparticle, right? So I study brain, and one of the most challenge for nanoparticle people is to cross the BBB. And do you have any kind of solution to this, or you have?
Oh, you can also.
So we actually worked on this several years ago with a colleague of mine. We tried a different type of nanoparticle that's made from a apolipoprotein of HDL, and it's a synthetic HDL particle. And because of its lipophilic content, you can put any kind of hydrophobic drug in it and get it to the brain. And so they just recently got acquired by Gilead, and they're going to be moving some of those into the clinic.
So the key point is the lipophilic thing attached to this nanoparticle will allow entrance to the brain.
Right.
What about the clearance? Does it clear after the?
It does.
after
And
its
it depends
use?
on the targeting and the duration of circulation and whatnot, but yeah, the kinetics of it are such that it gets cleared eventually through the liver.
Okay, great.
Maybe we can add something we do in Utrecht for brain delivery, because yeah, indeed the blood-brain barrier is massive, and so we actually don't use nanoparticles. We use the free drugs, so not incorporated in nanoparticles, but we use ultrasound technology and microbubbles. So ultrasound technology, I gave you an example. You can heat up tissue, like tumor tissue. You can even burn tissue and eradicate the tumor in this way. But in this case, you co-administer microbubbles, and then you get these cavitation effects, and then you can permeabilize very locally. If the ultrasound is very highly focused on certain areas, you can open up the blood-brain barrier. And we are studying this. It's in a children's hospital, also with many children with brain cancer. And of course, it's also very dangerous, and you understand that. But this is a field which is, yeah, going on.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. So I do study ultrasound, and we actually found an ultrasound sensor for in the brain. And however, I'm kind of skeptical about this, using the ultrasound to open up the BBB transiently and then allowing anything to go in. I mean, it's not going to be specific to drug that you want to deliver, but it'll be just massively opening for anything that can enter. So
yeah, the aim is, of course, controlled opening, yeah, very also in time, and it should not be too disruptive, of course, to the brain. So where is what can you allow and what you cannot allow, and what you can allow in terms of intensity of the ultrasound waves? Is that sufficient to get more entry of drug molecules into the brain?
Okay, yeah, I'd like to see and how it goes. A little bit dangerous, but anyway. So I have another comment on the corticosteroid. So you said stress hormone is effective for anti-rheumatoid. Is that Garrett? Did you say that? Is that stress hormone that?
Some hormone? No, I didn't talk about hormones.
So
steroids.
Steroids.
The
Yeah.
corticosteroids.
Corticosteroids. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
So we do also study corticosteroid a lot, and it seems like it's anti-inflammatory, but it has many other side effects.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. If you package in a nanoparticle,
yeah,
you get rid of these side effects.
I see.
That is the advantage, and you have targeting. So less side effects, better delivery to the inflamed areas, for instance. That is the goal.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
So let me again reach out. Any questions from the audience to our panelists or to get into this discussion? While you're thinking about that, then we'll just do some easy questions and we'll just go down the line. So the session is how to overcome cancer, Alzheimer's, and aging. What's your simple solution? One or all of those? Yes.
I don't have any simple solution either, but I think we can learn a little bit more from the real world big data. So yeah, so from medical history, for example, it is well curated big data. That is one thing. And we know we are all different and all cancers are different. Probably some Alzheimer's diseases are all different. So now we can decompose those differences in the molecular level. So that is a genome sequencing. So for example, we can sequence tumors, we can sequence individuals, personal genomes, and I think it will give a great lesson to us. So for example, my company sequenced 500 liver cancer genomes in South Korea, whole genomes. And from the liver cancer genomes, we found the mutation signature of a specific carcinogen, arachidonic acid. This is believed to be in some herb or something. So that means around 30% of Korean liver patients has that signature in the liver cancer genomes. That means many people in Korea, many Korean people are exposed to that carcinogen in their life, and that is the reason for their cancer development, for example. In Singapore or in Taiwan, we can find that kind of material signature, but not in Japan. So there are some differences between ethnic groups or some environmental exposure. So if we can identify that carcinogen and we can avoid that carcinogen, and then we can prevent the cancer. So yeah, treatment is very important. The smart treatment is important, but also prevention is also another important issue at the moment. So by sequencing many tumors, many individuals, and integrating them with the real-world medical history, I think we can learn a lot from the real-world big data, and we can find some solutions to efficiently prevent those diseases.
Hopefully that carcinogen is not in something we enjoy eating, but Garrett, what would you say?
Well, I think we live nowadays in great times. With my perspective of drug delivery, the combination of biotech drugs, so DNA, RNA, and proteins also. We didn't discuss the proteins so much, but is great with nano. And it is exemplified by the COVID vaccinations. But I see in the field many applications of RNA drugs in nanoparticles, many local injections, liver diseases. Recent application we are following is spleen targeting with an immune RNA stimulant. We see excellent immune stimulation, and we see that we can apply that in cancer immunotherapy. For instance, we all know the sort of standard medication for immunotherapy of cancer are the immune checkpoint inhibitors, but they only work in 20% of the patients, 15 to 20%, and most of the patients actually they do not work. If they work, they do an excellent job. If not, and that is because these antibodies go to the tumor. They take the breakaway, the tumors are immunosuppressed and they bind to a certain receptor on the tumor cells, but the tumor does not contain enough T cells, NK cells, so enough soldiers to attack the tumor cells. And with this RNA nanoparticle system, we go to the spleen, we activate the spleen, activated immune cells are going to travel through the body, they are populating tumor areas, and now we suddenly see that the ICI, the immune checkpoint inhibitors, they work in all the tumors. This is of course animal level. We have several animal models in which the immune checkpoint inhibitors do not work, but because of this nanoparticle RNA system, we suddenly make the immune checkpoint inhibitors work very efficiently in these tumor models. So this is all ongoing, just an example, and I'm very positive about the current times for drug delivery systems.
So I'll start by saying that what we talked about today was areas around cancer, aging, Alzheimer's. And when you talk about these, they're chronic diseases, chronic conditions that have acute exacerbations. And we talked about drug delivery, we talked about nanoparticles, we talked about tissue engineering, and these are things that in science we have a fair understanding about a lot of the mechanisms and the opportunity, but I think what's really exciting is what we don't know. And this unexplored area around epigenetics and the exposome and social determinants of health that determine why some populations have higher rates of cancer in certain areas and why certain people live longer and are not susceptible to Alzheimer's or other things. So how do we explore those uncharted areas in a way that we can define much better what risk levels people have and how to then think about therapies and care strategies for those people for their future? So I think there's a real opportunity here to explore a lot of uncharted territory in these chronic diseases that is going to be exciting in the next 10 years.
So maybe I would echo the importance of prevention and removing the risk factors, particularly in diseases like cancer or Alzheimer. I think that will take care of a lot of things, but it's not always, it's difficult to accomplish sometimes. For cancer, of course, it's not one disease, it's hundreds of different diseases, and I think it's important to see what can be general lessons and where do we have to home in on the individual parts. So we heard about the immune therapy. There's other breakthrough therapies like certain tyrosine kinase inhibitors that have proven to be really successful, but only for some cancers, and some of the problems that we have with traditional chemotherapy, like resistance, can occur there as well. By contrast, testicular cancer, for example, has been cured with basic chemotherapy with cisplatin, etoposide, and bleomycin almost entirely. So there are those opportunities as well. And so I would say for cancer, we have to be a little bit pragmatic in pushing the envelope in finding new targets and new therapies, but also see where can we use the therapies that exist more effectively, and how can we characterize the tumors to identify those that are treated well by what's already available.
Thank you, Orlando. Justin?
Okay. So today's topic is cancer and dementia, Alzheimer, and aging. So as a person who studies Alzheimer's disease, I realize that when people do not know the cause or the mechanism of the disease, people often say it's complicated. There are many mechanisms involved. However, if you think about headache medicine, we know that when you have a headache, you take aspirin, and you don't even ask what's the cause of headache. I mean, right now nobody really studies headache because there's a very simple solution. You just take medicine, aspirin. So, and when you really have a solution, you don't really ask about the cause or the mechanism. So the fact that we always ask about what's the mechanism of cancer, what's the mechanism of Alzheimer's disease, what's the cause of it, is because we don't have a solution. So I think once we have a solution, everybody will just stay away from, say, cancer or Alzheimer's disease. So what I'm trying to say is, as a basic scientist, the goal of studying these diseases is to find the solution, not to find a mechanism. Because once you find the solution, nobody would be interested in knowing the mechanism. So I think that's the approach that I try to take, is to find the solution first, and then, try to find the mechanism. Okay? So I don't know whether that's complicated, but I think we should approach it as easy as possible. And when we don't know, we say it's complicated, but maybe it's not. Maybe there's just one simple solution that we just haven't found it. So that's my comment on this.
Very provocative. Some of us basic scientists, we make a living focused on mechanisms, but Sang-Young?
Hi. So aging is the risk of the many of disease, cancer and dementia, or I think we are exposed, in the end, we are exposed to aging. So I guess there was no simple solution to prevent or anti-aging. I guess we work all together, bioinformatics and big data and basic scientists, and even the delivery system material scientists. I think there are best ways to work all together as a team to prevent aging or some dementia or cancer. That is my opinion.
All right, we're almost done with this session. Let me give each panel member here to maybe 45 seconds. What would be your take-home lesson from either the speakers or the discussion this morning that you'd like that you take away or you suggest that we think about collectively? I'll start with you.
Yeah, it was a very interesting session for me, and I'm happy I could learn about nanoparticle nanotechnologies, and it will be a good, how can I say, good point to start about the therapeutics in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Garrett.
I have quite some sympathy about what you said. We should care about the solution, maybe less so about the mechanism. And maybe, because with this recent company, I'm pitching and I'm in contact with investor groups very recently. Last 2 months we have several, and certain investor teams, they always ask about what is the mechanism, what is inside your nanoparticle, but I'm showing that in animal tumor models it works very efficiently. The tumor cannot grow anymore. It's not toxic. These effects I show, but they want to know the mechanism. And some of them, they say, yeah, if you cannot tell more, then we are not able to fund. So this is something I've learned here. We should also be pragmatic in our fields and bless if we have found something which really works.
So I think my takeaway from the sessions this morning are several-fold. One is I think that the diseases and the conditions we study and we work on are very complex, and while there are some solutions for some people, there may not be solutions for everyone. And the heterogeneity of our populations and the exposures our populations get make it hard to find a single silver bullet kind of a drug therapy or solution that's going to work for everyone. So it gives us a lot of opportunity to think bigger and to use our brains to really innovate and say, what are some opportunities that can help the vast majority of people in a better way? And I think this is where collaboration and the ability to bring together industry, academia, and different disciplines to look at taking something that works in one field that might work better in a different field to really bring solutions to the clinic that haven't been there before.
I can just maybe say one thing quickly. So this, most of us go to meetings that are in our area or in our broader area. So this is where I think a forum like this one, where people from various different fields come together and exchange ideas, can be very useful. So listening to today's sections and also the talks yesterday there gave me some ideas that probably I would not have thought of in my normal habitat, if you will. So I think this is very useful, this forum, to bring people from various disciplines together. So I want to congratulate the organizers from that point of view.
Okay. Before I give a take-home message, maybe I'll comment on Garrett's comment. So, yeah, I'm not saying mechanism is not important. Surely it's important. However, I mean, if you look at cell has so many different pathways, mechanisms. So, I mean, these are all intertwined and highly networked. So finding one pathway or mechanism, it doesn't really give a full answer to the solution. So if you have a solution, I mean, as a scientist, it will be very easy to find a mechanism. I mean, that's what we do. We try to find the mechanism. So, I mean, if you have a solution, you're so lucky. I'm happy for you. So I'm sure you can find a mechanism for this solution. So I think that's why the serendipity counts in biology. We like serendipitous finding. You try this thing for purpose one, but you serendipitously find the solution for B. But that's okay for us, right? I kind of agree with you. That solution, if you find the solution, that's good for you, right? Okay. All right, so take-home message. I think I had a great opportunity to meet these wonderful scientists and colleagues. So I'm really happy for this time. And hopefully this will really help the Korean industry of biotech industries to be stimulated and try to go forward to compete with the global big pharmas and big industries. Thank you very much.
Last short word.
Yeah. So I guess we need more opportunity to discuss all together from industry or basic scientists. I noticed that there are a big gap between industry and basic scientists. This is my humble opinion.
Well, great. Well, thank you. I'd like, please have the audience join me in thanking these great speakers and panelists, and we'll end this session, and I believe there's a break now.
네, 여러분들 토론에 참여해 주신
Thank you very
분께
much for
박수
participating in the panel
부탁드립니다.
discussion. Let's give it up to all 7 panelists. So the first session was held under the theme of how to overcome cancer, Alzheimer's, and aging. So we will take a 5-minute break and resume with session 2. I would like to ask for your continued participation, and I will see you in 5 minutes.
네, 착석이 확인되어
I hope you're ready for session 2.
디지털 헬스케어와 첨단 바이오
Under the topic of digital healthcare and advanced biotechnology, we will start with session 2. The first presentation will be made by Mr. Rolling Illing, Chief Medical Officer and Director of International Public Sector Health of AWS, who will talk about changes in global megatrends towards digital healthcare. So I would like to ask Mr. Roland Illing onto the stage. Let's welcome him with a big round.
Many thanks. My name is Dr. Roland Illing. I am the Director and Chief Medical Officer for Amazon Web Services, Public Sector Health International. And it's a pleasure to give you a very brief overview of some of the global megatrends that we're seeing in digital healthcare and how we are addressing those. So these are the 4 points I'd like to briefly touch upon. But I think we can agree that we are in the middle of great disruption across both healthcare and life sciences. Some of these disruptions are coming through a number of different megatrends we're seeing globally. And there's a lot of publications out from a lot of consultancy companies showing megatrends across the environment. There is lots and lots of papers being produced, including those coming from Korea, about what we're seeing. But broadly speaking, they're very similar all around the world. We're seeing trends being called out around artificial intelligence, robotics, the need for workforce. We had a lot of discussion yesterday in the opening panel about the needs for workforce education, connectivity and sensors, and taking things closer to the edge. Again, I'm very interested in all of the nanotechnology that was discussed in the last panel. And of course, sustainability. And I'd just like to say, as I said yesterday in our panel, I think there is a common enabler to all of these things that we're seeing around the world, and that is the cloud. So what I'd like to do is to, first of all, briefly touch upon artificial intelligence and then talk about why cloud is enabling these areas of change. So I think we can all agree that machine learning is an inflection point, and that inflection point comes from a vast increase in capacity for computing, a lot more data, and the models just becoming far more sophisticated. And so when we're talking about generative AI, this hot topic of the moment, it all fits within a series of eggshells. So the biggest wrapper is just artificial intelligence in general. And that is any technique that allows computers to mimic human intelligence more broadly. And that can either be narrow or general. We're not quite at the super intelligence level yet. But within that artificial intelligence wrapper, we see machine learning, which is a subset of AI, which is really about looking at patterns that you can build logic automatically, and then deep learning as a subset of machine learning using multi-layered neural networks. And now generative AI is really taking this to the next level, using very large models. Currently they're large language models, but probably better to call them large data models, because language models are just one type of data which is feeding these generative models. And the generative AI is being powered by foundation models, and that is where the data lives. And the key to these foundation models is the way that they are built. So previously, the traditional machine learning methodology is you take lots of different data sets, label them manually, which is incredibly labor intensive. Often 80% of the work going around machine learning is actually labeling and cleaning the data. And then those models can be built looking at very specific use cases. Whereas with foundation models, we can have very large data sets which are unlabeled to build the foundation model. And then because there are so many data elements, lots of different inferences can be made. So you can look at what was previously, you had to develop a specific model for each use case. With these foundation models, you can develop multiple use cases from the foundation model. And so we're moving away from this concept of narrow AI, where you have to develop a single algorithm for every single thing, to one model which can answer multiple questions. And in healthcare and life science, that's really important. So for instance, I'm an academic interventional radiologist by background. Every single type of medical condition can be linked to a certain type of imaging. And so if you think about all the different kinds of imaging modalities and all the different questions that can be asked for every type of imaging modality, you soon get into thousands of different individual models that need to be constructed. Whereas with foundation models, you can create one foundation model for a type of imaging and then ask multiple questions of that. And this is really driven by this massive amount of data. And so when you're talking about what a big data model looks like, back in 2019, the largest large language model had around 330 million parameters. They're discrete areas of scrutiny. And between 2019 and 2020, now the large language models have over 540 billion parameters. And so we can see there's an exponential increase in data growth across these model types. And healthcare and life sciences, I'd argue, cannot survive without innovating. And automation is the key. And this goes to a lot of the megatrends that we're seeing, where it comes to workforce. Not only do we need more workforce because the amount of work is increasing, we also need to work smarter. And so we're seeing back from the first human inventions of the clock in the times of the Greeks to this era of artificial intelligence we're now living in. It continually evolves. And we're seeing this across different types of technologies. And again, imaging being closer to my heart, this is some AI which is being done in clinical practice to bring AI to ultrasound imaging. And we've got a great example of imaging in ultrasound going to be talked about soon. There's cardiac visualization and reconstructing scans at a much faster rate. So the standard scans being done at taking 90 minutes to reconstruct the imaging, going down to 10 minutes. And not only that, we can also do really interesting flow dynamics, taking structural information from MRI and CT, and then working out what the flow dynamics and whether they're really constraining flow to coronary vessels or vessels in the brain, for instance, based upon that anatomical landmark. And this is an example from Korea, where we have AIRS Medical that again is doing rapid image reconstruction from MRI using deep neural networks. And there are hundreds of thousands of customers currently using machine learning in the cloud. And they're using that because of the scale that it brings. And again, there's lots of Korean examples where AI is being run on AWS today, including healthcare examples. So this is becoming ubiquitous. And if your organizations are not leveraging the power of the cloud to deliver this kind of scale, then you really should consider how you're approaching this area. And foundation models, as I said, will have a massive impact in healthcare more broadly because you'll have reusable components for lots of different tasks. So we actually use generative AI. We asked the question of generative AI, where will generative AI affect healthcare in the future? And this is what generative AI came up with. Because the power of generative AI is that it creates new content. So this is what the generative AI said. Predictive diagnosis, drug discovery, personalized care, medical imaging, predictive healthcare analytics, and clinical guideline synthesis. And I agree with all of this. Now, there was a bit of human in the loop here. We adapted some of these answers. I think it's very important that there are humans in the loop when generative AI is used, because sometimes the problem with generative AI is there are hallucinations. It can make up content that's not real. And that's something which has to be very carefully scrutinized. But these are very, very broad areas which I believe will be massively impacted by generative AI in the future. And we see in real life, this is what's happening at the moment. These are research organizations which are producing generative AI models to impact healthcare today. So, for example, the top left model comes from the Stanford Imaging Group by Kurt Langlotz, where they've developed a foundation model for imaging, and their chest X-ray foundation model generates reports automatically from unlabeled data sets. And they produce chest X-ray reports of a very high accuracy already without any human contact. Really interesting. Not only that, you can develop imaging in a synthetic manner for research using tools like diffusion. And we're using large language models for electronic healthcare records to extract and interpolate the data to have automated patient summarization. And also from life sciences, we see examples mainly around drug discovery and protein folding information. But again, we see these examples in real life today. And we know that drug discovery has a major role in the future. For instance, only last week, a new antibiotic was discovered using artificial intelligence methods. So where will generative AI impact in the future? Everywhere. And what's the cloud got to do with it? Well, the cloud brings scale, agility, and democratization. People can use these tools at the point of need. You don't need to be in an ivory tower. You don't need to have computing power on site under your desk. It can be tapped in as an on-demand resource. As I said, we've got healthcare customers currently using these tools today. And we're bringing out services that will democratize access to foundation models in the future. Because we believe very strongly that there won't be one foundation model to rule them all. There will be thousands of foundation models, each with specific use cases. And we're bringing out services that can tap into this resource through APIs on demand. So it will not only improve access, it will also reduce the amount of understanding of deep learning models that you need. Data scientists can do it out of the box as opposed to deep learning experts, because that'll also open up the floor for more users. Also, we're allowing private customization of foundation models. There's another criticism of foundation models is that if you give them your data, that data disappears into the foundation model, and we've seen that in some of the foundation models that have currently been released. So what we're doing is releasing an ability to privately fine-tune foundation models while keeping customer data separate from the foundation model itself. And I think that ability for private and secure customization will be absolutely necessary in the future for governance purposes. And we're working with the likes of Philips and 3M to produce these healthcare and life science foundation models of the future. So I hope very briefly I've been able to touch upon these specific areas, and I hope that'll provoke some debate in the panel going forward. So thank you very much.
네, 롤런드 일링 우리 이사님께서
Thank you very
스피치를
much,
마쳐
Mr. Roland
주셨습니다.
Illing, for your insightful presentation. Let's give Mr. Roland Illing a big round of applause. Okay, now let's move on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Ronan Siegel, CTO of Alpha Tau Medical, under the title of Current Status and Challenges of Israel's Digital and Other Advanced Biotechnology. So CTO, please join me on the stage.
Thank you very much. So in the few minutes that I have, I will try to address one of the largest challenges today in medicine is cancer. And we in Alpha Tau are trying to address this challenge by using the deadliest of all means for the most novel cause, meaning using alpha particles, which are the most potent particles from decay to treatment of solid tumors. This is first time we could say in the history of medicine. And first, let's look at the challenge. The growing number of cancer cases is soaring. In a review published in 2012, the estimation was that from there until 2030, the number of new cases globally is going to increase to 21.6 million people. But this report was wrong. A more recent report published by World Health Organization shows that already in 2025, we're going to be with 21.5 million new cases. And this is going to grow till 2040 to 30 million people. So even though that we have fascinating technologies, which many were dealt through these presentations, still there is a huge unmet need that we need to tackle. And this obviously has an impact to number of deaths that is associated with cancer, and this has a dramatic impact on the cost of treatment of this patient population. And we can show that the economical burden only in the US over 15 years is expected to increase in 34%. So what do we do and how do we overcome it also in Israel with many innovation coming to be able to attract that? And I'll use Alpha Tau as a showcase to show how we're going to solve this problem. So first of all, having great friends. That's the first solution. And here in Korea, just yesterday we got, the waking alarm to see that how common we are, the people of Israel and the people of Korea. And we are facing similar geopolitical challenges, but also this drives us to make the world a better place. And this is why Korea is topping the list of per capita expenditure for R&D, and Israel is topping the list of percentage of GDP. So we're both on the top of the lists. And this friendship definitely fosters the innovation and helps that. And when we're talking about where to put the money, a Lancet paper shows that every dollar that is spent in radiotherapy yields $4 in return. So if we want to cut the costs of therapy of cancer, this is one of the best ways to go. So in Alpha Tau Medical, we're concentrated on 3 pillars of treatment. First, we're going after localized and unresectable patients that had already got treatment or are resistant for standard treatment, and we're going to treat them with the alpha radiation. Second is going to be the high unmet need, like GBM, brain cancers, which has no good solution, or pancreatic cancer. And third pillar is going to be treating of metastatic patients where the cancer already spread and become a systemic challenge for the body. And there we see a very strong synergy with modern immunotherapy and systemic drugs that can induce by the alpha the activation of the system to be able also to destroy adjacent tumors around the body. So this brings us to do a very thick pipeline of indications in various locations where our hub is in Israel. And Israel is a very strong powerhouse for clinical studies because we have the top medical institutes and physicians, and this allows us to explore feasibility studies in new indications and then to roll it out to other regions of the world. Now, a little bit how alpha dot works. So we're talking about alpha particle, which is the most potent particle that is decayed from a nuclear decay. We're using alpha particle because the ability to destroy tumor cells, that's the most powerful particle. Usually when we're talking about radiation therapy, we'll talk about gamma or beta radiation. These can penetrate and could go anywhere, but the problem is that they will also cause damage to places where we don't want to treat. And in order to secure the staff and the caregivers, we need to put these machines in dungeons to build concrete walls. With alpha, there's no problem because it's very local and it won't go anywhere. It won't damage anything that we don't want to damage. But the limitation, why no one used alphas till today, is because the alpha, if you want to take it from point A to point B, it could move only by diffusion. And the diffusion length is only 50 microns. 50 microns has no clinical meaning. So then come the great advantage of the alpha. If an alpha particle is hitting a DNA, it will cause not only a strand break, but a cluster strand break that no DNA repair mechanism could overcome this break. Moreover, the alpha treatment is not dependent on oxygen. So even hypoxic tumors, which are not eligible for radiation treatment, could be treated with the alpha particles. But then we have the question of the short distance. So then we know that wherever we place the alphas, they will not go anywhere, but we need to take it and then to use radium-224, which is an alpha emitter. And instead of looking at the alpha particles, we're looking at the decay chain, which now creates a much greater killing zone. So instead of having only 50 microns, now we have 5 millimeters of killing zone for each alpha emitter device that we're using. Now, how do we execute it? So here you see an example of a tumor. We're placing inside the tumor a small rod, which is made of stainless steel or titanium, and this is coated with radium-224. Radium-224 is emitting its daughters, which is radon and all the chain of the decay until we get stable lead. And this decay chain now converts the 50 microns to a 5 millimeter destruction. So imagine it's like a cluster bomb. Okay, we're putting it in, and then we have a release of alpha, and another alpha, and another alpha, and then we have a cloud of alphas, which has a total destruction of 5 millimeter cylinder around this very tiny needle. And now if we want to cover a greater volume, we do treatment planning, and like a Lego, we could build it, and we can make sure that we have hotspots all over the tumor to make sure that we're covering the whole and destroying the whole tumor. Now, we went first in preclinical, and we wanted to see what kind of cancer will be resistant to this therapy. And we found no type of cancer which was resistant to the alpha dart. And moreover, when we went to clinical studies, we showed that the treatment is totally safe. We didn't have any grade 3 or grade 4 toxicities, which means that you have the most potent therapy without paying the penalty of safety of the patients. Now, this is a fascinating case which we didn't plan. A patient from the UK came to get treatment in Italy. She had cancer on both of her legs. And for practical reasons, we decided to first treat the right leg, and then when she comes back to take out the seeds, we'll implant the left leg as well. And we treated indeed the first tumor, as you can see here. We took the biopsy, we saw that there is no remainder of the cancer. But when she came to get the second tumor, we saw that the second tumor vanished with no treatment at all. So we didn't touch that. One thing is for sure, that the alpha could not pass from one leg to the other. So there was a systemic activation of the alpha particles on the first tumor over what's going on, and now the body itself knew to attack the other tumor. So this leads now to a very strong effort that we're doing in the US. We got a breakthrough device designation from the FDA, and we ran a feasibility study which had 100% complete response, and this concluded with the recruitment of the patients, very, very quick study. And now we're going also to the next level, which is implementing the same technique for internal organs. So we have studies in prostate cancer, in pancreas, in breast cancer, in brain, in liver, in lungs, and in rectum. And it's the same device, it's the same idea, just the different delivery method. So first study we started in McGill University in Canada. We recruited already 4 patients for that. And next we're going to, and here we're using an off-the-shelf endoscopic ultrasound with no operation, very simple. Imagine a pancreatic cancer patient came to the clinic. After 45 minutes, he got up, he walked home, and the treatment was at the home. I like to call it radio to the home. So, okay, and this relates a lot to what we're looking today to minimize the hospitalization, to minimize the hospital visits. And I'll just conclude with our next indication for treatment of brain cancer. With brain, the big challenge is that we cannot puncture the brain several times, so we need to use one trajectory and maximize the amount of seeds that we can implant and maximize the volume that we can hit. So I'll just show you that first of all, we showed very dramatic synergy between the DART and a standard treatment, which is Avastin, for an instance. So we can see that the line is almost flat when we're talking about combining the DART, the alpha DART with the Avastin. And here you'll see how we implement it into the brain.
Revolutionary alpha emitters radiotherapy. The alpha radial applicator. Current treatments of brain tumors still provide results with a poor prognosis. Alpha Tau has developed the alpha radial applicator, which is designed to distribute the alpha DART sources in a precise spacing while potentially minimizing the damage to the brain. How it is used. A stereotactic navigation biopsy needle is inserted into the brain until it reaches the desired depth and location. The alpha radial applicator is affixed to the biopsy needle hub. The physician opens the needle's window and pushes the flexible applicator tube into the tumor. Once the tube is in place, the physician pushes the stylet forward and retracts the tube. Once the source is deployed, the needle is rotated to the next position. This way, a layer of alpha DART sources is evenly distributed around the needle without the need to reinsert the needle repeatedly. After the first layer of sources has been inserted, the biopsy needle and the applicator are drawn upwards to deploy the next layer of sources, as may be necessary per the relevant treatment plan. At the end of the procedure, the biopsy needle and the applicator are removed, while the alpha DART sources are designed to remain in the tumor and release alpha emitters into the tumor. The alpha emitters diffuse into the tumor and emit alpha radiation, which is known to cause double-strand DNA breaks and tumor destruction. Alpha Tau, treating cancer with precision.
So once we have this magic happening, what's amazing that it's happening in days. Usually radiotherapy will take weeks or months, but here in days we see a so significant impact that the shrinkage is so dramatic. Now the markets of potential here are huge. Even if we minimize to only those who failed other treatments, we could see that we're talking only in the US of dozens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of new patients every year, just in several of the indications that I mentioned. So in order to do that, we built a big factory in Jerusalem, also in the US and here in Asia, and we're able to ship these devices, which are very short in their half-life, to any site in the world and to be able to treat. And talking about democratization of the treatment, we have a very simple treatment that doesn't require any capital investment. You just ship it per order, per the treatment, and the patient could get radiation in one-time procedure in the clinic and then take the radio to the home. So this is done by, as I said, global spread. And of course, you need to have a very, very experienced team to take this from the bench to the market, led by the founder and the CEO of our company, who is together with us, Mr. Uzi Sofer.
박수 부탁드립니다. 이렇게 두 번째 스피커까지 만나봤습니다.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ronan Sego, CTO of Alpha Tau. Please give him a big round of applause and let's go into this panel discussion. Mr. Sean Patel, CEO of React Neuro, will be the moderator. And we will have Mr. Roland Illing as well as Mr. Ronan Sego, our two presenters, joining us. And we'll also have Mr. Davidi Vortman, CEO of Ultrasight, Mr. Yoo Sung-kwan, Chairman of Rocket Healthcare, and Mr. Woo Jo, Executive General Manager of Lotte Healthcare, joining us for the panel discussion. So we have a total of 6 panelists, and we will now invite them up to the stage.
네, 다시 한번 호명해 드리도록 하겠습니다.
I will now call your names once again. The moderators, Mr. Sean Patel, CEO of React Neuro. And we will invite Mr. Roland Illy and Mr. Ronald Sego, Mr. David Votman of Ultrasight, Mr. Yoo Sung-kwan of Rocket Healthcare, and Mr. Woo Jo of Lotte Healthcare up to the stage to have our panel discussion.
Okay, great. We have great speakers and some great panelists to kick this off. Let me prime the audience to think about some questions and comments as we have our discussion. We'll get back to them in a little bit. So, from the two speakers, it's obviously an incredible, incredible and mind-blowing time for innovation. Disruption from AWS, democratizing access to technology that's revolutionizing not just discovery, but access to care, to digital health technologies that previously weren't available. You can imagine, a future where we have access to clinical information like we've never had before, which is remarkable. And from Alpha Tau, an incredible technology that's a demonstration of the biotech industry thinking outside of the box to solve some grand challenges. So let me invite the panelists for some feedback and questions to our speakers. And if you could please also just introduce yourself. Maybe we can start with you, Sekwan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sekwan Yu. Previously, I'm working for the Celltrion Healthcare CEO. Right now, I found some kind of organ regeneration company with, as a lucky, successfully commercialized skin regeneration and the cartilage regeneration, and finally we are challenging for the kidney regeneration. Our major core technology is AI for the modeling and bioprinting for the complexity should be free, and then we use some bio ink, from patient to us, from sometimes some artificial material. That's it.
Do you have any comments or feedback for the two speakers?
So, short experience when I work in the Celltrion, I was actually, my background is not the pharmaceutical biology. I'm coming from the automotive business, so I have a little bit different view. At that time, in order to survive, I sell the biosimilar is very expensive for the other traditional some pharmaceutical drug. And then what I learned at the time, I am a kind of a drug seller, and I have my second job is a global clinical trial. And then I got several questions or lessons. First lesson one was biosimilar is a kind of a target therapy. I sell like that. But the efficacy rate, survival rate, even I say target, but it's normally just 50%. So I was very strange. It's a targeting for every certain disease or rheumatitis everywhere, but the efficacy finally 50%. So what I learned is, people is totally different. We need a very precise medicine for the future in order to increase the efficacy from 50 to 90, something like that. That was the first lesson. Second one is I met many distributors, and then each country have a similar problem. People live longer, government don't have money. And so even in the US, almost they spend more than 50% for the healthcare cost, and in case of Korea, about 12%. So whenever I met government guy, everybody have a headache. So I found, right now, we need a very different business model, how to increase the efficacy, how to really radical pharmacoeconomy innovation, because problem is it's a mistake of a pharmaceutical company. People live too much longer, and then government don't have money. And then whenever countries select nominate a new president, they increase the level of coverage. So no way to stop such an increase. It means we need a totally different approach with a traditional approach. That was what I lesson. So that's why my idea was, okay, probably problem, and third thing is a human body is very complex signal and system. So traditional some way of doctors handling cannot meet such a complexity. So we need a very cost-effective how to reduce the complexity or how to make a complexity free. That's why I think about that. Also, many people talking about the discovery, but what I found is each pharmaceutical company just spend 10% of their expenditure for discovery. Real expenditure is for just the global, some clinical trial. So it's a really huge cost. So in order to make a very destructive, some innovative company, we must focusing on how to reduce the clinical cost. That was what I lesson when I work in Celtrion Healthcare. So that's why I decided maybe in order to have a complexity free, I should use AI. At the beginning, I used the scanner, but the scanner cannot cover such a very complicated sky, and that's why I don't like machine learning, but there is no choice. That's the only way to reduce the complexity and reduce the cost. So that's why I use the AI. Also, each person have a different scar, different so. That's why I try to decide the bioprinter. Of course, it's not cost of a bioprinter, not so much cheaper than the mass production, but absolutely can meet some precise and some kind of a personal medicine level. And third thing is what kind of material I should use. As long as if I use even one artificial material, I should spend, in order to get the global approval, I should spend the minimum $1 billion. That was a minimum to covering around the world. So that's why I try to use some bio-ink from the patient. That was a basic idea, and try to, let's say, regenerate certain organ, because healing is a continuous expenditure of the certain cost. Regeneration is just to do it one time. That's the best way to reduce the cost. So that's why using AI, bioprinting, and the patient own bio-ink, I try to successfully succeed in the skin regeneration. Similar approach for the cartridge. Also, we are succeed in such a clinically and commercially. Right now, similar approach for the real inner organ, kidney, or maybe next liver, something like that. So I believe destructive medicine or such a, it's not just a matter of the optional fancy name. That was absolutely we must choose the destructive way. I believe if traditional pharmaceutical company don't choose such a, let's say, destructive way, within 5 years, who knows, with that Neuralink, such a company, can be most worst or most biggest pharmaceutical company. Who knows, Amazon can be bigger than some Pfizer, I believe. Same thing has happened in the automotive business. When I work in the automotive business, everybody knew it. Electronic car was available from 30 years ago, but nobody did. And the stupid one, US guy, did. Right now, his company is the best in the automotive business. Right now, I believe the pharmaceutical company or bio company is a time to make a big disruptive change. Sorry to say too much.
Davidi?
Hi, so I'm Davidi Wortman, I'm the CEO of Ultrasight, and we make software that is based on geometrical deep learning that allows novice users to perform cardiac ultrasound scans. And I want to relate to the AI discussion, of course, and I think that AI with healthcare has an amazing potential to do a lot of good things. Unlike other industries, I feel like in this industry, there are three things that AI can drive for the good. One is increase access. The second is the clinical decision, make it better. And the third is a skill set, how we can empower people to do more. As you said before, automation is key to achieve that. I want to raise a point about regulatory, because I feel like what's really stopping the medical world from adapting more AI are the regulatory barriers, and we need to collaborate between the industry, the regulators, to really think about what are we missing by not allowing that to happen. We trust physicians with our lives using a knife. So why shouldn't we trust them using AI? If the FDA had to regulate a knife these days, it would never go through. So I'm really looking forward to creating this kind of collaboration.
Roland, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the common theme that we've seen from the Alpha Tau example and the Rocket Healthcare, and also what you're doing with ultrasound, is this ability to intensely personalize care to the individual using these tools which are now becoming ubiquitous in a way that it would never have been possible even 5 years ago to kind of do this kind of work. And it's the heavy lifting that we shouldn't be using our radiation oncologists to draw circles around tumors, and we should allow them to really work at a much higher level in terms of, because we don't have enough people in the workforce. So I think there's a huge amount of opportunity across the board to take these things, to remove the heavy lifting, automate, and to put the power back, really to optimize treatment for patients and individuals. As you say, just having one kind of drug, which is the same drug you give everybody, in the future, I don't think we're going to be there. I think we're going to have the ability to tailor and nuance in a much, much more specific way.
Hi, my name is Joe. I didn't know I was supposed to speak English today, but well, I'm from Lotte Healthcare, and I'm the general manager. Lotte Healthcare is a very newly established company. We just established last April, and we are currently building up the platform for personalized care and the preventive care for the people who are not sick or who is about to get sick. So building out the recommendation engine and the analytic engine is very, very important for us. And luckily, Korea is, the PHR is here already. The government owns all the medical information. Of course, it's not enough. It has some limited access to the very higher medical information, but still, it can be quite well utilized to make the right recommendation. And the generative AI is one of the main methods that we're looking into as well. Unfortunately, my company name wasn't on your list, but we do use AWS for now. And for me, a very interesting thing about the foundation model is that it's unlabeled, right? Because all the life log has to be redefined now. Because all the other life logs that we have, that has to be accumulated with the medical information. The life logs are basically what we can measure, not what people need. So it needs to be redefined, and once we get everything accumulated and implemented all together, I believe we can find a way to help the people not to go to a hospital to get any treatments in the future.
Yeah, preventative is such a powerful concept, especially as these technologies, both biotechnologies and access to these precision services and products as well as digital services is a major theme. I'd love to hear from everybody what you would identify as either a challenge or an opportunity that you see from your unique vantage points. And we're hearing a lot of different themes that are all coalescing. But from your specific vantage point, at a 40,000-foot level, what's exciting you? What's making you nervous? Where are we going? I'll leave it for anyone to kick us off here.
We've talked about the excitement and all the things that are possible in the future. I think in terms of the things that make me nervous or the things that need to be addressed, we did a very interesting study across Asia Pacific, looking at the things that were stopping organizations and governments adopting cloud and adopting this technology more quickly. And I think some of the things, so there were three things that were considered. One was education, and that was, we talked a lot about that yesterday in terms of making sure that everyone was actually had the skills to use these computing models, using the cloud at scale. It's not straightforward, it's not like traditional IT management and managing computers, it's a different skill set. But then the other two aspects were policy and procurement. And so when it comes to policy, governments have to make sure that there's real clarity around use of cloud computing more broadly, and the countries where we see the fastest adoption and the real acceleration of this technology in both healthcare and life sciences is where they've got really crispy policy about usage. So for instance, the US, the UK had a go-to-cloud policy back in 2013. There's very, very good cloud policy in Israel, where they've got a government contract called Nimbus, which AWS has been involved in over the last couple of years. So again, I would urge regulators at a government level to really make sure that the ecosystem can use cloud effectively. And then it comes to procurement, because again, when you're procuring cloud, it's a service, it's an on-demand service, it's more of a utility. It's like using electricity or water, as opposed to doing big capital investment. And again, a lot of chief financial officers don't know how to actually procure cloud. It's like they understand how to buy a box and then depreciate it over 5 years, but they don't understand how to use on-demand computing. And there's concern around, well, what happens if we use too much? What happens if we don't use enough? But again, there's lots of ways that can be overcome. And again, it's really about exploring what is the art of the possible. And when you've got organizations like this who are leveraging cloud at scale and demonstrating results, I think it shows it can be done.
I'll comment first. What makes me nervous is the traffic jams that I had this morning coming on time from the other part of the city. And why is it nervous also makes me in treatment planning of cancer patients is because the numbers are soaring as what's happening in the traffic. When you're increasing the number of lanes until you have the plans and everything in place, already people bought more new cars and there's more congestion than what the streets could cope. And same is happening in medicine. We're developing new drugs, but still the regulation, and there are many hurdles that are taking us down to move things fast. And as said, in Israel, we're famed for being the startup nation, that we are very impatient. We want to have the solutions now or the latest tomorrow. And where you're talking about developing medical new technologies, and especially in our case, where we have not only medical regulation, but also nuclear regulation, you need to bypass a lot of challenges that the bureaucracy poses. But this, as you could see, don't stop us, okay? Because, maybe again, because we're Israelis, when we're getting a door slammed on us, we're coming from the window. If the window is closed, we're going under the door, okay? So we'll find a way because in our development center, there's a big virtual sign that each employee comes into the door in the morning, and the sign says, "Patients are waiting." And you know, you have many clever guys, there are many great ideas, but at the end of the day, we have patients that are dying every day. And we need to make sure that we find the most effective way to get these new ideas to them. And another big challenge, as we see, especially in our solution, is that in order to make it more personalized, you need to overcome also some boundaries that are inside the medical system, and also the information which is kept in one type of physician not always is related fast enough to the others. So what we are working very hard to deliver the message to all stakeholders that are responsible for the patient. So we're talking with obviously medical oncologists and radiation oncologists, but also surgeons, dermatologists, caregivers. Everybody needs to know what it takes to implement the new technology. But it's not also enough that you have a greatest and latest technology. You need also to think how that it will be idiot-proof, that it would not be a bother for all those physicians who are so busy with treatment and always they are short in time, and you need to make sure that the implementation is going to be smooth, and that the way they introduce it, it's going to be the easiest. And this is how we constructed our treatment in a way that it will be very simple to implement. The hospital management doesn't need to put in a major expenditure or make any changes to adopt the new technology, and this is a very big plus.
I think I really agree with that. And also, I'd say that when we're talking about this new technology like AI, there are many different applications for it that aren't just clinical. So in the whole journey that you have for cancer treatment, or with putting in meshes into patients' knees or grafting skin, there is a time dependency on that. So you create the product, you've got to get it into people quickly. And there's a whole remit here that AI has that isn't clinical. It doesn't have clinical judgment elements to it. It doesn't have to be a medical device. It's just all of the background stuff that can be done and optimized. So supply chain logistics, for instance, is a massively important area. Hospitals, clinical delivery systems spend vast amounts of money on supply chain. And again, this is where groups like Amazon have, they've done it. They've done really good optimization of delivery services that can be leveraged. And I think that's a really interesting aspect as well that should be considered as part of the holistic treatment of individuals.
So what I'm excited about is the opportunity to improve patient experience. And today, if you look at HCM or hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, there are 20 million people around the world that suffer from this disease, but only about 10% are diagnosed. And the reason is that most people don't have access to good cardiac echo where they live, so they would just kind of say, okay, I don't want to set an appointment and drive 6 hours, so I'll just let it go. And to me, the ability to bring this where the patient lives, whether at home or at Minute Clinic or somewhere closer, would really change the experience, allow people to do it on the way to work. And this is where I think the future is going, is by separating where we get the data and where we process the data. And the question is the HCM specialist cardiologist, they don't need to see where the patient is. They really need to see it at Cleveland Clinic, right? So how can I get the data to the best expert to make the decision, using the cloud as an infrastructure in a way that's, secure and fast? That is, to me, a whole new journey of patient experience.
It's almost comforting to see the regulation is an issue for all countries around the world. In Korea, we do have a little bit of an issue too, by providing the supply chain of the medical service to the users. In Korea, the private hospital is not it's not available at all. And the people see it as not as an industry, but see it as a public service. Now that limits a lot of things. So although the innovation is happening by a handful of innovators only, and this has to be changed. There's a very interesting movement in Indonesia that they have built out this SEZ. It's a special economic zone where all the other foreign medical professionals can practice based on their rules, not Indonesian rules. So if we can have some of those very radical changes in Korea, I think it could be a very positive impact to all the medical industry in Korea as well. My fear, since I'm in the preventive care, more like, is the behavior change. Now, it worries me a lot of things that, having a good behavior in life could definitely prevent all these diseases and medical treatments, but how to make it is always so very tough. So that's the fear that I have.
I find it interesting that I gave the opportunity to give a challenge or an opportunity, and we all picked the challenges. I don't know if that's a healthcare specific thing, but something to take note. So Ronan, you kicked off a really interesting idea, which is user experience, and I think that resonated with Roland and Wu as well. When we think about advancements in digital technology and the pace of development, I think it's very natural for us all to kind of go to the extreme, using these technologies to build new proteins or mine data or build amazing technologies. But what if we took a step back and kind of hit that point again, which is how do these technologies, how are they going to make using healthcare, accessing it, making it more equitable, how are these amazing advancements going to do the simplest first step problem? And a big kind of cohort of people for whom I think that's the most relevant is also one of the greatest concerns. You mentioned that governments don't have money for healthcare and our aging population is booming. Are there some low-hanging fruits that we should be thinking about to make access to healthcare for our aging population modern?
I think there are many different routes that you could go down with that question. I think it's a fascinating thing about prevention. Partly it's about aging in place is a big topic of conversation, especially through Asia Pacific, with the burden of the the aging healthy population, and keeping them healthy at home is going to be absolutely critical in the future. I think there is a almost bi-directional move that we're seeing. So currently healthcare organizations have large data centers on premises that they manage themselves, and I'd argue that managing data centers is not healthcare organizations' wheelhouse. They probably just, there are better organizations doing it than they should be. There's the processing part in the cloud, and I think that's the way you're going to be able to leveraging the big data. But then there's also the move to the individual, and actually the location services, the 5G, the medical Internet of Things, the sensors on people, everyone's wearing their own sensor at the moment, I should imagine. The implantables, the ingestibles that'll be there in the future. There are a whole plethora of medical Internet of Things, which I think will end up being, with a little bit of disk, a little bit of compute, a little bit of networking, everything will be smart. So there'll be smart beds, smart chairs, smart toilets, they're all coming out. And linking that kind of massive data ingress to cloud computing will be what we see in the future. But again, it will be almost unmanageable amounts of data if the cloud is not leveraged. But I think there's some really interesting crossover there with big data and new data streams. Because currently we're very comfortable with electronic healthcare records, but how we then integrate the genomics data of an individual into their care record, how do we integrate all of the genomics data of tumors into the care record, and all of the 3D volumetry that goes into the imaging, it's a vast, vast amount of data, which I don't think most healthcare systems are geared up to engage with at the moment. But I think it will go very much from the individual to big cloud computing scale?
I will pick on that, and I say that in Alpha Tau, we realized, we took one of the most challenging eras, which was the COVID, and we noticed that one of the largest challenges that was developing in the field of oncology is that you had, and you talked about the elderly population in particular, you had a huge patient population that had to get cancer treatments. But the problem was that everybody was worried that if they come for, let's say, a course of radiation therapy, that they need to come every other day to the clinic, they will not die because of their cancer, they will die because they caught COVID. So you got a huge backlog of patients that were not treated adequately. And then coming with a solution like what we show as what I called it radio to the home, you come only once to the clinic, you get a simple treatment, and all the magic is happening at home. And so this relates also to pandemic, and we're talked about it, and we're foreseeing, as was discussed earlier, that we'll have more like that, and we need to prepare for that. One of the ways is to move whatever is not needed to be in the hospital to the home, and even we dare to do it in radiotherapy. Moreover, to take down the economical burden, as you mentioned, so again, these type of machines for radiotherapy are costing a fortune. Okay, just to compare, the equivalent energy machine for what we do as alpha particles is carbon ion facility. One facility costs now to build $233 million for one hospital. There's no way that more than 1,000 patients will benefit from this outstanding technology. So if you could bring something that, as I said before, is easy to implement, but not also doesn't require capital investment, that's a huge benefit. Now, for the elderly population, there is also a huge thing that most of them, even if a surgery is an option, we have many, many patients that elected not to go to a surgery, even though that they understood that this is something that is curable and that could save their lives. They say, okay, I don't want to see the knife that was mentioned here. So we came with this very elegant solution that also the elderly population were accepting, and many of them today live amongst us with no cancer.
So I agree that, go ahead. I agree that wearables are probably part of the solution, but let's remember they serve a very specific portion of the population which can afford them. And if we look at rural communities or in places in emerging markets, I think the workforce and the ability to deliver skill set to the workforce that's in the village, the nurse, this is key. So we need to put technology and devices that combine together enable very low skilled workforce to perform jobs that were not imaginable a few years ago. We see that we took a nurse or even a medical assistant that never used ultrasound before, and within less than 8 hours of training they performed as good as expert sonographers. And they were in Israel or in the US, but they were really never trained with ultrasound before. And that gave us a big hope that this can be done anywhere.
I want to just add a little different angle. What I found in the globally is a very cruel, but the price of the life is different by the country. US and Europe, their life is cost, not price, from the reimbursement when he died. Let's say $300,000 US per year. That was a compensation. But if you go to the other country, that was totally different. But most of so far, such a new technology and everything was developed by developed country. And that's why the price of such a therapy was very expensive, covered by so-called top 10 countries, something like that. So one of the, when I saw the biosimilar, I truly saw the rich person can be live longer, poor person, they don't have money. That's why they don't got such a superior some therapy, something like that. So we must think about how to resolve such a issue. So that's why I'm very interested in such a kind of okay, even I right now sold some 70 countries, their level of some, let's say, GDP is totally different. A country, B country, C country, something like that. That means we should have a different price to each country. It means probably pharmaceutical companies think about, let's say, develop a certain new technology as very simple. That's the best way. So that's why our system is a doctor just take a picture and push the button and printing and detach some bio patch and attach some scar. That's it. But the problem is such a cost also different by the country. So it means probably when we develop a certain new patent or a new technology, we must give the room for some developing country. And then using collective intelligence, give the certain opportunity. Some poor country also use such a technology and reduce some, let's say, affordable technology. That can be very important challenge in the future because each country, especially healthcare market, protected by FDA and regulation. And that regulation secured the price of each country, okay? That was a kind of a kingdom or a castle, protective price, minimize the price competition. In that case, poor country or rich country really fundamental issue of something like that. So we must think about how to give the new opportunity, new technology affordable for such a developing or poor country. It means we need a real collective intelligence or certain room for reduce the certain price or give them more high opportunity of such a high-tech technology. That's what I want to.
Yeah, I've got touching on that topic of democratization of access to care and point of care testing, I think is a really interesting one. So again, two data points that are quite, I think, relevant are that during the pandemic, the government of India, so talking about developed countries versus less developed countries, again, it's very much about the will of the country to put in place, top-down directives to really push the agenda. So the government of India wanted to have a whole-of-country telemedicine platform. And so we worked with the government of India on their program called eSanjeevani, and they were able to build a telemedicine platform in 19 days. Because again, the advantage of the cloud is that you can have these services that you can daisy chain together to build solutions faster. So they built a telemedicine platform in 19 days that they scaled across four of their states, and it worked. And then they were able to scale it up to enable over 1 billion people to have access to virtual care 7 days a week, 12 hours a day for free at the point of need over the internet. And again, I think that kind of scale that it's possible to bring to individuals in rural areas, remote areas, is really critical. And when it comes to point of care testing, my data point is something like, there's a company called Grail that just released circulating tumor markers. So they've got a circulating tumor marker blood test. It can diagnose 50 different types of blood tumor, or 50 different types of cancer from a blood sample. And there are currently massive trials underway. There's a 200,000 patient clinical trial going on in the UK at the moment. And that should report out very soon. But again, if you can couple things like telemedicine, where patients don't need to leave the home, you can couple it with technology like this ultrasound that you can have non-skilled practitioners having expert diagnoses, and then you can couple it with point-of-care testing for cancer. You've got the framework of a really interesting health system which is fundamentally different from the way it is today. But I think you have to think quite a way in advance about what that looks like and then gear up your infrastructure to think about, okay, do we need to build more hospitals? Do we need to build more point-of-care testing in communities? I think the way that we go about medicine in the future will be fundamentally different, in fact.
Well, I think all these emerging technologies and everything, I think the low-hanging fruit for now would be the cloud service. I have to admit that the cloud service has to be there, because we're facing with another challenge now that especially for Korea, all the medical data, medical information is being centralized now, and more and more data will be gathered in just one space. But how about the life log that we're facing? There's tons of devices, especially the health-related devices are coming out with very nice startups and stuff. But all those data are very much fragmented, and it has to be centralized in a way for service providers to use. So I believe that the role of the cloud is gonna get bigger and bigger, because all the data not used is just a cost, and the data has to be utilized. So I think that could be one of the challenge, but also opportunity currently.
This brings up a really great segue. So, one of the things that's naturally happening with these advancements is it's essentially giving us superpowers. It's taking the 1x engineer and making a 10x engineer, or the 1x clinician or technician, and equipping them now, making them the world's best. The pace of innovation and technology is moving astronomically fast. But the rest of the infrastructure that surrounds this, the education system, the design and construct of clinics and hospitals, the conduits by which all of this technology will ultimately be deployed, just isn't keeping pace. So how do we think about that? Is there going to be a mismatch and come to a head, or are we going to just pressure this down and it's going to emerge somehow, new entities will come and kind of start brand new in this new world and kind of displace old entities? How do we think about how can we keep the infrastructure, on pace with the advancement of the technology?
So I would like to touch on one specific issue, which is data. And I think we all experience this, because in order to bring all this great innovation, predictive medicine, etc., you need to get access to the data. And right now there is tension between the institution, which owns the data and would like to optimize profits based on local optimization, and the country, which has the wider system, which has an interest to provide more innovation and allow patients to get better medicine. Until this tension is being resolved in a way that's good for the patient, I think we're going to see a lot of innovation kind of not happening. And I see that even in Israel, where the system is generally driven by the government, the HMOs are still very protective of their own data, and they're trying to optimize on a local level. And there are protocols like FHIR and others that, technically solve that problem. But, it's still on a country level. In the US, I'm sure all of us have experienced how difficult it is to get data out of NYU, right? NYU is one of our investors, okay? So they have equity in the company, but still to extract data from NYU, although it's free for us, is a very hard journey.
I think that also, and I'd push back a little bit on the original comment that was made about centralizing data, and there'll be what sort of data aggregation and again, the getting data out of places. I don't think that will happen in the future, personally. I think there's going to be a much greater move towards federated data access rather than data movement. So I don't think, because everyone's very anxious when they say, I've got to send my data to someone, they say, well, we can't do that, that's not going to work for regulatory purposes. I think we're seeing a much greater move to federated data access by the right individuals to the right data sets. So we're seeing many more federated genomics platforms, for instance. So Gen3 out of Chicago, the Gen3 federated data platform is fascinating. That enables groups to have their own data within their own firewalls, their own virtual private clouds, and grant access to use by the right researchers with the right indications and the right credentials, and have all of the AI and machine learning tools available for them to use. And they can federate between different data sets in a very secure and anonymized way. And so I think we're not going to require data movement to go somewhere else, because that always gives people anxiety. I think the way we'll see is federation and data access at the right point of care. So for example, I mentioned it yesterday, UK Biobank, we've got 500,000 human genomes and all of the clinical data. They've built a secure data environment which allows researchers to access that data from anywhere in the world and use that data in that environment with all of the research tools. So in actual fact, 75% of the researchers that use the UK Biobank data come from outside the UK. And I think we're going to see that more and more often, especially with national bodies which are doing research and they want to make this data available for the public good. Again, we run the Open Data Program where we will host data sets for free if they are going to be made available for the public good. And we're working with the NIH, the NCI in the US. We're working with bodies around the world that want to allow open access to these data sets for the common good, both for researchers and for pharmaceutical companies to develop the next generation of tools.
I'll try to take your question to a different point of view. From what we see here in Israel, and by the way, I discussed it yesterday with the Deputy Prime Minister here of Korea, who asked us how do we take and implement our experience of innovation in Israel in biotech also here in Korea. And I think that first of all, one of the challenges, especially in the health system, is that basically the decision makers are very conservative. And there's a very strong hierarchy. And whatever we're talking about, such advanced technology, for many of those decision makers, it doesn't sound reasonable because they're not versed on these terms. And what I think is that we, first of all, need to educate the medical community when we are coming with new technologies. And this is also what we're doing with our startups, is that we need to find who's going to be at the end of the chain, the decision maker for the patient, and to make sure that he understands what's the benefit for him. Why should he spend more energy and effort to learn and to adapt the new technology? Without it, we can bring the fanciest technology, but if no one would use it, and I think especially in societies like here in Korea, which is pretty conservative, in order to make this change, we need to educate all levels of decision makers. Moreover, Korea is very strong in the field of semiconductors, electronics, which, by the way, was the history of the Israel Startup Nation. If you take the first book of Startup Nation, which was written 20 years ago about Israel, there's nothing about biotech there. Everything was microelectronics, software, and today everything moved to the field of biotech very, very strongly. Now, there are two ways to do it. Either you say, okay, I wait till I educate a new generation of professionals or a new generation of medical decision makers and adopt them, or you take the existing generation and you push them into the new solutions. And this is what we do in Israel, and we call it bioconvergence, which means that we take all the expertise, and by the way, both me and also Uzi, my colleague and our CEO, come from different fields. I'm originally a technologist, and today I'm embedded all my career in the healthcare area. So we did this convergence, and we didn't wait to the next generation to start innovation in biotech. We took our experience, and like here in Korea, a lot of the experience came from high tech in the military, okay? We took our know-how, and now we implemented. And our team in Alpha Tau is a multidisciplinary team where we have in the same table, they are talking many, many different languages. We have physicists, we have biologists, we have engineers from all types, we have physicians, and all of them, we train them to talk together in the same language. And this is one, I think, of the key points. If you want to implement it here in Korea, you need to take the advantages that you have in other fields and to be able to adopt it also in the field of biology and medicine.
Wonderful, thank you. I think our time is up here, so please join me in thanking our panelists here for a very thoughtful and amazing discussion.
네, 토론에 참여해주신
Thank you very much for all panelists and speakers. So we talked about digital healthcare and advanced biotechnology. So with this, we conclude session 2, and we will take a 90-minute lunch break and resume with session 3 at 1:30. So lunch boxes are prepared. Please enjoy them, and we will see you at 1:30 for session 3.
네, 점심 식사 맛있게들 하셨나요?
I hope you enjoyed lunch.
밥이 입에 맞으셨기를 바라면서
I hope you liked the menu that we prepared for you. Now let's get started with session 3, which is on the topic of green bio and white bio, the solution of food and climate crisis. We will first hear from Mr. Nam Jun-cho, Emeritus Singapore Chair Professor at Nanyang Technical University, under the topic of Beyond the Circular Economy, Preparing for Tomorrow with Materials Today. We'd like to invite him up to the stage. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
All right, it's next 7 minutes. I'm gonna give you this new concept, Beyond the Circular Economy. The title is Preparing for Tomorrow with the Materials Today. So I'm gonna announce it in a new topic, term called cross-economy. So if you actually see the whole material innovation history, developing of a new material or the invention of a new material go with the industrial revolution. For example, as you know, the polymer, plastic, is a tremendous impact on the whole economic system, as you see that. However, we also have a lot of problems due to this plastic invention, plastic pandemic, and so on and so forth. So why this has happened? Because the whole economic system we're living in right now is a linear economy. Basically, what we do, we take, we make, and we waste. And as you see that with the sustainability concept and so on, the fundamental assumption is basically limited resource. So new concept came out, which is a very old one, and then Ellen MacArthur Foundation, they coined this circular economy from the concept of one of the noble credo, which is fundamentally, hey, after we waste, let's reuse it, and in a sense, recycle. But if you actually see the recycle scheme, there is a fundamental flow within it, because when you recycle, you see the recycle. When you actually see the whole scheme, it looks very attractive. However, you do the recycling, you put a lot of energy, and then there is a lot of problem associated with it. And then you're not making plastic to the gold, you're making plastic to the plastic. So the reality is basically in US, left, and right is Southeast Asia. This is what is going on. And further, and replace plastic, there are a lot of recent articles coming out from the recycled plastic bottle, leach more chemical into drink and review fine. So with this whole concept, I thinking, hey, how can we actually change this whole system? From linear economy to the sustainable with the physical world, with the circular economy. So what is the next level of economic model we can actually have? Beyond sustainability, we call cross economy. Transform, create, multiply. So what does that even mean? And then basically change the dimension of the system, actually we can have a value addition. And with that, I have to give you the definite example, which we can actually understand. So beyond sustainability with the cross economy, transform, create, multiply, which is the concept I found. Many different cases, one of them is IT ecosystem. And as you see that natural quartz. Yeah, material for the building block, construction, low value, quartz. However, 75 years ago, very traditional method, you convert this natural quartz sands to the semiconductor. As you know, transform from one form of material to the another form with the maximizing added value new material. By that, as you know, the birth of the whole new industrial revolution, IoT. With that value creation and multiply that, starting from material innovation, today we need an eco-friendly footprint. sustainable production and multifunctional capability. And then there is a tons of example we already practiced, but we didn't explain with this way. For instance, lipid from egg. When you sell the egg with the conventional way, versus from lipid, you make the assembly, you make the LNP, you make vaccine, that value addition going to be totally changed in the different cross-dimensional fashion. With that, we explain this cross-economy with the human-centered digital transformation for transform, create, multiply, which you can do beyond sustainability. It's nothing more than you change the concept of, hey, we do not have limited resource. We have an endless resource in the earth we given. I give you another example, and then they work with the DQ Institute. And this is one of the slides from the Aramco, which is, they produce a lot of CO2. However, previously they make the concept of a circular carbon economy, reduce, reuse, recycle, remove. After they seeing this new concept, they change the concept to cross-carbon economy because they told me that it's nothing more than what they do is a transform, which is CO2 waste, to the high-value material, and then they create a new product or the high-performance polyurethane, and then they multiply with the different material application with that additive. With this concept, they announced it in the World Economic Forum in January 2023. And then I give you another example, learning from nature, which is basically the pollen. You may have heard about pollen. Now the season is allergenic season. A lot of people just connecting pollen with the allergenic material, waste basically. However, in the ecosystem, pollen have their own characteristic, one of the characteristics which is diamond of the plant world. With that, we develop wasteful pollen to the different material building block, which is microgel, paper, sponge, even plastics. With that building block, working with the nature, we can actually cross-cutting material innovation based on the bio-inspired engineering material science, exceeding the performance of limit that fill the application gap. This is only one of the examples. And then with that, this is the whole pendulum plan for the recycled plastic. What we're suggesting right now is not recycle, replace. I close my talk with this remark. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being willing is not enough, we must do. Thank you very much.
다시 한번 박수
Thank you very much,
부탁드립니다.
Professor Nam Jun-jo, for your insight. Thank you for kicking off the first presentation of session 3. Let's move on to the second presentation then, which will be delivered by Mr. Lee Gi-won, co-president of Food Tech in Seoul National University and chairperson of Korea Food Tech Council, who will talk under the title of Korean Green Biotech, R&D, and Industry Trends. So, Professor, please join me on the stage. Thank you very much for the introduction. So today we are to talk about next generation green bio. So following the presentation from Nam Jun-jo, I would like to talk about what could be done for the green bio industry, contributing to the entire economy and also to be better prepared in terms of the food security crisis. So now mankind is living in a digital era. Everyone is not consuming the same things. Based on data, customization is more prevalent. So what the customers want is not something that others want. They want to consume what they want. And thanks to this, the agricultural value in the past started from the food basis. It had moved over to nutrients and also to improving health, and now extended to improving the environmental values as well. So people want to consume whatever they want at the portions they want, depending on their preferences. So the food industry as a whole is also becoming more biotech and advanced. people now value their own preferences more. That's why the keyword for food tech is personalization and customization. So the government is also supporting with many policies led by the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs. So it is in preparation to create more green bio policies. So the agricultural sector as a whole started from food. So the agricultural sector or bio-based agricultural sector could also be extended to include vaccinations as well, to be extended to life science as well. So the ingredients of life science could be equipped with biotechnology and other advanced kind of technologies, so that from the customer perspective, it will be able to create a full cycle of value addition. So under the government's support, I would like to talk about one example. So nutrients, the most necessary vital nutrient is protein. Babies are breastfed and energized with proteins. And many people could either choose from milk or soy milk. In order to get milk, cows could be brought up and they could be fed with beans. And when we are to evaluate the nutrients of milk and soy milk, there is a difference. So now the energy that went in the process and also the social value that has been accompanying this process became more and more important. And also, this is one of the significant values of green bio. So we have developed something called yakong, which is a small type of bean. So based on this, we fermented it within the guts and we created into metabolic agents as well. And by doing so, we were able to manifest it in a phytoceutical and nutraceutical as well. So this small bean has been researched on to be included in many different fruit products, cosmetics, and also medicine as well. So we applied for a patent and received it. And from the existing industry perspective, it will be able to go into cosmetics, functional cosmetics, food, and also functional food, and also for animal pet food or feedstock as well. So these ingredients are going into many applications. So based on the advanced technology from raw material, we are able to create high added value. And under collaboration with the private sector, we did startups or entrepreneurships ourselves, and we also did technological transfer as well to companies. So we created a bud for collaboration and in order to further lead the green bio industry in Korea. As mentioned, what is the most important for green bio is to create values that are necessary, values for food and eatery. And we included this under food tech as well. So in the past, we as a university have a role to solve problems for not only mankind, but also the community, not only for the present, but also for the future. So we have been in collaboration with many companies and also investors as well to create a good, functional green bio ecosystem in Korea. So I hope Korea would be able to further lead this industry in the global arena as well. Thank you very much. For the second presentation. So as have been mentioned in the presentation, from this morning, there is one common denominator that keeps coming up. So building or learning from other companies, there should be collaboration between academia, industry, and also the private sector as well in order to further advance the biotech industry in Korea as well. So we have concluded the second presentation of session 3, and now let's move on to the third presentation, which will be delivered by Mr. Rodney Ruoff, Director of Institute for Basic Science, CMCM, and Distinguished Professor at UNIS, who will talk about self-sufficiency and self-reliance, always the allies of humanity. So, Professor, please join me on the stage.
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. I feel like a fish out of water. I work on novel carbon materials. Like recent work includes synthesizing diamond by a new method. So that's going to probably publish fairly soon. So I was sort of intrigued about what could I possibly find to talk about. And I guess some of what I talk about will be a little controversial. So please forgive me in that regard. But I was inspired by something that Professor Suresh said, so I'll mention that. And that could be causing me to ask you to raise your hand as well, if you can vote on whether you know something or not. So the first thing that came to my attention is that Korea, apparently per the Netherlands analysis, has very good sunlight. So if Korea were to expand its greenhouse production of food, that could be a very good direction to go. It turns out that Korea is pretty good at making its own vegetables now. Apparently, roughly about 87% of self-sufficiency in vegetables. But if Korea tries to move, or companies try to move in terms of greenhouses, the farmers are very upset about this. And so I think that the solution, if Korea wants to pursue this, and it could be a very good thing to pursue, and already has good exports of paprika to Japan as an example, you have to allow those small Korean farmers to do what they're doing and pretty much have greenhouses relying on export for their business. The other thing I am intrigued about, but I've learned so much at this meeting, I think I'm a little out of place on this, is the placebo effect is really quite fascinating. So some of you are probably already well aware that the placebo effect can actually influence our genetic structure. That is to say, which proteins are expressed. And our mood can influence which genes are expressed and so on. And so I thought I would come to a meeting where you were talking about tablets, and I wanted to emphasize the placebo effect. But I've learned so many new things about exciting biotechnology for medicine and for helping people that I don't know how relevant placebo effect is. If you have a cancer medicine that can immediately help someone, you don't necessarily need to do a placebo control. But what I do find fascinating about the placebo effect resonates with people who have talked about prevention at this conference, more than perhaps the magic bullet that solves the problem when the person gets really ill because they didn't have proper nutrition, they weren't taking care of themselves, they feel sad, they're depressed, that's influencing them, etc. So I wanted to mention, and this is meant to be a little humorous, I think Korean colleagues will laugh. When I go to hospital, if I have something like an injury or something, or whatever it might be for my asthma several years ago, invariably I get an excellent diagnosis, and in Korean hospital you have about 7 minutes. So bring your laptop. They are very efficient, unlike an American hospital where I would sit for 2 hours waiting, perhaps. I get in to see the doctor very quickly. The doctor is always very good. I then have about 7 minutes where they listen, they diagnose, and then at the end, I'm usually pretty happy because we perhaps have figured things out. And then they prescribe a lot of different drugs. And I would actually look up quickly the English language names on my laptop and say, no, I don't think so, no, thank you, etc. So I see conflict between prevention and healthy living and how to make money, frankly. I'm sure many of you see this conflict as well. How would Korea find a happy medium? Are we good citizens by having our plastic surgery? We're contributing to the economy, why not? So maybe I should take all the pills and fill it at the pharmacy and then just not actually ingest them into my body. So this is an example of perhaps a type of medicine we could have in the future. Placebo. Okay, now I come into something that may be somewhat more controversial. This is actually true. I'm not giving you anything that's not factual. So if you are over the age of 60 and you live in the Amish community that doesn't have vaccines, doesn't have TV, and has very good nutrition, you were 30 times factor smaller chance of dying from COVID. But 90% of the community got COVID. It's not as if they didn't get it. They got COVID, but they didn't really get very sick from it, which is true of a lot of people in Africa that don't have television and don't have vaccines as well. So Professor Suresh mentioned yesterday, we have all of these wonderful innovations, but at the same time, society less and less trust in science. Why is that so? Why aren't our colleagues who are in other disciplines or other modes of living are not so enthusiastic about science right now? And a lot of comments about the wonders of these vaccines were made by speakers on the first day. So here is where I would ask if you would please vote. How many of you were aware that the American FDA requested 75 years to release the Pfizer vaccine safety data? Show of hands. One, Uzi. One person out of all of you is actually aware of this. Is a fact. US FDA requested 75 years. Why in the world would they need 75 years to release this data? A federal judge in North Texas, Mark Pittman, who deals with a lot of pharma cases, said no. As you see, he said he would give them less than a year. So this is, to me, it's something like the Kennedy assassination. The government is unwilling to release data about how John Kennedy was assassinated 58 years after he was assassinated. But actually the information is being released. So I politely question, but I'm not going to go into it here, whether these vaccines had good efficacy, whether these vaccines were safe, whether they have not disabled and killed a pretty high fraction of people who received them. So for the Israelis who are here in the audience, maybe I should ask for a raise of hands of all of you again. How many of you have heard of this book, which was written by Israeli doctors and scientists, but it's actually a very interesting book. It took 5 years for them to compile, and it's also anonymous. It's an extraordinary book. After reading this book, I don't want my children to have any vaccines that are current. What you're making sound really promising to me. So I think what's coming in the next wave of medicine is very exciting. So enough on this book. I mean, all I can say is that you should read this book. And where I wanted to enter with ChatGPT, since that's been mentioned in the large language models by Dr. Illing, is it strikes me that when you have a book which is so important as this book, but it's only been translated into English by the same Israeli group because their English is so strong. I mean, these world-class people who are remaining anonymous. Wouldn't it be nice if this book, I think it would be, could be translated into every other language in the world for people to read it and, in a sense, to protect themselves? But I don't know if ChatGPT can do that anytime soon. So then I also wanted to mention the importance of nature for young Korean people. When I go hiking, I often see people in their 60s and 70s. Sometimes I see young people as well. I'm concerned for my students, but we get out and we go hiking and so on. Are we becoming disconnected from nature? And I think some of the other speakers have mentioned this as well. You know, where are we going with everything that's happening in this fourth or fifth or sixth industrial revolution that we're either in the midst of or heading towards? And personally, I vote for the natural world, but I'm too old-fashioned, I think. Thank you.
네, 로드니 로프 교수님께 여러분들 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Rodney Ruoff, who talked about self-sufficiency and self-reliance, always the allies of humanity. Then last but not least, we will listen to the fourth presentation delivered by Lee Sang-yup, Senior Vice President for Research at KAIST, who will talk about the era of biochemistry and biomanufacturing. Unfortunately, Mr. Lee Sang-yup is on an overseas business trip, so he will be joining us in a virtual manner. I hope we are connected. Professor, hello. So once you're prepared, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about white biotechnology, and I believe white biotechnology would be able to open the era of biochemistry and biomanufacturing. As you know, mankind, in order to achieve different kind of resources, fossil fuel and materials from nature has been manufactured. However, this accompanied other issues, including climate change as well. That's why we need to tap into biochemistry to create renewable and eco-friendly substances and material around the world. In order to do so, we need to make sure that everything is ethical and the safety is guaranteed. That's why we tapped into using microorganisms. So you can see many chemical formulas on the stage, and this is only a 1/1000th of what is out there. And according to the chemical formulas, reactions will be occurred through microorganisms and microorganism circuits. However, in order for us to separate the microorganisms from nature in order to create the substance and fuel that we want to use, it's not easy because the process has not been present. That's why we are looking into metabolic engineering, which is my lifelong expertise. So metabolic engineering is the ultimate goal of metabolic engineering is to be able to use these organisms to produce valuable substances on industrial scale in a cost-effective manner. So it is a practice of optimizing genetic processes to produce what we want. So what you're looking is a microorganism within our intestine. And you can see the plastic-eating bacteria. The plastic part is in a circular manner. And according to metabolic engineering, the gut microorganisms would be able to eat plastic, and we can also apply this to different kind of formulas according to different kind of design to come up with high polymer substances as well. So it will be able to have many different kind of physical properties. Some will be stronger than steel to become engineering plastic, and some would be elastic. So we would be able to adjust it based on our preferences without a bioengineering. So this is the gist of metabolic engineering. So we would be able to tweak the circuit of metabolic engineering. And what is on the side is the production of gasoline. In order to do so, the fatty acid is created, and then we tweak the operation circuit so that we would be able to come up with a metabolic circuit that is not present in the natural realm. And by doing so, we are able to create sugar and glucose as well. And also the same could go with diesel and airplane fuel as well, which would be a very eco-friendly fuel for transportation. So a lot of research is being done in this area so that we would be able to replace gas production, but this is not the only application. As have been talked about in the previous presentation in regard to food tech, many different kind of functionalities and nutrients would be able to be added to existing food products by metabolic engineering. So what you're seeing in the picture is astaxanthin, and it is an antioxidant. So you're seeing the fermentation process of gut microorganisms, and the orangish color is the strongest natural antioxidant, so it will help with anti-aging and also boosting up immunology. So this has been fermented using microorganisms in our lab. And there are many other synthetic color dyes that could be manufactured from microorganisms. And the color is also pretty. So these synthetic dyes or colors would be able to be saved from hazardous substances, from health. So they are all carotenoid-based colors, and they could represent red, orange, yellow, among the 7 other colors as well. So we were able to create 7 different color dyes using microorganisms. And what is on this slide is before or once the manufacturing sector has been established in 1970s, a lot of development and revolutions and evolutions have happened, including DNA sequences. And now we are at 2023, or this chart is showing up to 2022. So from 1991, metabolic engineering has been established, and DuPont is using once-daily propanediol as well. And there are also other areas that we have contributed to. There is an amino acid that has been created, also butanol that could be used as transportation fuel, and we also have polyactic acid, and also hemoglobin compound could be manufactured. And also some substances that go into cold medicine has been developed, but it stemmed from gasoline. The grape smell or the grape flavor has been stemmed from gasoline. So many different trans verification reactions have been done to come up with renewable sources. And there's also a small caterpillar where we have extracted a very beautiful red color that goes into drinks and candies, which all are brainchildren of metabolic engineering. So I'm looking into the screen, but my eye gets very tiring. That's why I like to take lutein, which is good for your eye, which is a product or a result of extensive research. So the technology is out there. So I said that I only showed a limited number of metabolic circuits, but if you look at the very middle in the circle, you can see the mediums. And through metabolic engineering, we would be able to come up with synthetic compounds and also have extensive applications in the petrochemical industry. But this is not all. If you go down, there is a lot that we have learned from the biology class. You can see many different cycles and many different kind of arrows. And once the design is done, we would be able to come up with different kind of substances as we are gazing into this Google map. And cell factories would also be able to be insured, and the material would not be oil, it will be grass, or it could even be CO2 to be fed in, and metabolic engineering could be re-engineered so that the microorganisms would be able to feed off different kind of natural substances and also extend the application to many different petrochemical products and also medicine as well, which is the driving force of the bio industry, and this is going to grow to a great scale on the global stage. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. So with this, we have concluded all 4 presentations, and now we will start the panel discussion of session 3, which will be moderated by Mr. Ming Dao, a professor at MIT and NTU of Singapore.
진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 스피치를 해주신 남준조 석학 교수님, 이기원 공동회장님, 로드리
We will invite our speakers, Mr. Nam Jun-cho and Lee Ki-won, Rodi Ruoff, and Lee Sang-hyuk. And we will also invite Mr. Uzi Sofer, CEO of Alpha Tau Medical, Mr. David Churchill, Professor of Chemistry at KAIST, and Mr. Park Han-soo, CEO of Genome and Professor of GIST. So let's now invite all presenters and panelists up to the stage. And Mr. Lee, if you could stay on the online platform, we would appreciate it.
Hello. I'm honored to monitor this panel discussion. We heard 4 wonderful presentations covering diverse topics like pollen, paper, placebo, plastic-eating bacteria, and different technology, R&D technologies in white and green biology in Korea, and also even touching some issues like trust in science. So we have lots of stimulating topics to discuss. So let's open the discussion first. Let me invite the panelists first after listening to these exciting presentations. So what do you think related to the theme of our conference? Mr. Park, Professor Park.
Hello, this is Han-soo Park, and I'm working on the microbiome-based drug developments. So I'd like to ask a question to Professor Sang-hyuk Lee. So in these days, they are combining the gene editing into microbiome to develop drug conjugates. So you already experienced many engineering techniques. So what do you think about the drug development using bacteria and the drug conjugates for future medicine?
I think that's a great question, and actually the short answer is possible. So what you can do is, obviously you are very expert on microbiome, and you can conjugate any molecules onto the surface of the bacteria or other microorganisms, or you can actually make them produce desired chemicals when needed. For example, if you want to target cancer cells using your microorganism, then only when the microorganism binds to the specific cancer cell or the region, you can trigger the production of anti-cancer chemical and then kills the cancer cells. So I think it's possible, and hopefully you can achieve all these great things.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Let's open discussion with Mr. Uzi Sofer, CEO from Alpha Tau Medical, please.
Yes, I think that it's very important try to save the energy and reduce contamination from the chemical industry, and to use as clean as possible medication for, I'm coming from the cancer field, but from other field, and use less chemical industry and develop new medication in a clean development.
So just curious, what do you think your cancer therapy is related to the clean environment and about this topic in this session?
Yes, so we are using radium-224 as an isotope that have a very short lifetime, 3.7 days. So when we use it and we put it in we insert that into the lesion in the cancer, so the last material that stay in the body is lead, stabilized lead. So that's going to go in the urine, and this is very clean. Even though we are starting with thorium-228, that's supposed to be a dirty raw material, but we can do it in a clean way and get only the radium-224, generating the radium-224 in a very clean way. So in this way, you can treat the patient only one day without hospitalization, also reduce contamination, and in a clean way.
Thank you. So next we'll have Professor David Churchill to have his opinion on the discussions.
Yeah, thank you very much. As an educator, I wanted to, and Professor Lee, we are colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, nice to see you here. Yeah, I had remarks about a lot of the talks. There are a lot of interesting points and interesting, important trends. I suppose there's always the large division between what is natural and what is synthetic. And I think we're seeing kind of various shades of gray in a good way with respect to these differences of how to produce natural things. After you, for example, manipulate some protein to give you some new substrates based on what you're putting in and what you're getting out. I guess I can say a lot of things at the moment, but I'll save it for later. I guess one remark I might say is, as an educator, I often see students with very nice overall schemes of, for example, the nitrogen cycle as chemists. I'm working in the Department of Chemistry, so we see these kinds of like big picture ideas that the students are really able to appreciate, and those kinds of, and there's also the nitrogen cycle, like for example the sulfur cycle, phosphorus cycle, kind of following the element, the chemical element through nature, whether it's going from the soils into the lakes, rivers, or oceans, or going into the atmosphere. There's also the carbon cycle. Yeah, these kinds of things make science and technology, I think, lots of fun, because you can immediately see all the connections between the classroom, the laboratory, and the real world, but also you can see take advantage of how to kind of think about rescuing the world from different issues. And so, yeah, I'll stop now.
Thank you for the panelists for the contributions in the discussion. So I think now it would be good to have all the speakers also join the discussion. I think, Nanjung, please.
Yeah, so I mean, this topic of a green white bio is very important, and one of the topics I throw in as a cross economy. Let me give you another example. Right now, the Seoul National University was a former Dean of Engineering, Kukon Cha, which is working on the sulfur as a material, which is a byproduct from the crude oil processing. And he did work this concept for many years, 20 plus years, when I explained this cross-economic concept, and then he was jumping on the table and then say, hey, I can really explain my research, using sulfur to the other material. For example, LG right now, chemical, they are making, lithium sulfur battery. That's one of the example. So with that, one of the reason I throw in this concept, and then researchers should really understand is what is the fundamental idea or definition of waste. When we define material as a waste, then from that point, people will try to not use this material. And then those definition is really changing depending on the era we're living. For example, lithium. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, lithium is just one of the waste material. Now it's one of the most important material of the year because it's a battery. So that can be possible with the science technology, and then the President Park is also working on the microbiome, and then Professor Lee from the screen working on the very important synthetic material from the bacteria, which are very important to actually need it with a definite explanation. That's one of the reasons this concept might be very useful.
Thank you. Randolph?
I guess it's on. Yeah. Well, I have two boys. One of them just graduated from high school. He's 17. The other just turned 14. I spend a part of each day running after them, asking them to turn out the light in the bathroom that they just left on, etc. So I would be interested in how much of an effect we can have in the world by simply using less. And it's often the case that we have very bright people who live in very large homes, and they destroy a significant part of the mountainside and the community that they're living in, and the amount of lost nature due to human expansion, etc. So I still see conflict between trying to make money on the one hand, which is very important because it employs people, etc., and simply using less but living well. And so I think we use much too much plastic, etc. You know, so that finding clever ways of recycling it is good, but just shouldn't be using it in the first place. So I think that's one of the challenges that we face now on Earth, is how to have everyone appreciating that, and I'm hardly perfect, but if you leave the electricity appliances on, that's damaging Mother Nature if you're not using them, etc. So I think these sorts of things should be on our minds, at least, along with all the other important topics that have been brought up.
Yeah,
please.
I'll just jump in and say, yeah, I think Rodney's heart is definitely in the right place, and I'm also a parent of two very active children. So I think our use of plastic, frankly, backing up a step, I think there's so many products that originally come from the crude oil as a source, that if we stopped, you know, if we really wanted to stop using anything that came from that material, we would be pretty shocked, actually. So I agree. Actually, one of our projects in the upcoming months, hopefully, will be successful, dealing with recycling of polymers. But again, it is tricky. It's slow going, and it'll be a very slow process in the future. And there's so much usage of polymers and plastics that it really is kind of mind-boggling, really. But it's also an interesting world where there's so many conveniences. I think on a day-to-day basis, we can see how many times we can just simply choose not to use the plastic cup, right? There's so many people walking down the street with plastic cups, for example, as one option. It just seems to be an obvious example. So.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah, please.
So according to what has been discussed today, we not only should talk about technology, but what we are researching is to increase the wellness of mankind. And we are also faced with a common challenge that we are trying to solve in terms, or with, green bio and white bio. So with COVID-19 hitting the world, the vaccination was able to be developed in a very fast time. So that is thanks to innovation, and also telemedicine as well has been utilized to a great extent. And without going out, I would be able to order in. Even though I'm not a good cook, I would be able to eat what I want to by delivery, or I could use a meal kit. And this is technology that is very prevalent in Korea, using smartphones to put in orders, and AI and robotics are very developed so that cooking meal kits at home became part of our reality. However, the problem is supply is being done for food, but you are what you eat. And what happens after you finish eating? So you're at home, so you're not as as active than before, and the students don't go to school. They engage or they indulge in contents and YouTube, and they don't know how much they actually need to eat. They don't actually know the portion. So what they eat and what will come after what they eat is not something the students expect. And a lot of waste is also made from these kind of deliveries. So they have not thought about the environmental impact. So within the COVID-19 period, I gained 7 kilograms. So once you eat everything, it's going to add up on your body and also on the environment as well. So we are talking about technology, but at the same time, we need to garner a social consensus towards green bio, white bio, and next generation biotechnology. So we need to look at the preventive ideas and also the predictive areas as well. So this is a good place of dialogue so that the press, consumers, everyone should come together to take responsibility of what they have eaten. So this should be raised as part of a campaign within the society. And what you eat will actually come back to you. So this is the kind of awareness that should be raised. So individual attitude change or perception change should be accompanied, and this should be part of the global dialogue. So I'm glad that we're talking not only about technology, but also in terms of green bio and white bio, to take more accountability and responsibility as to what we consume.
Thank you, Kiwon. I think I would like to have the audience to join the discussion. Anybody want to volunteer to ask any questions to the or make your comments? You're welcome to do so.
Maybe just to add to the previous speaker, so in one of the keynote speakers that I heard in a big cancer conference, people ask why, and we saw it in Ronen's presentation, why the number of cancer patients is getting higher and higher. So in the keynote speaker, they said that first of all, there are more diagnostic, and it's genetic, but one of the reason is also the food that we are eating. So it's not only to use less and live better and more, it's also how to use the less. Even the food that we are eating, it can cause not only problem to the environment, also for us. The energy, the stress, but this is also something very important for the body.
Yeah, thank you. David, you want to add anything?
Maybe a little later.
Okay, yeah. While I'm waiting for any audience to try to make a comment or ask a question or have a actually question to the panelists and the speakers, one of them is that we talked quite a bit about this self-sufficiency, self-reliance, and being responsible. For example, if we eat responsibly, maybe we can reduce a lot of the waste, things like that. So, but on the other hand, all the products, including this pollen paper, when you make it, you need to make profit. You know, and for general public, you want something to be cheaper. On the other hand, people also wanted to enjoy, like, for example, if everybody become vegetarian, there will be a lot less green gas. But on the other hand, the enjoyment of taste may have them not giving up this kind of thing. So as all this technology available, these are also the challenges. What do you think about how we can do from the research side as well as from the R&D and like a commercial side that we can overcome these challenges? Anybody wanted to jump in?
Okay, I will start from here. You know, because I'm academician, and then I also translate my research to the company setting, and then they definitely have a big gap, you know, from R&D to the translation, because it's simply, you know, as Hearthstone Professor Storm yesterday mentioned about the venture capital system in Europe and Asia. And then the main different thing is basically, as you Mingdao just mentioned, that they need to make profit. And even though we have a fantastic technology, for example, pharma-wise, if they cannot wait like 20 years just to injecting money for the clinical trials, it's very difficult. So that's why I believe the Professor Park doing the company in the microbiome, I believe you doing the pharma, but also a lot of microbiome people, they are doing for the very simple, money generating, material, whether you like it or not. So, there is a balance between the making money, sustainable your company, and developing technology. It needs to be all go together with the balanced way, that is extremely difficult, from the academic setting and the even industry setting. So you can actually have a comment for that.
Yep, please, Professor Park.
So actually, I'm not specialized in this kind of topics because, so as a pharmaceutical companies, so anyway, we have to cure the patients, and eventually we also have to make a fortune out of it. So in Korea situation, so we don't have that many the big pharmaceutical companies like Merck, Pfizer. So for the national purposes also, we will develop really good cancer drug, any drugs, so out of our research. And finally, hopefully within 5 years, we also want to make a real big pharmaceutical companies in Korea. Yeah, that's my vision and dream.
Thank you. Professor Rolf?
Well, I strongly believe in capitalism of the right type. And I think there's been an overemphasis on climate change. It's a topic that keeps getting renamed also. I don't see much discussion of pollution, of habitat destruction, etc. And so I think there's a kind of a group think. It's not in this group. There's a lot of innovative, independent thinkers in the room. But it's a sort of a mindless, a smart city, good thing. Oh, can you explain what a smart city is to me? No, I don't know anything about it, but it's a good thing. So I think people should take a step back and look at the world around us and then ask who's pushing this particular topic of climate change versus all the other things that are actually going on, as one example. Yeah. So I see sometimes very much obviously the wrong things are being addressed. So
I totally agree with the Lodini saying that smart city, one of the example is if you're actually thinking about whole plan, smart city plan. And then what is the definition of city? Why we make city? For human nature, for human living in. But there is no human component. People talk about energy, automation, sewage system, and the whole building, and all infrastructure. So I totally with your point. We need to really sit back and think about, are we really recycling plastic, for example? Or is it right concept? Or do we need to start a new concept of replacing instead of recycling? People talk, and then the one other thing I was very interested in, suddenly a lot of people talk about sustainability. That concept was there for a long time ago. And then they link that sustainability together with the ESG, climate changes, energies. But I really don't see the connection between all these big words. It's more like branding as a government or as an industry. Branding kind of fashion, people just talk, utilizing this concept as a branding. So in that sense, I totally agree with your assessment.
another quick comment. I mean, a smart city was New York City in 1890. Long Island had all of the farms, but very wealthy people moved and set up giant homes in Long Island, so no more farms there now. So all the farming in Long Island provided all the food that people in New York City needed. They had many of these natural symbiotic relationships. And just digital is not going to replace those things.
Yeah, please,
Yes,
Udi.
I believe that it will be very complicated to educate people how to eat and what to eat and which tools to use and which plastic to use or not to use. It will take us generations to educate the people, if. So I think that it needs to come from a different way, from taxes for different, in Israel, for example, they did some tax on the use of plastic for food, and to invest a lot of R&D on recyclable plastic. We're talking about plastic, not all the plastic is recyclable today, but polyethylene is recyclable, but other plastic is not recyclable. And also to put a lot of effort on research and development, how to use the waste, the use of the waste to energy. And I saw some of the companies in Israel, how they are developing how to use the waste for energy is also very important.
Thank you. David, you want to chip in?
Yeah, I think these are challenging, very, very challenging ideas and interesting ideas, but as an educator, I would say that if we're trying to educate people to manage themselves, I think we could, there's always some time during class to mention something a little bit extraneous or tangential from the material. You could always remind people to be less hyperactive, hyper-competitive, and you can explain, what are the benefits of that, or slow, even like, somewhere in your day, your professional day, have a little bit of meditation. Slowing down, I think, slowing down your mind helps everything, like kind of your creativity, and then you're not so kind of addicted to running to get, your coffee this way, that way. You're sort of, so I think connecting to nature, everybody wants to, eventually needs that. I think we all realize we need that, but it's just a matter of kind of putting it into the plan of our day, our hectic day. So I think these are all kind of ideas I think about as an educator. How do we make our students have, not only be successful, on paper and also in practice, but also how do we have them have great and rewarding and important lives that sort of positively impact the environment. And yeah, so there's a lot to say, but
Thank you. I want to also bring our online speaker, Professor Lee San-yum. Can you make some comment on what we just discussed?
Yes, I was listening to a great discussion. Thank you all. Let me focus on a topic on petrochemicals and plastics, as the topic has been discussed a lot. So to start with, petrochemicals and or plastics are not evil. They are great. We need them. I mean, consider making a car without plastics. What are you going to use? We're going to use wood? Are we going to use steel? Or if you make it not with wood, but if you make everything with steel, it's going to be too heavy and it's going to use 3 times more fuel or energy. So plastics are needed because they are light, durable, non-degrading, and also inexpensive. That's why we have been using and we have been civilizing thanks to all these petrochemicals. One problem here is, again, sustainability and causing a pollution to the earth. And what are you going to do? I think simply we are using everything too much. So I would propose we have to share the vision of 4 R's. So first R is reduce. So we need to reduce using to the extent we absolutely need. And then reuse. So once you use a plastics or whatever, you try to use it for different purposes until it weathers and you cannot use it anymore. Third R would be recycle. Now, since you cannot reuse it anymore, you try to recycle it to make something out of it. and then the fourth R would be replace. So instead of using fossil resource-based chemicals or materials, you produce it from, for example, CO2, or you produce it from non-edible biomass, etc. So we're talking about the behavior of the human population together with the vision we share. And I do not agree with the term education too much, especially to the general public who are not students anymore. And they want to be properly communicated instead of using the word of education, because there's no such thing as public perception. We need to better communicate with the shared vision, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great comment. I think I would also try to switch the topic a little bit to our speakers and panelists and everybody in the audience. I think in line with what the session is about, I want to ask the question, what might be the most disruptive technology to overcome like the food supply and even shortage in some places, and also in the climate crisis. So what you have in mind the most important or most disruptive technology that we may be able to bring about? What do you think about it?
I can start from there because one of the examples I can share from the Singapore case during the pandemic, as you know, Singapore doesn't have that much land, therefore they need to import all the food products outside of that. And then, you know, they have one crisis case. Typically, if you go to Singapore, one of the representative dishes is chicken rice. And in order to make chicken rice, you need to have a live chicken. Right? It's not frozen one, and then they typically import from Malaysia and other places. So, you know, that in a certain period of time, they could not get that, you know, the live chicken to, you know, transfer. So the government, what they want to do now, because of have all this experience during the pandemic period, what they trying to do is that they announce it. Hey, we want to feed 30% of the population with the technological improvement, produce the food from the Singapore soil, which is, have you ever been to the Singapore land? It's just essentially not possible. So with that, what they do is the vertical farming, that is one thing, and the big push is cellular agriculture to produce the meat, milk, you know, other food products with the cultured meat. So that is one of the action. And then by doing that, what they do, beginning with, they basically put the standard. Put the standard meaning is that they announced it, you know, we were going to allow people testing the cultured meat in Singapore soil. That's I think it's for the first time they did it. So, you know, they are pushing very hard to push the boundary in order to have you know, technology implication in order to feed the population. That's I think it's a smart move.
Yeah, please.
Can I continue?
Okay, please. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the topic. Professor Cho said is what I've been working on recently as well. So yes, absolutely, you can make a lot of different food ingredients or food itself through advanced biotechnology. So as you know, these alternative proteins or alternative meat can be now better made from texturized vegetable proteins that's integrated with several components such as heme, which I mentioned briefly, and actually giving the true beef flavor. So you cannot distinguish much as long as it's minced meat applications. Also, the future to prevent the food shortage will be microbial food. So what I'm talking about is that microorganism itself is an entire organism, containing all the nutritional components human needs. So instead of relying on plants or animals alone, we can do edible microorganisms cultivated in large scale, and then that can supply a lot of nutrients required by the people in the region where food is scarce due to the climate crisis worsens. And also, Korea has celebrated the successful launching of Nuriho, and we can now imagine a trip to Mars. Can we go to Mars? The answer is no. One of the reasons is that you cannot supply enough food and ship it together to survive until you reach Mars. So one way is continuous recycling. So you breathe, and then the CO2 you breathe out will be the food for microorganisms, and then you eat that microorganism as your food. So it's continuous circulation. That's just one exaggerated example. But the microorganisms can serve as a great food when we encounter some food shortage problems.
Yeah, thank you very much. I totally agree with your opinion for the microorganism, which is we believe we need to really search for the alternative source, and the microorganism algae is one of the other green organism, which is a very important thing. And then actually, indeed, the pollen is one of a kind of algae too, and then they can capture the CO2 in order to growing it, so they can actually, great benefit, one-two punch benefit for the, carbon reduction system too. Thank you very much.
Rodney, please.
Well, I know there are several colleagues from the state of Indiana. My dad grew up on a farm in Indiana, and I'm used to thinking of the United States as being the #1 exporter of food. But when I learned, I guess Garrett is from the Netherlands, so the Netherlands, my slide might have been too fast. They have 22 million people, but they're the second largest exporter of food in the world. Now, when I moved from Texas with my family, I got lucky because I didn't do my homework, and I didn't know that Busan has so many nice sunny days here in Korea. So in Texas, it's 330 days a year you're going to get a lot of sunlight. But even in the cold winter days in Busan, there's excellent sun. There's excellent sun throughout Korea. But the nice thing about greenhouses also is that they use much less fertilizer, pesticides, insecticides. They don't use any of some of these. Korea also has excellent technology in LED and lighting technology, glass making, etc. So I'm no expert when it comes to greenhouses, but just that the Dutch did that with 22 million people. They do have Europe to feed, but it still is really, really quite remarkable. And then to have a little humor, one thing that I was happy to see is I think that the Dutch overdo it a bit with the ornamental flowers. So this has not taken in Korea. And Korea is very interested in producing food, but not a lot of tulips in their greenhouses. So.
Okay. Yes, please.
Speaking about the Dutch, should we be proud or not? Because what is happening currently in the Netherlands is that this concept of producing so much for the export by the farmers, it's going to be killed. Actually, the politics is nowadays that farmers should stop doing so. We should
I don't agree with this, Garrett. I think it's horrible.
But that is actually the politics of the cabinet and the governments in the Netherlands. And this is, again, something they related to climate. As already mentioned by Namjoon and by others, that also by you, because we have too much nitrogen in the ground. And because farming produces nitrogen also in the ground, the farmers are the victim. They forget about the airlines or the industry, and actually the policy is going in a sort of direction that farmers have to stop their farmer life. And they sell them out, and to stop overproduction of food. I don't agree with this at all, but this is nowadays typical Dutch.
To me, it's quite literally insane, and I think
I
hope all of the Dutch people kick the government out very quickly.
Yeah, and this is also not possible. It's already there ongoing for many years, but maybe you can visit us soon. And
that's why he's working.
You have a mission.
Too.
I think this is beyond the topic of the conference. Any other from the audience want to say something, or any questions, any comments? Say something? Yes, please.
제가 영어로 해야 되는지 한글로 해야 되는지.
I'm not sure if I.
Professor of Korea University Medicine. I'm a breast radiologist, and then every day I meet the breast cancer patients. I came here with my colleagues because I'm the director of the training and education of Korea University medical students and residents and nurses. So I ask a real practical question to panelists. The focus of the green bio and white bio is the human health, I think, the main goal. So as my practical question is how can we apply the green bio and white bio in the real hospital life for employees and for patients? This is my question.
Thank you. Anybody, Udi, you want to first respond?
Yes, I would try to answer it. So again, I think that we need to find different medication and treatment instead of chemotherapy, especially for breast cancer. And this is exactly what our company is doing. The chemotherapy have a lot of advantages, but again, the contamination by producing those chemotherapy, and also for the patient, for the doctors and the team in the hospital is also exposed to those chemotherapy. So the answer is, I will add another R to the 4 R's, is research, research, and research, and to try to find different treatment with clean methodology, and that's the way I'm looking on that.
Please, Professor Brock.
Very good question, because last year they published a Nature paper about arginine. Arginine is one of the metabolites produced by the bacteria, microbiome. So you know well about arginine because it is also food in the shop. So they provide 1 milligram of arginine for our just food, not medical food. But in case of anti-cancer treatment, we have to take around 150 grams of arginine to suppress the tumors. So using the bacteria microbiome, only 10 to 5 CFU will be enough, just 1 capsule of microbiome. So just like that, we can use engineered the probiotics, microbiome, for the medical purposes sooner or later.
Okay, any other from the panelists or speakers?
Well, maybe just a quick comment to reiterate, I really enjoyed the Korean hospital experience, but I'll tell a little story from Austin, Texas, where we have a lot of cedar trees, C-E-D-A-R. Austin is very dry most of the year, so Mother Nature has figured out, at least for the cedar tree, that it has to emit a tremendous amount of pollen to survive. And so it's incredible to see videos. It looks like smoke shooting off the trees. So I was convinced that, each spring I would have these allergy problems. So to quickly get to my point, I went to see an allergist finally because I shouldn't be assuming, I should find out. In his office were 2 other people. I didn't know what their role was. This is about 15 years ago. So they were sitting there with notebooks on their laps, and he looked kind of nervous. I had never met him before. And he did the skin test, and no, it's not cedar. That was nice to know. And then it turned out that these two people were from some pharmaceutical company. And it was so extraordinary. I didn't even think of it at the time. Only 2 days later did I say, that was really weird. They were sitting there looking at him with laser eyes. Basically, one of them couldn't stand it anymore, and she said, "You must prescribe." And he really looked upset and even angry. So he said no. He wasn't going to prescribe me something because I didn't have a cedar allergy. That's 15 years ago. I think that has only worsened, at least in the United States. Can't speak to other countries. So I would really hope that doctors can continue to make their own decisions for the good of the patient, and that the Hippocratic Oath is always first and foremost around the world for doctors.
Nanjun, please.
Okay, because you talked about pollen and you talked about allergy, and let me just share the experience with why I studied pollen as an engineer. Because, no one really researched pollen as a material building block. Because the reason being is because, people have those conception, pollen is allergenic material, which is true in certain pollen, and which is class of wind pollen they do. But the reason I was interested because, this is actually from the International Paper Company, which is they have a 50 forest. When they make the paper, they cut one forest, and then they, plant it, and then they go next one, produce paper. And then if you actually see the whole processing of producing paper from wood, that's the bleaching process, and the whole those, traditional industry process is available. But they are the one who study the pollen most because, number one single tree, you produce 22 kilograms of pollen each season. Humongous. If you see the video pollen crowd in the YouTube, you're going to be shocked how much pollen they produce. And then it's actually very easy to collect, massive amounts. Then with that, if you develop the processing like what we do, it's a soap making processing, very traditional, very sustainable, to make different material building blocks. That is nothing more than from waste to build the material building block, and then there is unlimited application you can actually pursue. And then the reason I brought up, this is just one example. In the nature give it to you, all the necessary components if we think through, or redefine waste. That is one of the, my whole, the take-home message of my talk today.
Thank you. I think the Nanjun's comments really bring up the sustainability. So what we can do, and especially I think we're here in Korea, I think I want to bring up another question is regarding what Korean can do in this green and white biology revolution. Any challenges, any way to ensure success, anything, the most important things should be done. I think anybody want to, please, Professor Lee.
예, 일단
So from the consumer perspective or the public perspective, we need to make sure that it is necessary and needed. There is a demand. Because sustainably or in the long term, everything is necessary for research. However, in the shorter term, in terms of sustainability, the companies need to think about what could come in the near future. And the global population is going up, the lifespan as well is also going up. However, Korea is suffering from low birth rate and a very super aging trend, and everything is becoming more individualized. And under the circumstances, the everyday life could not only but go with the trend. So we need to think about the demand rather than the research perspective. And the reason why advanced biotech is very prevalent in Korea is because the society is changing at a rapid phase. And this is creating a sense of urgency to companies and people, and and people are responding to this change. So the society has changed, and who should come up with a solution? It will come from the younger generation because they could sense that the society is changing. When you get older, you just want to maintain the status quo. You don't have to change anything. However, the younger generation are more hardly hit by these changes. That's why they are more reactive. So in the case of younger generations, and also the companies with urgency and emergency, they are desperate, and these two actors will be able to change the world. And opportunities could be sought out. So if, in terms of change, the younger generation or the startups are more advantageous because they are used to the change, it will provide more opportunities to startups. And we are talking about second generation or third generation leaders who are doing things differently from the previous generation. So new leaders are ruling companies. So we are living in the new era, and we need to bring out the sense of the younger generation and also the next generation leaders of companies. If these two powers come together, I am sure that we will be able to better identify what is necessary and needed from the market. We will be able to develop necessary technology as well. And the second generation, third generation already have an own functional system. So universities would be able to identify problems, and startups would be able to commercialize these kind of technology to solve problems better than the previous generation. So it could be new business areas, or the research center heads could come together to solve the other questions. I don't think this could be done by the previous generation. New questions, new issues would be able to be solved by the younger generation who are able to feel and sense what is changing in the world better. So I hope that we will be able to create this kind of network. For instance, in the case of Korea, distribution has been transformed through Coupang and Delivery Hero as well, 배달의 민족, BDMJ as well. It only took 10 years to transform the distribution scene. And in the case of agriculture, the data is all possessed by the government, by USDA, the Korean equivalent of USDA. However, if the data has been shared with the private sector, I think it would have been more successful. And national defense and also aerospace are in good collaboration with the private sector, and that pushed up the technological level. So if Green Bio is able to not possess data by the government, but if this is to be shared and owned by the private sector, if it's shared with startups, I think we could be able to be more competitive. So we need to change what has been done, the way everything has been doing.
Thank you. I want to bring Professor Lee Stan-yong from online to add his comment, please.
Yes, I think Korea has great potential on both the green biotech and white biotech. And for green biotech, we have a couple of, innovation fields. For example, we can replace fertilizers using engineered soil microbiome to reduce the usage of nitrogenous compounds, and thus reducing the greenhouse gas emission. And also you can make more nutritious food. I think that there was a question from a medical doctor earlier on breast cancer and the linkage with these technologies. Obviously, you can design a personalized nutrition that will help cure the disease while the patient is receiving either chemotherapy or radiotherapy. And obviously, clinicians can work with scientists to design such personalized nutrition. Also, Korea is famous for food manufacturing. You probably know that Korea is very strong and still very strong in petrochemicals. And now they are moving towards the bio-based chemical system because they know that they can not use fossil resources for a long time. So they are now replacing a number of processes using biotechnology to produce the same chemicals. So I think there are great opportunities. And if you look at the 5,000-year-old history of Korea, my mom used to tell me and my sister that, hey, eat this because this is good for men. Hey, you eat this because this is good for women. So we have this great tradition of food linked to health, some of which does not have a clear mechanism of action proven, but it has been well documented and scientifically proven the mixtures of food. So I think what we can do is we can make it more scientifically sound and evidence-based. And I think Korean food is the world's healthiest food. I hope I'm not the only one thinking that way. So we can make even greater food for better health so that we can make people stay healthier instead of curing them when they become sick. I think that's the most important strategy to make a better humanity. Thank you.
I'll just jump in.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for the additional remarks. I want to say that Korean cooking is really great. Going to the cafeteria at KAIST or wherever we're working in Korea, there's always healthy options, vegetable-based. And I wanted to point out, one of the interesting things with some of the cuisine is that they're quite unique to this area. For example, the miyeokguk or the kim, like the kind of the laver that is served very often is kind of uniquely grown in this general region of the world. So I think that's an interesting thing to point out. And I'm sure I don't have all my facts right about the exact specifics of the food, but also I was talking to a colleague in recent months about whether it's possible or viable to have fake meat. That would be kind of not vegetable-based meat type products like a hamburger made out of vegetables, but actually like cell-cultured meat where you kind of, in the future, possibly you could have your laboratory just next to your fake hamburger food joint, for example. Like, so things could be consolidated. But then I guess the idea that you have this sort of almost arguably cancerous type of growth that's giving you the hamburger might be a little bit unappealing for now, but it's definitely maybe the way of the future. So it's like a cruelty minimization. And as far as chemistry, I just wanted to mention to the general audience about catalysis. Catalysis is such an enormous emphasis in the Department of Chemistry, and there's a lot of outstanding scientists working there. We think in terms of like the natural enzyme-oriented catalysts, and then also small molecule catalysts, like a very one metal ion or two next to each other, surrounded by quite small ligands. So how do we make the best catalyst as a small molecule? And then also how do you, and as Professor Lee is an expert in, how do you engineer proteins to make exactly what you want and in the way that you want it? I guess I'll stop there.
Anybody else? Okay, so I think, Professor Park, you want to say anything? No? Okay. I think we had a very good discussion. We have about near the end of this. I think we heard a lot about different technologies like pollen paper boxes, cultured meat, cultured food, microbiome for different purposes, including making chemicals, plastic eating bacteria, so all kinds of possibilities, and we also heard a lot of suggestions, not only for the scientists, not only for the researchers and company, industries, and also for everybody, for the next generation, for us to, everybody has to make an effort. Otherwise, if we continue to waste more, then there's no hope. I think there's a lot of good suggestions. I think anybody has some last minute comments for 30 seconds? Anybody? Yeah, please.
I will start in we have 1 minute, so it's a very simple closing remark. You know, this Seoul Forum 2023, and then through the last 14 years, they really get the agenda. You know, space, AI, and then all this area of science and technology, the agenda they are putting. And then this session, for example, is in this whole forum, in the last 2 days, advanced biotechnology, but today it's the green bio, green and white bio. And Seoul Economic Daily is the newspaper who focusing on the economic development, and then as you see the title of this whole session for the economy and security and healthcare. But I'm really pleased, glad the effort for the team from the Seoul Economic Daily putting this amazing fashion together. And then Seoul Forum is known as one of the Korean version of a Davos Forum. And then I'm hoping that this can be developed further in globally. And then I have a great expectation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
네. 이렇게 민다오 디렉터님의
Thank you very much, and thank you for the moderation of Professor Ming Dao. With this, we will conclude session 3, and I would like to give a big round of applause to all the panelists and speakers of this session. We talked about green bio and white bio, the solution of food and climate crisis. So now we will take a 5 to 10 minute before we start with today's last session, session 4.
잠시 후 네 번째 세션이 시작될 때 다시 한번 안내 멘트 드리도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 뒤에 뵙겠습니다.
So I will see you in 5 to 10 minutes.
어느덧 오늘의 마지막
Now
세션
we are
시간이
down to the
되었습니다.
last session of the day, which will deal with the topic of the strategies to build innovative bioindustry ecosystem.
첫 번째 스피치입니다.
Now we will invite our first speaker, Mr. Paul Liu, Deputy Scientific Director at the National Human Genome Research Institute, National Institute of Health, and he will speak about how NIH fosters innovative and collaborative biohealthcare ecosystem in the U.S. Let's invite him up to the stage. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying on, to this last session. I'm really pleased and honored to be here. And I'm supposed to talk to you about the NIH contribution to the American biomedical innovative research. And I thought just give you some brief introduction about NIH in case someone, not familiar with the organization. So NIH was actually established in the late 19th century as an initial hygiene laboratory, something like that name, a single room, research organization, and in New York City, actually. And then, gradually it's expanded, especially after World War II. And so there are a series of, acts from the U.S. Congress to expand the organization. Initially, it was its own research, but nowadays it's mainly giving out grants to researchers in the universities and other organizations. So right now, the current budget is around $49 billion for fiscal year 2023. So that makes NIH the largest biomedical research agency in the world. NIH is not a single organization. It's composed of 27 different institutes and centers. These are kind of independent. They have their own funding authorized directly by the Congress. So it's more like a federation, like states in the United States, so rather than provinces, of a country. The mission of NIH is really to seek fundamental knowledge about the nature and behavior of living systems and the application of that knowledge to enhance health, lengthen life, and reduce illness and disability. So the important thing is the key mission is to seek knowledge, fundamental knowledge. That I can mention earlier, kind of limit or kind of define the contribution of NIH for translation and biotech industry. It's mostly seeking fundamental knowledge. So as I mentioned earlier, the transition from NIH initially doing its own research to mainly funding research in universities, research organizations, and industry. So 84% of the funding is rewarded to extramural research, largely through grants like R01, PO1, UO1, to more than 300,000 researchers in universities, medical schools, and other research organizations. There's 10% of the budget, around $5 billion is spent on campus, funding 6,000 or around 6,000 intramural scientists like myself in Bethesda campus and several others like Frederick. Again, basic research is very important for NIH. That is, if you think about it, without, excellent fundamental research, you really there's nothing you can translate, nothing to base on for biology, technical development and clinical applications. A lot of basic research initially may not seem to have much, application clinically, but it turned out to be very important. Most recent example is CRISPR. This is initially studied in bacteria, how bacteriophage, all the, kind of immune system in bacteria. You couldn't think of any that could be applied to human health, but look at where CRISPR is now. Similarly, Human Genome Project, this is, a major mission of my institution, the Human Genome Research Institute. Actually, that institute is funded based on the Human Genome Project, is supposed to be the Manhattan Project in biology. First, kind of multidisciplinary, large projects in biology, and initially it's not without resistance. So a lot of people think that was a bad idea. You're wasting your money. Why you do this? But now look at now. Everything is omics. You have epigenomics, proteomics. There are different things. It's all omics. So it's a trend of big science in biology nowadays. One way to measure this is how much had achievements been the top achievements, the Nobel Prize, and how many were funded by NIH funding. So up to 2022, 169 researchers either worked at NIH or funded by NIH grants and have received Nobel Prize. In addition, also there's a Lasker award. You may or may not have heard it. This is concentrating in biomedical research rather than Nobel Prize. You also have physics and chemistry, but this is mostly for biomedical research. So 214 awardees either funded or worked at NIH. So the impact of NIH research, there are multiple ways you can measure, economically, that one estimation is that $94 billion in economic activity in 2021 was associated with NIH funding research. And also another way is look at the GDP contribution, that $69 billion were resulted from NIH-funded research and supports over 7 million jobs. That's another way to look at how many people are employed or directly or indirectly through NIH funding. And in terms of patent, when we're talking about that this is a measure of translation, there are different ways of measure, and the number changed quite a bit, but on average, it's like one patent from every 2 NIH grants, and all $100 million of NIH funding, resulting in around approximately 76 patents generated. In terms of health impact, between 1970 and 2020, life expectancy in the US increased by 7 years, and the death rate decreased by 35%. Again, Human Genome Projects I'm more familiar with. The numbers on these slides are globally, not just for the US, and the field of human genomics supports over 850,000 jobs, again, globally, and over $265 billion in total economic impact per year, resulting from human genome projects. We talk about investment, and for someone calculated that each dollar you invest in genome-related, industry and research, the return of invest is almost $5. So it's 5 times, return, which is very good. And human product really stimulate technology development. Initially when I was student, we were running gels. You're doing Sanger sequencing. You had to count the bands and read them. So and each time you will probably only sequence a couple of hundred base pairs. Nowadays you can do over 1 million base pair of reading. And when the first human genome, just one genome, it was sequencing completed in 2003. It cost over $100 million and hundreds of researchers for like 12 years to do it. Nowadays, it costs less than $1,000. Take only a couple of days. And you can actually sequence multiple genomes at the same time. So the cost reduction is over 100,000-fold, which is astounding in just a mere 20 years. So as I mentioned, NIH primarily found basic research and some translational research but the research findings, how this is being translated. Of course, the most important part is you have the intellectual property. Without intellectual property, it's very hard to translate industry. None of the industry people will be interested if you don't have IP. So actually, for quite a while, initially, the federally funded research, there's a hard time to translate until Congress actually enacted a law in the late 1980s that make it possible for inventions arising from federally funded research project to be owned by the grantees and who may file for patent protections. However, they have to report the inventions to the government agency. Actually, they have to allow the government to have licensing rights. I'm not a tech transfer person, so I don't know the details, but each NIH institute has its own tech transfer office, intellectual property, and that facilitates collaboration between NIH scientists and the broader scientific community, including industry. So they do patent filing, arrange for licensing agreements and material transfer agreements. That doesn't have to be IP protected, but any research, vectors and antibodies and animal models, things like cell lines, and you can sign agreement to share with the research community and industry. And also there's a CREDA, cooperative research and developmental agreements that can be signed with industry to collaborate. So there are, you go to that website, there are hundreds of, different patents that you can share with anybody, and you can look it up. And a couple of recent, NIH, patents, including, as we were talking about, the vaccine for COVID-19, and also vaccine for, preventing infection by human papillomavirus, and which is associated with, a lot of cancers in female. And both of these are based on research done at NIH. So I am running out of time. I was going to say there are, recent years, there are increased awareness that NIH needs to do more to stimulate translation. So there are two recent agencies set up. NCAT is not that recent, National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences. It was established over 10 years ago, try to overcome the so-called valley of death. And it's just to bridge the gap between basic research and industry. And this center doing a lot of work and multiple mechanisms to accelerate the translation. And more recent, this is still in the process of establishment. We talk about DARPA, during this meeting a couple of times already, but it's NIH is setting up the Advanced Research Project Agency for Health, ARPA-H, and this is even a step further than NCATS. This will be, very nimble, very fast. You can making quick decisions on high impact, transformative research, and it's already have 1.5 billion budget, but they started as first. They were supposed to do streamline award process. They want to be doing things innovative, nimble, transparent, bold, and they cover a wide variety of things. And its funding mechanism is totally different from like R1. This will be program managers identify core areas that need to invest, and they frame the challenges and assemble a team to solve the challenges. And the work is measured and evaluated closely to make sure the best solutions move forward, highly competitive. So it's an interesting idea. We'll see how it goes. And the first program has just been announced, and it's actually related to some other talks we mentioned earlier. This is on osteoarthritis. You can read it. Go to their website and find this up, and potentially maybe you can get a lot of funding for this research. Because of time, I just stop right there, and we can discuss more any of this, at the panel discussion later. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 폴류 연구부소장님께 여러분.
Thank you very much. Please give another big round of applause for Mr. Paul Liu.
NIH를 통해서 본 미국
So we talked about how NIH fosters innovative and collaborative biohealthcare ecosystem in the U.S. Thank you very much. So, just as we said at the start of the main session, we need collaborative efforts. It's not something that individuals and one company can do in order to foster biohealthcare ecosystem, but research institutes and universities and industries all need to come together. Now let's hear the second speech. It will be given by the Mordecai Shevs, the professor at Department of Molecular Chemistry and Material Science at the Weizmann Institute of Science, and he'll talk about Israel's innovative biohealthcare ecosystem and ways to improve its advanced biotech domain. Let's invite him up to the stage. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you. I would like first to thank the organizing for letting me this opportunity to tell you a little bit about Israel and specifically about Weizmann Institute, the ecosystem. So what are the major factors for a successful innovation? There are many factors, but I would like to emphasize first education system. Education system, I mean not only universities, but starting kindergarten, elementary school, and so on. Education system is the most profitable investment that I think society can do. But the education system should develop curiosity and encourage the children to ask questions. This is a picture I think was taken in China, how you can see the children were told to do something, everything do the same. They sit with the uniform during the corona with the mask. If you compare it to Israeli class, it's a mess. Okay, very difficult for the teachers, but very good for high-tech. Everybody is independent in a way. He's encouraged to think independently. Again, another class in China, I think everybody sits in a uniform and they were told to eat, so they eat everybody together. Again, in Israel, it's a mess in the class, and children are encouraged to ask questions and even to tell their teacher that he is not correct. And this is very important. Now, why is Israel is called startup nation? Why Israel is so successful in high-tech sector? I think that one thing is that you can compare Israel to other cultures. People in Israel usually they are not followers. They don't follow each other. They think independently. Again, in startup is very fruitful. It's important for the ecosystem to have excellent universities and high quality of basic research. He also was told by Professor Liu about NIH, but I want to tell more about Weizmann Institute. So how do we create new and valuable scientific knowledge? In Weizmann Institute, we try to hire excellent scientists that are knowledgeable, curious, and passionate about their own ideas. Actually, we don't ask too much what they are going to do. They are completely independent. They choose what they want to do. The management just try to offer top quality human and physical infrastructure and provide the scientists the opportunity to take risk. Take risk is also very important, not only in science, also in high-tech. And protect their freedom to think, very important. So what is Weizmann Institute contribution to society? First, we think that our contribution is education. We award degrees, master degrees, PhD, and we have postdoc students. And we do basic science research. Everything starts from basic science. By the way, most of the Israeli biotech innovation has come out of academia. This is a fact. So, for example, the class of 2022, this is about every year we produce 120 new PhDs and 180 master students. About, by the way, close to 30% of all the PhD in Israel in science originated from Weizmann Institute. So other contribution, as I said, basic science research. But if you do basic science research, you can do technology transfer, as also described by Professor Liu. But in order to do good technology transfer, it's very important to have effective and professional technology transfer operation. To do technology transfer is a profession. Weizmann is very strong in that. One reason for that is because we started this technology transfer activity in 1959. When nobody in the world thought about IP, Weizmann people, they have vision that this is important. And if you do basic science, good basic science or very good, you can many times extract application for that if you don't ignore it. Many times you lose many technologies that the campus has because the technology transfer is not effective enough. So one way to do technology transfer is to direct licensing of technologies or patents to the private sector, that they will develop it. Weizmann Institute doesn't do it by itself. Another thing is that the knowledge we produce and the technologies are developed by external entities based on our basic science. Sometimes long time after its invention, even without patent, it can happen. And there are some examples for that. Now, major difficulty to transfer technologies from academia to the industry is the large gap between this. Usually the technologies, let's say, of Weizmann Institute or other universities are very early technologies, far from being product in the market. And as it was mentioned, this is called the Death Valley. Many good ideas can die here, not because they are not good, because nobody wants to invest money in that and they are too early. So how can we solve that? In Israel, first, there are government tools that the government has some foundations that startups and entrepreneurs can approach this, and if they are approved, they are supported, usually if they have also private money. The government doesn't give just money. We have in Israel incubators. They are designed for early technologies. The incubators are partially supported by the government, but partially private money. And then we have a very good community of what we call angels in Israel. Usually young people that they like to take adventures. And in Israel, there is a culture of tolerate failures. This is very important. And this young, you can see in Israel, young people, they are, as I said, like to take adventures. If you come to Israel, you can see how we drive on the roads. So this is not good for the roads, but it's good for high-tech. Weizmann Institute has pilot program that choose technologies that we believe in their potential, and we put Weizmann money in that in order to push them to some milestone that it will be attractive to companies. This also helps. In Israeli culture, failure is an option. If you fail, it's not the big disaster. You go to the next project, you are more experienced people. There even a children program was on TV, and it was a guy there that named Yatsek. He always time he fell. But he gets up back. So it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get up. That's the issue. Now, during the years, as I said, Weizmann started many years ago. We have many failures, but also quite many success stories, especially in pharmaceutical, other fields too. But I want to show you some pharmaceutical blockbuster that we have in the market. In 1996, we have a drug called Copaxone for multiple sclerosis, and Avonex. We have 3 drugs in multiple sclerosis field. And then there is a Umbrel of Amgen in 2000, in Humira. Humira, you know, is a very bestseller drug. It sold close to $20 billion annually. In 2014, we have Erbitux. In the cancer drug, actually, we have 3 drugs that came from the same patent. It's Vectibis, Protraza, and Erbitux. We have in the immunotherapy Yescarta, sold by Gilead. The first patent in immunotherapy was developed in Weizmann. The patent was filed in 1992, but it's still valid. And we have another drug which is called Tucad. It's very close, will enter the market. The sales of the products of Weizmann Institute every year is about $36 billion, which is quite, I think, remarkable for a small place like Weizmann. The high-tech contribution to Israel society is very high. I just will say that about 50% of Israel export is coming from the high-tech. Now, the 50% of all Israel GDP is also from the high-tech. So what are the major factors for a successful innovation? I think first, I'm emphasize again and again the education system. And you have to remember that we change everything in technology very fast. But methods of teaching is the same 100 years, not change much. And we have to think to give some attention to this, how we improve our education system. This is, I think, crucial for the future. And how to teach our children that they will be able to cope with the artificial intelligence and so on. So it's important to ask questions and challenge authorities and brainstorming, starting from kindergarten, and tolerate and analyze failures. We have in Israel inhomogeneous society. People came from many countries, you know, the Jews to Israel, and that is create many problems, are also very good for creativity. People think differently. We should have a government-appropriate support, creation appropriate ecosystem, and sharing risks. So the government, I don't think, should just throw money. They should share the risk with private money. Private money is very important. One should develop angel and deep investor community. It's crucial. We have in Hebrew a name, the word name chutzpah. And this is chutzpah is nerve. You don't hesitate to say something what you think. And it's very important also for companies, I think also a Korean company, to immediately think global, not about the Korean market. Now, in Israel, what we are lacking, I think, and I hope in the future will be improved, we need more expertise in bioindustry and more investment, especially in advanced stages. The early stages, we more or less have money, but the late stages is the problem. So I want to thank you very much for your attention, and thank you again for the organizer for allowing me to talk today. Thank you.
네, 모르데카이 셰베스 의장님께 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mordecai Chavez, for your presentation. So since we have listened to 2 presentations, now it's time for the panel discussion. which will be moderated by Mr. Subra Suresh, Director of HP Board. And the panelists will include Mr. Paul Liu, Dr. Murkadai Sheves, and President Yoon Seok-jin of KIST, President Wang Gyu-chang of National Academy of Medicine of Korea, Vice President Lee Seung-gyu of Korea Biotechnology Industry, and also President Lee Yong-hoon of UNIST. So I would like to ask all panelists to please join me on the stage. So let me call out the names once again. This session will be moderated by Mr. Subra Suresh, Director of HB Board, and the first speaker, Paul Liu of NIH, and also Murkadai Sheves. Second presenter of this session will also participate in the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we had two very inspiring talks about two different ecosystems. One from the US, especially in the context of NIH, and the other one from Israel. The title of this session is The Strategies to Build Innovative Bioindustry Ecosystem. So just to start off, I thought it'll be good to put Dr. Paul Liu's comments. So he spoke from the NIH context. So I want to raise that up to the US context a little bit and broaden it to the research ecosystem in the US, how it evolved. So one of the key points that he made, which also Modi made in his presentation, is the need for basic science as the driver of innovation and economic prosperity. So in that context, many of you may know, but I thought it would be interesting to start this panel session with a history of how the basic science concept in the US evolved, especially in the second half of the 20th century. If you look at before the Second World War, there were more Nobel Prize winners from Germany, France, and the UK. But after the Second World War, a decade or so later, there were more Nobel Prize winners from the US than Germany, UK, and France combined. So one of the things was immigration from Europe, especially after the Second World War, Europe to the US. But also there was another major factor. So Dr. Vannevar Bush was the first dean of engineering at MIT. And during the Second World War, he was invited to Washington to advise the US government on how to rebuild the science infrastructure in the US. So Dr. Bush wrote a book, a famous report called Science, the Endless Frontier. In that he has different theses. The first thesis was exactly what the two speakers said. Basic research is fundamental to discovery, economic prosperity, and national security. The second point he made was basic research is best done in universities and colleges, where we not only have the freedom to think, but you are educating young people, you are fine-tuning young minds who go and become leaders in government and industry later. So universities are the right place to do it, which is consistent with Modi's point about universities contributing to the biotech industry. So these 2 points of Dr. Vannevar Bush were not controversial. But he made one other point, which was also not controversial, but it led to the fourth point, which was very controversial. The third point he made was it takes money to support basic research, and money should be provided to support this. That was not controversial. The fourth point was he said it's the responsibility of the government to support that basic research. So he published the report, and the report went to the White House, and like any good idea, it got turned down immediately. And it came back, nothing happened. Then in 1950, the president of the US, Harry Truman, signed the report and created the National Science Foundation. That report, Science and the Endless Frontiers, also played an enormous role in shaping the modern evolution of NIH. It also led eventually to the creation of NASA and its evolution. So it's quite remarkable. I'll finish in 1 minute with 2 other points relevant to the discussion today. The other thing Dr. Vannevar Bush said, and when NSF was created, so I never met Dr. Bush. He passed away in the 1970s. He was also a great entrepreneur. In addition to being a professor of electrical engineering, he was one of the 2 co-founders of a company now known as Raytheon Corporation. He was also the president of Carnegie Institution of Science in Washington, D.C. So he played many important roles. But he made another interesting statement in the creation of NSF. Because you need an agency in Washington to support basic research, which is not driven by any application, mission, or money, this agency should fund all fields of science and engineering. So we talk about interdisciplinarity, and underneath his hypothesis was a very strong notion of interdisciplinarity that led to the creation of NSF. So I had 2 connections to Dr. Vannevar Bush, but I never met him. He passed away before I went to the US. There is a professorship. He was the first dean of engineering at MIT, so I literally sat in that chair, and I held the Vannevar Bush professorship at MIT. Secondly, his report created the National Science Foundation, which is still the world's largest basic science and engineering funding agency in all fields except human health, because human health is the domain primarily of NIH. But NSF research has significantly contributed to success of other agencies. For example, Dr. Paul Liu mentioned about Human Genome Project. Human Genome Project could not have happened or succeeded without advances in computer science. And 85% of all the university research in computer science in the United States across the country since the 1960s and 50s has been funded by the National Science Foundation. So this is another reason for interdisciplinarity. So I thought I'll share this, this history as a sort of a talking point. We have about an hour to discuss a number of things. And then in the presentation about Israel and Weizmann, Dr. Chavez talked about innovation. So I want to just close my comments with an anecdote. Some of you may be familiar with this. To inspire people to do innovation. In the US at least, people always refer to John F. Kennedy as the pivotal moment that changed science in the US. When President Kennedy was in the White House, he made his famous speech about putting man on the moon and returning him home safely, which we did in the 1960s. That galvanized a generation of Americans to go into science and engineering and technology. So, but then here is somebody actually joked, but it's a true story, that we put Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin on the moon before we put wheels on the suitcase. So suitcases have been around for a long time. Wheels have been around for a long time, but nobody thought about putting wheels on a suitcase. That happened after Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon. There was a patent filed to put wheels on the suitcase in Massachusetts after the moon landing. And wheels on a suitcase is much more useful on Earth on a daily basis for hundreds of millions of people than going to the moon. So I want to say that example, give that example to highlight the point that innovation comes in different flavors. There is very fashionable innovation. There is mega innovation that's supported by organizations and governments, but there is individual innovation that comes from individuals who are inspired by something. So creativity has many different flavors, and if I listen to Dr. Chavez's comments carefully, one of the things I got from his comments was that we need to foster innovation at all levels. And there are many mechanisms we can talk about later related to this. So with that introduction, I would like to start with the panelists first and get their thoughts on not only the two presentations, but your own perspectives on how, in the Korean context, how we can have perspectives and thoughts that would expand and build on the innovation that we heard about last night. Maybe we'll start to my left. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am the president of KEAST. So thank you for the presentation on NIH by Mr. Paul Yu, and also the presentation from Workaday Shevis. So it was very inspiring. So I think you had put an emphasis on basic science. And in the case of the second presentation from Weizmann Institute of Science, education has been highlighted, and I also support this idea. So approximately 10 years ago, I had a chance to visit MIT. And back then, Korean students studying in US were mostly studying at MIT. So I had an opportunity to talk about a professor at MIT, and I asked how the Korean students are doing, and the professor said that Korean students don't ask any questions. And that was a wake-up call for me, thinking that the current education system of Korea has to improve. And Director Subra Suresh has mentioned also many meaningful things. So Verniva Bush has not been a person that I met in person, but I read and bought a book called Lone Shot and bought it for my faculty, so that a momentum would be created for innovation. So World War II has came to an end after the Allied forces caved. And innovation has also sprouted from this tragic incident. So in order for Korea to become the big economic nation that it is, we have strongholds in manufacturing, and we were able to adopt source technology from other companies to apply that in the manufacturing sector. So KEAST has been established in 1966. So when I talk to international scholars, I say, if you want to win a Nobel Prize, don't come to Korea. However, if you want for the industrialization of Korea, please come to work in Korea. So up to this point, we have been focusing on industrialization, and since I took the position of presidency, I am trying to allow failure and also put an emphasis more on basic science. So we need to do something that is not done by others. We need to go into uncharted territories. So in this case, failure would also be assumed. However, if we are to see a success, we will be able to change the world. So within KEAST, the autism range is approximately 5%. And early diagnosis or treatment to people with the autism spectrum is not so high. And also for people with visual disabilities, many research is being done. So this is impossible areas. However, if we are to succeed, we will be able to transform the world as we know it. So we're trying to set new milestones for the research industry. So with this, I would like to conclude my comment. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, President Yoon. We'll next go to President Wong Kyu-chang of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea.
네, 소개 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Wang Kyu-chang. I'm the president of the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, and I gave a congratulatory speech this morning. And I'm sure there are physicians here too, but anyway, I think I'm only physician among the panels here. the only doctor who actually sees patients. So I'm going to talk about my comment from the perspective of a physician who is also very much interested in technology. But I do ask for your understanding that my comment is going to be limited to my own field. I think the focus of the topic is medical science, so I'm not going to talk anything else aside from that. But anyway, so it's a tragedy, but there was Korean War on the peninsula, and medicine suddenly advanced in the country. With the help of advanced countries, and we sent some students out to study abroad, and we invited some professionals from abroad to teach our students and so on. So from the ruins of the war, we were able to advance our medicine remarkably. But we did not make anything from scratch. We were transferred with the know-hows and devices, all from foreign countries, in fact, in the form of aid. And so that's the history of Korea's medicine. And then in the 70s, the public medical insurance was adopted nationwide. And so it was very easy to see doctors. The threshold to go see doctors became very low. And this was a phenomenal breakthrough in welfare. And it also contributed greatly to the advancement of our medicine because we were able to encounter a lot of patients and accumulate a lot of data. So we were able to do our own research. And with our national power growing, we were able to have some room to concentrate on medical research. And even afterwards, well, there are some negative aspects to this, but actually, our medical system's delivery system is actually very poor. So we actually have patients being concentrated to few hospitals, and that actually allowed the advancement of our medicine. This is a phenomenon that we cannot see in Japan. In Japan, some doctors are actually envious of this phenomena because that actually contributed to our rapid advancement. So together with basic medicine, it would have been great if we could grow basic science together, but actually our medical field is largely clinician-oriented. And so whether it be the public or politicians, they actually see the field of medicine as a form of medical treatment instead of a study in medicine or medical science. So medical science was not able to play its due role as a research discipline. And so, in other words, our PhD students, we were not able to have many PhD students. So the research actually now had to be done in a form of open practice because we do not have many PhD students. It had to be done by people in universities and also people in private practices and so on. But anyway, so there are those negative aspects. But we now see our shortcomings. And at the National Academy of Medicine of Korea, we tried to summarize some of the issues that we are directly facing today. And in terms of medical science, the first issue is that we have weak fundamentals when it comes to basic medical science. And it's partly our fault, for not being able to pay attention to this, to building a strong fundamental. Whether it happens at a physician level or a non-physician level, we have to improve this weak fundamental of medical science. The second issue that we identified is the problem of physician scientists. especially physician scientists at a basic level, we have a short number of those kind of people. So in the past, people got their doctor licenses, and we did have people who engaged in basic research, but now those people have become older and they have reached their retirement age. But we do not have any young physicians who are interested in the field of, who are interested in becoming physician scientists. So, but they are critical in playing the role of a bridge between the clinician area and the science area. So I believe that we really need to be able to teach students the importance of this. But anyway, because we focus so much on the physician part, we kind of overlook the science part. And the third issue is, so we heard a lot about NIH in the presentation, but as I mentioned earlier, like MIC, like NIH, I mentioned them in my congratulatory remarks. They have similar institution in Japan as well, but basically, medical science is very important in 21st century is what we always say, but we have always spoken louder than the action that we take here in Korea. So government departments are actually very fragmented when it comes to promoting medical science. And we do not have a single consensus. It's very difficult to find a single direction. And it's not just the fault of the government, but this fragmentation can also be found in the field of medicine itself. So that's why we try to put more concerted efforts starting last year. And the government agency that are in charge of R&D say that, it's strange. The doctors always complain, but they don't play their due role. They don't have a dedicated unit. They don't have strategies. They don't have visions. What are doctors doing? So, that really made me repent what we have done so far. And so, but at a national level, I believe that we need something like NIH. So when Mr. Paul Liu is to comment later, I wish he would address these questions and comments. So basic medicine, do you see any weak fundamentals in basic medicine in the US as well? If so, how do you overcome those weak points? That's one of my questions. And second question is, physician scientists. So physicians, to a certain extent, have to take part in scientific activities. So how do you control that? And how do you manage that? So do you have like a system in place to foster the physician scientists? Any mechanisms? And third is, I don't know about the situation in Israel, but if we are to make something like NIH here in Korea, it would be very challenging because there will be conflict of interest among government departments and agencies. So this will not be an easy task. And the president really needs to have a concrete vision for this to be realized. But anyway, with regards to advanced biohealth, we do have a great enthusiasm for that field. So in other words, my question is, do you have an advice for Korea who has great enthusiasm for this field of advanced biotechnology? Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Wong. We'll come back to the points that you raised in the discussion. I would like to next go to President Lee of UNIS, please.
Okay.
And maybe in addition to your comments, I want to pose one question for you to consider, picking up on Dr. Chavez's presentation. One of the advantages of Israel, as he pointed out, and Weitzman, is the highly inhomogeneous or heterogeneous nature of the society, which is also very true of the US, which is also true of places like India, because you have 26 languages, different customs, different cultures. Korea is much more homogeneous. So if heterogeneity is an important ingredient for innovation, how do you foster that rather quickly in a highly homogeneous society. In a university, at UNIST, for example.
굉장히 어려운 질문을 저한테 해주신
You asked me a very difficult question to answer.
답은 저희가 굉장히
So
어려워합니다.
it is very hard to give you a simple answer. So in consideration of the Asian culture,
세베스 교수
as have been also mentioned by Mercadai Chavez,
이스라엘 학생들을
he's made a comparison between Israeli and Chinese students. Everyone in China wear uniforms. They're more confirmed, which is the different case of Israel. But in the case of Korea, students don't wear uniforms.
우리나라는 그 중학교 고등학교
However, when the students become middle school and high school students, after school, they all go to cramming academies to cram in more information to get into a good university. So that is a big loss as a whole in Korea. So the middle school and high school education is dominated by private education, and that altogether mounts up to 40 trillion Korean won, which is accounting for 25% of the global private education, and all of that is being spent in Korea. So to some end, I think the Korean education is encouraging some creativity. However, over time it becomes conformed. So I think the biggest issue of Korea is that private education is too strong and same information is crammed into students, killing off all of their creativity. And it's hard to root it out. In order to get into a good university, you need to study the same thing in repetition. So we need to give more thought as to where the direction of Korean education is going. And private education is the biggest obstacle. And private education is too busy. That's why many parents choose not to have any more children. And that's why Korean is suffering from such a low birth rate, because high private educational cost. So the education system is going beyond homogeneity, and the middle school, high school education system needs to be transformed as a whole. So we are aware of this problem. However, we do not see any visible solutions to it yet. However, it's something that should invite more discussion and thought thinking. So the two presenters in the presentations, and also as Director Suresh mentioned, basic research is all the more important. I also share the same sentiment. And in Korea, the government is also talking a lot about basic research. However, at the same time, the government is also saying that the research, national research grant minus national defense, the expenditure is more than 30 trillion won, which means the government research grant or expenditure is number 5 in the world. So this was very surprising. It's higher than that of UK and France. So national research expenditure is enormous. So the government asks engineers and scientists and scholars at universities, they are asking why we are a fast follower. We need to be first movers. So a lot of pressure is coming from the government with this big expenditure. And I came across some interesting data recently. So the national research expenditure has been investigated by OECD to classify into 6 categories. And the distribution of Korea and that of US was very different. So most of the research in Korea, more than 50%, is used for economic development. And only 10% for basic science. And for health, 15% is spent. So health, research, and basic science together takes up 25%. However, 50% and over is spent on economic development. However, in the case of US, maybe it's because of the abundant resources of NIH, more than 50% is spent for health and environmental areas, take aside from national defense, and 10% is used for basic science. So health and basic science together accounts for approximately 60%. However, in the case of Korea, more than 50% is allocated for economic development. So the reason why I brought this up was because the government is hesitant to make any changes. So a lot of research grant is going into economic development, but they're scolding us in the engineering and healthcare industry that we're not doing our job. So this is an unfortunate reality in Korea. And the second issue is that up to this point, outstanding students from Korea get their PhD in science and technology. So after earning, or the reason behind this is because they would be exempted from mandatory military service. So once you get into the PhD, under the Korean system, you can be exempted from military service. So this is more popular to male students. So the smartest and the brightest are trying to get into the PhD system. But because of the declining population, this benefit has been taken away, and that also taken away the incentive for students to get into the PhD course. So that's why we have less PhD graduates. However, this has not been considered as a huge problem. And the graduate school student salary is very low. The lowest salary is approximately 200 million Korean won, 2 million Korean won. However, in the case of graduate students, it's only half, 1 million Korean won. So this does not serve as any incentive for students to get an bachelor degree or PhD. So we are living with the consequences. However, there are no specific solutions to these issues. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk about the issues facing Korea.
Thank you, President Lee. I would like to go next to Vice President of Korea Biotechnology Industry, Mr. Lee Seung-kyu.
Thank you, Subra. 저는 산업계를 대표하고 있습니다.
So I'm representing the industry among the panels, and listening to what President Lee is saying, I can definitely feel the pressure that is felt by the academia, and us in the industry side also feel a lot of pressure. Now, there's a lot of impression for the biotechnology industry, so you can basically get some capital from model capitals and so on. But anyway, investment is a premise for biotechnology advancement. But high interest rate is actually wreaking havoc on the investment on biotechnology. And against this backdrop, how can Korea's biotechnology position itself in the global arena is an important question. So I'm here to represent the industry, and I would say there are two opinions. First is that there are opportunities, and second is that there are crises. So in the global market, we only have 2% market share in biotechnology. So we are a follower, not a leader. And we actually can catch up to the winners only at the time of crisis. So I actually see this series of crises as an opportunity. And when it comes to biohealthcare ecosystem, this discussion is very important for Korea at this juncture. In the case of Korea, so far, as said by Mr. Lee Yong-hoo, we have adopted a follower strategy. And so therefore, the government took lead, and the government took lead in terms of the strategy. And there were just so little that private sector could do. And of course, those dynamics is what made Korea it is today. But at this juncture, that is not going to be enough. For Korea to make a quantum jump and to seize another opportunity, we need a paradigm shift. And I believe that we are at a juncture where we need that paradigm shift very urgently. We have so many scholars with us, so I do hope that we'll be able to discuss about these three topics that I'm going to throw out right now. One is that I'm sure it's the same in Silicon Valley, but the driver for sustainable development is very important, but regulations. So we are upgrading our policies to foster this, and as said by Mr. Chavez, we need an innovative ecosystem that allows failure as an option, but so far we don't see that in Korea. So we need efforts made by governments and companies to make such ecosystem, but what can they do? That's one of my questions. And second question is, when there is an innovative technology that is created, the first barrier would probably be regulation. But when we talk about regulation, and we talk about deregulation, right? But rather than deregulation, I would like to put it this way. So if we can, based on science, prove things and upgrade the regulations, then we could maybe have regulations that can complement the advancement of the technology that we are pursuing. I'm sure that will be the case for Israel and the US as well. So what are some of those regulations for innovation? I'm sure you've experienced some clashes between existing regulations and also new regulations for these new technologies. So how did you deal with these regulations? Because that's really important for commercialization and marketization. And third agenda is that, we are professionals, right? So when it comes to bio industry here in Korea, we have a very small or short history, but we have a small workforce, but we have made many advancements, but there are some shortcomings in terms of its infrastructure, so we have a gap. And we also have a gap in terms of the experts as well. So can we really catch up with the speed of technical innovation with the existing curriculum at school? We need to think about that. If that is not the case, then at least in the short term, maybe what kind of education program can we offer to our talents? Because like I said, we have a shortage of talent in this field. So what kind of program can we administer in order to at least in the short term create a breakthrough and make sure that the technology actually enters the industry? So, we need to really seize the opportunities for Korea to become a meaningful player in the global arena. So I would like to throw those in three topics for us to address together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I want to take up the two of you, actually all of you, pose some questions. So maybe I want to take that up and use those questions as an opportunity to go to Paul and also to Moody. President of the National Academy of Medicine in Korea, Dr. Wong, asked about a model such as NIH. NIH works very well in the US. What kind of a model would be appropriate for Korea? Is an NIH the right model? I want to bring both of you into that conversation, but as a sort of a introduction to that discussion, again, I want to go back to the history of how it evolved in the US. So if you look at all the government funding agencies in the US, whether it's NIH, Department of Energy, DARPA, Department of Defense, Army, Navy, Air Force, basic research, and then DARPA, or even other agencies, US Geological Survey, National Institutes of Standards and Technology, NSF, etc. One of the remarkable things that evolved over a period of time, partly due to Vannevar Bush's insight, is the fact that you have mission-driven agencies. So NIH is a mission-driven agency to cure human diseases and to do basic research in human health and human disease. Department of Energy is a mission-driven agency. Energy of all kinds, including nuclear energy, now clean energy. DARPA is defense. Department of Defense has many, Army, Navy, Air Force, it's defense. NASA is air and space, etc. But they also created NSF. The mission of NSF is to do the best, fund the best people and the best ideas, give them resources for a long period of time, and stay out of the way. Whether NSF today does it or not, because of political constraints, is a different story, but that's the vision. So they had 3 pillars. Talented and interconnected workforce, that's necessary. Adequate and dependable resources. And the third is world-class basic research in all fields of science and engineering. Now, of course, medicine. So biology research, basic research is very much part of NSF's mission. Same in mathematics. In fact, NSF has produced close to 70 American Nobel Prize winners in economics. The research it produces. So that ecosystem has worked very well. And of course, NIH is the biggest funding agency in the world by a long shot compared to other US funding agencies. So I just wonder, both to Paul and to Moody, whether you have some thoughts on, if you cannot replicate the American system, which has been very successful, especially since the Second World War, what could be, based on your experiences, what could be, and if you cannot replicate the Israeli system, what can be an appropriate, a potentially helpful model in the Korean context, to the extent you know from the outside? Paul?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question, but I'm not sure I can give you a very, precise and personalized, if you will, answer, because I'm not familiar with the current state of the Korean funding situation, how the research is organized. So I can just make some general comment, maybe saying what NIH could do better. Actually, interestingly, there are some recent debate about, how NIH can be doing better, and some, very kind of radical ideas like NIH should be, tear it off and start over. NIH is moving too slowly in translating, research and into better health, for the American people. And another, important point is the so-called R01 grant system. I hope everybody knows about it. R01 grant, that's the major funding mechanism. Essentially, it's investigator-driven research. So scientists in universities, other places, you can send in application, but you don't have to doing anything specific. As long as you're doing biomedical research, it doesn't have to be do anything, say, has to be related to cancer. No, you can work on yeast, you can work on bacteria, and that's totally fine. So, however, once you fund it, you're supposed to use that money only doing the research in your grant. You're not supposed to do something else. So, for example, with the COVID-19, someone could have hundreds of thousands of dollars, working on something else, working on the mouse model. They cannot ship to COVID-19 because this is not what you're proposed to do. So the new model people trying to, propose, actually have been proposing for many years, and still NIH is a big ship. It's like an, aircraft carrier, so it's very hard to turn. And also there are a lot of, economic and mostly political reasons why, you cannot move so fast. But anyway, so the new model is investigator based on research rather than grant based on research. So if you identify good scientists, why do you give them money and turn them loose, let them do whatever research they want to do? So another important funding agency in the United States is Howard Hughes Medical Institute. You must have heard that. It's a totally private, foundation that gave money, and they found only the best, the most important scientists in the U.S. Again, they have I don't remember the real number, but they found many Nobel Prize winners and Academy members, and they are relatively smaller number, I think in the hundreds, and certainly less than 1,000 investigators they found, but they give them 5 years, 7 years funding without asking what they do. They based on their track record, I think they are good. I just give them money. Let them use their innovation. Let them do whatever. So far it's been very successful doing this way. Of course, they do 5 or 7 years at the end of the funding period. They want them to have a report. But this is mostly retrospective review rather than grant is the prospective, what they propose to do in the future. Here is saying, what do you have done in the past 5, 7 years using my money? If you're being productive, okay, I'll give you another 5 years. Go ahead, do whatever you do. So, but if next time you're not doing so well, then maybe get cut, eventually maybe stop. But this way, they can stimulate more innovative research, and rather than limiting what they can do using the grant. I think that might be a good model. Again, in the U.S., this has been proposed multiple times, and it's something you may consider.
Thank you, Modi.
I'm a great believer in freedom, as you mentioned, complete freedom in science, as you mentioned, to support basic science and let the scientists do what they want. I think NIH is very successful, of course, but the United States is a huge country with 350 million people and immigration and so on. And if NIH want to recruit somebody new, they have a market of 7 billion people, not only in the United States. If we talk about Korea, it's a much smaller country and homogeneous, very homogeneous, as you said. And I think that for Korea, the government interference should be as minimum as possible. What I mean is, if your government, let's say, for example, will tell some university in Korea, we'll give you a lot of money and you do research in energy. Okay, they will take the money, of course, but they don't have the people to do that, the excellent people. So then they will do research in energy with average people they will quote, and the research will not be excellent. But if you allow complete freedom to universities, support them financially, the research will be accordingly to the people they have, the excellent people. And they have to recruit the excellent people and let them do what they want. And then they will come up excellent basic science. From basic science, it will be also applications. I think in Korea, if I am not wrong, they established like 15 or 20 years ago, IBS, which I think it's a good example. I'm not familiar so well today what's going on there, but I think it's a good example how basic research should be developed in Korea. Because if you look at the history, I think, if I know enough, the history of basic science or science in universities in Korea, until 20, 30 years ago, not much basic science was carried out. And most of the Koreans that wanted to do basic science, they went to United States. And they didn't think to come back after postdoc or so on. But nowadays, Korea started to change, and the young people, they are considered to come back after postdoc, and then the research in Korea is rising up, and I think it's a good future for that and should be continued with that.
Yeah.
If I allowed, one more comment about your comment about the history. If we look at the history of applied science versus basic science in universities, it changed overall the history. In the 18th century, most of the universities in Europe, not in the United States, they did mainly applied science, not basic science. Slowly it was shifted to basic science, and then it was completely, in the early 90s, was complete separation between basic science and applied science in industry. Nowadays, we have this interaction, which I think it's very important between universities and industry, but I think I'm saying this because I think we have to be very careful to maintain the basic science. I think that there is a tendency in the United States, in many universities, to shift from basic science to more applied science. And this is a danger, I think.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, you want to
just
make,
one
please.
quick point. I think what Woody mentioned really kind of stimulated me to think about this. The important factor is the critical mass. You know, because of the size of Korea, you don't want to, try to develop everything in biomedical field. It's too many, and you want to focus on certain things that you have the strengths already and build around that, making it even stronger. So make a name out of it, and also they can interact with each other and then kind of a positive feedback to each other. I think that's important rather than spread out into hundreds of different fields.
So before we go to the innovation part and the question that you posed about, 3 questions that you posed about Silicon Valley, etc., I just want to close this part of the discussion with one other comment to the points that President Wong made. You are the president of the National Academy of Medicine. In the US, when the national academies were set up, the first national academy was set up in 1863 by Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War. And in the middle of the war, when many Americans, it's an internal civil war, when people died, Abraham Lincoln created the National Academy of Sciences in the US. And as part of this, it was pretty remarkable foresight. He said these academies will not get government funding because they have to advise the government to avoid conflict of interest. You don't want the government to have any influence on the National Academy. This goes back to your complete intellectual freedom part. So the National Academies are not funded by the US government. They are an independent entity. So the National Academy of Sciences was created in 1863. The National Academy of Engineering was created in 1964, 100 years later. And the National Academy of Medicine, which used to be called Institute of Medicine, was created in 1973 or 74. So they advise the government through reports commissioned by Congress, but funded by the National Science Foundation, which is independent. They can say the government is wrong, and you should do this. So at least in principle, that flexibility exists. So which is quite a remarkable development. So this is a good segue to move into the question about biotechnology industry thing. So it may seem ironic, especially in today's geopolitical environment in Washington in particular, but when in the 1970s, the United States government decided to create innovation in the US, the first program to start was the Small Business Innovation Research, SBIR program. So when they started, Congress authorized the money for the SBIR program. They did not give the money to the Department of Commerce. They did not give the money to some other agency. The first agency to get SBIR authorization to spend money, taxpayer money, was the National Science Foundation. Now every agency has an SBIR program. but the first one to start was the Science Foundation Agency. So there is a connection between innovation and basic science and translational work. So that's quite a remarkable development. So I want to move in the remaining time we have about 12 minutes. I wanted to pick up your questions about the ecosystem in a place like Silicon Valley. The second point was regulation, policies and regulation. And the third was the gap that exists and how to fill the gap. And maybe I'll start with, because I went to him last, I'll go to him first now, to Dr. Chavez, to see if he has any thoughts on this, on any suggestions on the ecosystem beyond what you presented in your presentation for the Israeli ecosystem, and then we can take up the remaining points.
Yeah. First, I want to come back maybe to education in Korea. What you mentioned, I think the education in Korea is changing, but should change more. I want to add to what you said before. I think about the private education during night and so on. The education in Korea is based on memorizing knowledge, and then the students or children, they are under big pressure in order to enter the best high school and then the university. So when they enter the good university, they come very exhausted mentally. So they don't think anymore too much. And even they know that our life are arranged because Samsung and LG will wait in the gate when they finish. So they also don't have to go for startups and so on to struggle. Probably it will change because Samsung cannot take everyone anymore. So it also has an effect. So I think to change the ecosystem, if you change the education, this will be much better. Okay. So I think the students should feel less pressure during the studies and not to memorize and to try to be more creative. Now about one more about the ecosystem, about the regulation was mentioned here. Again, I think that regulation should be minimized. And for example, the government should not interfere too much. What's going on inside the universities or what's going on between the universities and industry. Okay, there should be a free market for the negotiation between the companies and universities on the IP and so on. So this is about regulation.
Okay, thank you. I will now go to President Yoon from KIST.
오늘 두 분의 발제. So thank you very much for the two presentations, and we are now deep diving into panel discussion. And based on the discussion, I think that Korea is at a turning point. So as have been mentioned by the president of UNIST, the role of science is defined in the Constitution, that it should support economic development. So that is taking up 60%, 50% of the national research expenditure. So Korea is now among the advanced nations. So now we should be a first mover rather than a fast follower. And this will have to change the funding mechanism or the way of research as well. So we are here at Seoul Forum 2023 and we're talking about the bio-innovation ecosystem. So Korea is very strong in shipbuilding, automobile, and semiconductors as well. So it has been leading the market. And that's why Korea could become the 10th biggest economy in the world. So there are many red ocean areas still for Korea to explore. And in the case of the bio industry, this is the next wave that we need to jump into. So the market share is only 1% or less than 2% at present. However, the bio innovation indicator is very high. So many people get postdocs in the US and then come back to Korea to engage in research. So in the fifth export strategy meeting, the president mentioned that we need to create a global bio industry, and Hongneung is as part of that initiative to create a special research zone that will act as a sandbox for regulation. And a holding company will be started by Keist. So this has been a failed attempt in the past. However, a holding company has been listed as a venture capital. So from the research center, it will be able to bridge between the venture capital and research center. So a holding company will be newly established within UNIST. So as for the bio ecosystem, I believe it would be able to flourish in Hongneung, in the Seoul city. So I believe it will be able to create the second miracle of the Han River in Korea. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. So in this next wave of bio revolution, so how do we create? I think your question was, how do you create an ecosystem of Silicon Valley? I was just quickly thinking through your three questions. In the U.S., for example, so in the second half of the 20th century, especially after the Second World War, the U.S. became a technology leader on a global scale, based on what it was able to achieve definitely between 1950 and 2000. And how did that happen? Did it have the local technological talent? So if you look at the number of engineers produced by American universities, all the American universities combined, it is still less than 7% of all those university graduates. Less than 7% of all the university graduates are engineering graduates. So how can you be a technological superpower when you don't produce enough engineers? If you compare the number of engineers produced in China, now increasingly in India and places like this, how can the US compete? So if US produces so few engineers, how did it become a technology superpower in the second half of the 20th century? One of the reasons was that you could pretty much get anybody from anywhere in the world to come. And so one of the issues, of course, it's a big country with 350 million people. How do you do it in a relatively small country? So with respect to regulations, and this is what made Silicon Valley as well, you could, if there are mechanisms to bring talent, even for not permanently, but a reasonable period of time. This is very much immigration policy or even work permit policy. And this is above our pay grade. This is not the, we're not going to solve this in the next 5 minutes, but that is one of the issues helping the US. Probably in Israel, that played a major role. Please.
Yeah, I just would like to make a suggestion about the homogeneous problem that you also mentioned. I think the government can have a big role here if they establish programs, many programs to bring visitors to Korea.
We have two speakers in the previous session, Rodney and Professor Churchill here. So they are examples. So Korea does do that. Yeah.
But visitor also for short time, short or long time, with programs, and this will enrich the society. Yeah. All levels. It can be professor, can be student, and so on.
Yeah. Dr. Wong, would you like to make any comments?
네, 저는 의과대학 교수라면서
So as a professor of medicine, I see many excellent students, and sometimes I wonder if we are actually making them foolish rather than more clever. Because a lot of times in medicine, you're not supposed to play out your creativity because you're not supposed to administer anything that is not verified to the patients. So there are some limitations in the field of medicine when it comes to creativity. But however, when it comes to thinking, aside from diagnosing patients, you have to be creative in terms of your thinking. But I don't think our universities actually promote this. And so we went through COVID-19 pandemic for the past 3 years, and we have had a lot of online classes. And there are a lot of expectations that I have for online classes. So that is, whether you see these online class videos or look at good sources and internet, we can do our knowledge passing through that. And once we meet, we will do something that we cannot do online, whether it be just a simple chat, talk as human to human, get to know each other. So when we meet, let's do things that we can do only when we meet in person to person, and leave the rest to the online platforms. But I'm not sure if we are heading towards that direction. I certainly hope that we will. So in the post-COVID era, I hope that we will do things different in terms of our education paradigm than before COVID. I hope that our education will become more creative in the wake of COVID. So that's my hope for the future.
So I'm just looking at the clock. So I want to give everybody a chance once more. We'll start at the end. So we have a minute and 30 seconds. So just one sentence, one thought that comes to your mind as what you think, and then we'll, please. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lee.
한국의 바이오 산업은
So the Korean bio industry has been gone through a lot of trial and error. However, we will succeed. There will be many hurdles, but we will succeed. So please continue. I would like to ask for your continued interest. And we are at a critical point that we need to adopt more innovative models. So I was able to learn a lot of insight from your presentation and also discussions. So when we meet again next year, I'm confident that Korea would be more completed in terms of biotechnology.
One second, one sentence, please.
Okay. 우리나라 그 교육이 좀
So the Korean education system needs to change. And this is the priority of UNIST. We started a research club so that from the first year, students would be able to participate in actual research activities. However, in terms of bioindustry, we are in collaboration with the first year students of Ulsan Medical School. So we are having a MASH or a joined course. So this is a first attempt in Korea. However, I'm confident that we would be able to nurture next generation heroes.
We have a red signal here that our time is up, but I will just one sentence from you, Dr. Wong, and if you want to add anything. And then Paul, you wanted to say something after Dr. Wong.
Yes. 오늘 많은 걸 좀 들었고요.
So thank you for all the wonderful comments. And we here at the medical field will strive to have minds that is befitting for the innovations that we are pursuing. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity.
저도 말씀드린 바와 같이
So as have been mentioned, what we need to do is very clear. We know what we need to do. We need to create the innovation ecosystem. And it should be done in a K version, so that when we meet again in 1 year, we would be able to share accomplishments and achievements. Thank you.
Just partly to address President Wang's question, I think we've been talking about basic research is very important, but medical research is also very important. And human first study, and studying the pathogenesis. And it's not only biotech development, really studying patients is very, very important. We can talk later.
Thank you. Modi?
I just would like to add that you need patience in order to create a good ecosystem in bio. It's not pali-pali. And everything is built on every innovation you have, more innovations. This just reminds me a quote that the guy that invented the wheel, he was an idiot. But the guy that invented the other three wheels, he was a genius.
Yeah. Thank you. So on that quote, let me thank all of you for a stimulating discussion. And I think the exciting thing that I see is there is an area that's identified, there is a roadmap, there are significant resources put into the research ecosystem in Korea, and there is a great talent pool, even though the population is declining. With all of that, I think there is a tremendous reason to be optimistic. So we look forward to seeing the progress and the success in the years to come. Thank you very much.
네, 토론에 참여해 주신 7분.
Thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to all panelists and also the presenters and the moderator. So we have had an opportunity to talk about the strategies to build innovative bioindustry ecosystem. And by concluding session 4, we are closing the 2023 Seoul Forum as a whole, which was held under the theme of the Era of Advanced Biotechnology, the core of healthcare and economy and security. I would like to thank you for your active participation and hope to see you also in Seoul Forum 2024. And this has been Do Ji-eun, your MC for today. Thank you very much.